We've worked diligently to meet this target by ending wasteful Green New Deal-style spending, supporting the rapid innovation of American industry and federal agencies, and eliminating the waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid that jeopardizes care for millions of women, children, people with disabilities, and elderly Americans. To ensure American energy dominance, we will secure our energy infrastructure by taking the steps to refill our Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which strengthens our energy security and supports our national security. In order to support the abundant energy production that will be necessary to secure our grid, and in order to increase revenue, we will expand the use of user fees to help streamline the siting and permitting of new oil, gas, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen pipelines. We can save $172 billion over the next 10 years by repealing the burdensome Biden-Harris administration regulations and over $100 billion by eliminating the EV mandates imposed by the vehicle emission and CAFE standards that have failed to serve the American taxpayers. And through investments to modernize the Department of Commerce, we can integrate AI systems to make the department more secure and effective. To protect the integrity of this project, and we're implementing guardrails that protect against state-level AI laws that could jeopardize our technological leadership. Our legislation will raise $88 billion of new revenue through a historic agreement reauthorizing the FCC Spectrum Auction Authority while protecting U.S. national security. The Biden-era inflation has left Americans struggling to access affordable health care. The issue has been exacerbated by the decisions of left-leaning state governments to spend dollars on illegal immigrants. We make no apologies for prioritizing Americans in need over illegal immigrants and those who are capable but choose not to work. Our priority remains the same: strengthen and sustain Medicaid for those whom the program was intended to serve: expectant mothers, children, people with disabilities, and the elderly. We are prepared to stop the billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program by beginning to rein in the loopholes, by ensuring states have the flexibility to remove ineligible recipients from their rolls, and removing beneficiaries who are enrolled in multiple states. These are all common sense policies that will return taxpayer dollars to middle-class families. Medicaid was created to protect health care for Americans who otherwise could not support themselves. But Democrats expanded the program far beyond this core mission. That's why we are establishing common sense work requirements for capable but not working adults in the expansion population. Let me be clear, these work requirements would only apply to able-bodied adults without dependents who don't have a disqualifying condition, encourage them to reenter the workforce and regain their independence. All of this is part of our effort to strengthen Medicaid for the people that need it most. When President Trump delivered his second inaugural address, he promised a revolution of common sense that will launch a generation of growth, prosperity, and health. This reconciliation bill is critical to that promise the President and congressional Republicans made to the American people. Today, we bring before the committee a package that unleashes American energy dominance, advances innovation, and protects access to care for our most vulnerable. Each of these is a core part of our effort to respark the American dream and ensure our country will always be the land of opportunity. I have no doubt that we'll have some robust discussions today about these proposals. These discussions are important, and I look forward to using this time to address the issues that matter most to the American families we serve. So I thank you all for your hard work as we continue our work to serve the American people. I now yield 5 minutes to the ranking member, my friend from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me
the committee will come to order. The chair will advise the audience that disruption of a congressional business is a violation of law and is a criminal offense. Please come to order. The chair advises the audience that violations will not be tolerated and the violators will be removed from the room and may be subject to arrest.
You have an empty chair and then most important Markup. And so he's like, okay, I'm headed over.
Committee will come to order. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for his 5-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to say that I think hopefully everyone understands that these demonstrations the people feel very strongly because they know they're losing their health care and the cruelty that comes from the Republican proposal that makes them lose their health care and their health insurance. But I would just ask that to the police, I don't know if they're in the room, that we not arrest people if possible because many of them are disabled and I don't want to see them further hurt with their disability in the process of being arrested. But for months now, President Trump and congressional Republicans promised the American people they would not cut Medicaid benefits or strip away people's health care. In February, President Trump said, and I'm quoting, Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched. House Speaker Johnson doubled down on that promise, stating, and again I'm quoting, the White House has made a commitment. The president has said over and over, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. We've made that same commitment. Now, I have to say, Mr. Chairman, those are promises that Republicans made to the American people, and it's clear that they have broken that promise. And I just want to reference on Sunday night, Mr. Chairman, in a Wall Street Journal interview, you actually said that, that the Republican plan to trim Medicaid spending, you were commenting on the Republican plan to trim Medicaid spending, and you said, and I quote, we're going to go as far as we can go to get 218 votes. Well, I think the bottom line is you're going pretty far here in either trimming or cutting, however you want to call it. You refer to it as trimming Medicaid. You don't have to take my word for it. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office own analysis shows that at least 13.7 million Americans will lose their health care coverage as a result of Trump and congressional Republicans' action. The Medicaid and Affordable Care Act, cuts included in the Energy and Commerce bill, will make up at least 8.6 million of that total number. So 8.6 from this bill alone will lose their Medicaid coverage, and another 5 because it's obvious from the reconciliation bill that you're not going to reauthorize the assistance, if you will, for those who are on the Affordable Care Act and the marketplace. And so you add another 5 million, and you, by the end of the year, will have over 15 million Americans who lose their Medicaid. So you can call it a trim, you can call it a cut, call it whatever you want. The bottom line is these people are going to lose their Medicaid. That's why we have so many people. That's why there's so many people here today demonstrating. Now, let me be clear. This is not a moderate bill. I've heard you and others say this is a moderate bill. It is not focused on cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Instead, Republicans are intentionally taking health care away from millions of Americans so they can give giant tax breaks to the ultra-rich who, frankly, don't need them. Medicaid is a life-saving program that 80 million Americans count on every day. It provides health care to 1 in 3 Americans and nearly half of all children in the United States. It covers close to half of all births, and it's the largest source of funding for long-term care for seniors and people living with disabilities. With this bill, Republicans are essentially telling millions of Americans, gotcha, no more health care for you. I looked at this, and it's like as if someone who was disabled walked in the room, and I said, gee, rather can I help you, it's like, how can I make sure that you don't access Medicaid, you don't access health care? Well, I'll say that maybe you can't fill out the red tape and the paperwork, but I'll make you do it once a month. And if you miss that, you're not going to get your health insurance. Well, if you want to sign up for the Affordable Care Act because you didn't fill out the paperwork for Medicaid, then you're not going to be eligible for the Affordable Care Act because we won't let you do that. So everything is being done to make it possible that people get kicked off so you can save money by not financing the health care. Now, a lot of us are going to talk about individuals today, and I would like to talk about my individual from my district. Her name is Lauren, and she has a daughter named Donnie, who is disabled. And Lauren is concerned about how devastating Medicaid cuts would be for people with disabilities. She has said, and I'm quoting, without programs like Medicaid that help them get out of bed in the morning, they will literally be stuck or worse out in the community, unsafe and victimized. Lauren worries that cuts to Medicaid will take away her daughter's life, and she says that Danny doesn't deserve that. That's Lauren on the left, and this is Danny, her daughter, on the right. And Lauren is right. Danny doesn't deserve this. And that's why Democrats will fight this cruel bill, cruelty is the point, that will strip health care away from millions of Americans just so that Republicans can give their very wealthy friends and large corporations a tax break. It isn't right, it's cruel. We shouldn't be taking away health care from all these Americans. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and the chair reminds members that pursuant to the committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Are there further opening statements? Seeing none on the Republican, gentlelady from Colorado, what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to make an opening statement.
I now recognize the gentlelady from Colorado for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
For months, Republicans have insisted that they would not cut Medicaid in order to give tax cuts to billionaires. But here they are today with a bill that would do irreparable damage to Medicaid and the millions of Americans it supports. This agenda will kick at least 13.7 million people off of health care coverage, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Medicaid helps our friends and neighbors live healthy, productive lives. It's for new moms and kids who need extra attention to their health. It's for working families and people just trying to make it. And it is for people who are here, like my constituent and Denver City Councilman, Chris Hines, who's here today. Chris, raise your hand up. Chris relies on Medicaid. Chris was in a crash in 2008, which left him paralyzed from the chest down, and in the nomenclature of the federal government, totally and permanently disabled. But Chris is wired to be a doer. He got coverage through Medicaid, and because of the care and security it provided him, he had the freedom to go out and get work. Chris was elected to the Denver City Council in 2019 and re-elected in 2023, and he serves many of my same constituents with distinction. He said to me, without Medicaid, he simply would not be able to work, let alone serve his city and country in the way he does. It gives him the medical, professional, and financial freedom to take a risk and make the choices that are best for him. Chris was never looking for a handout, and Medicaid isn't a handout. It's not a giveaway. Medicaid is the health care coverage that lets millions of people live their lives. And here's the thing, eligibility for Chris is optional for states. So that's what's threatened as states tighten their belts in response to the Republicans' misguided legislation. If you vote to put this legislation forward today, you're voting to take freedom and security away from people like Chris. You're going to get more people dependent on the state, not less. You're going to get more people sick, not healthier. And you're going to kill jobs and investment in every single one of our communities at a time when we're already staring down a recession thanks to Donald Trump. And you will do it to give a tax cut to rich people who just want to be richer. Now, you're going to hear a lot of misinformation from the other side of the aisle. For example, that people who are undocumented are on Medicaid. That's false. Federal money does not go in Medicaid to people. You're going to hear that so many people are just sitting around and they need to work. The truth is, only 8% of Medicaid recipients are in that work requirement, and most of them, in that 8%, can't find work or are retired. So let's be real. This is disgraceful. Americans aren't going to go with it, and if you pass this, over 13 million people are going to lose their health care. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back in opening statement. Gentleman from North Carolina, you're recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank all the folks who've joined us here today in the public. And I want to send one very clear message. You're being lied to. The other side is telling you that a lot of things about this legislation, I'm not sure they've read this legislation. Let me tell you what Republicans are concerned about. Let me tell you what I am concerned about. I got a letter from Melissa from Burlington, North Carolina. She said, I depend on Medicaid because I need medication for, and I won't list her specific disease. I cannot work as a substitute teacher due to osteoarthritis in both feet, making standing and frequent walking very painful. Having Medicaid is a blessing. I'm here today to fight for Melissa from Burlington. Christine from Robbins, North Carolina, wrote me and said, the only person on Medicaid in my house is my special needs son. Without the Medicaid waiver, Cap C, we would be homeless. I'm fighting for Christine from Robbins. Jennifer from Greensboro, North Carolina, wrote me and said, we have a disabled daughter. Again, I'll leave out her condition. But Medicaid has helped our family tremendously by giving us the opportunity to give her the care she deserves. We were fighting for that child. Kara from Moore County, North Carolina, wrote me and said, I know a lot of families that have children with rare diseases and conditions who rely on Medicaid. My family's just one of many. My son, who's now 6 years old, has a rare disease. Medicaid has changed my son's life and the life of my family. He has been able to receive crucial therapies, which will keep him mobile and provide him with independence. I am fighting for that little 6-year-old boy who lives in Moore County, North Carolina, in my district. That is what this is all about. We just heard the other side say there are no illegals receiving Medicaid benefits. Well, according to the Congressional Budget Office, 1.4 million illegals are getting in line ahead of the 6-year-old little boy in my district who deserves Medicaid. And the system is going broke. And that means that the vulnerable among us are going to lose their coverage if we listen to the other side. We're here to fight for the vulnerable. We're here to make sure that Medicaid is strong and secure now and in the future so that Melissa from Burlington and her family can get what they deserve. That's what this is about, folks. This is not about one side doesn't want people to get care. One side wants illegal immigrants, 1.4 million according to the Congressional Budget Office. They want them to get care
Will the
before the
gentleman
6-year-old boy in my district. And that's why we're here. And I'm tired of being lectured to. It's probably going to be a long hearing where we're going to be lectured to. But don't believe the lies. Look at the facts. Read the bill. We're standing up and fighting for people. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further opening statements? Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
There we go. I want you to meet Santiago. He is a constituent of mine, and he relies on Social Security. I want to tell you, he is 11 years old, and without the Social Security that he needs, his life would not be worth living. And I say to my Republican colleagues, is that your intention? Do you want Santiago not to have the life that he needs? I don't understand you. Without that funding, Santiago would be not here anymore. Do you want him to die? I don't think so. And so I am asking you, please, that we have to make sure that his Medicaid is available to him. I want to just say that we are the richest country in the world, at the richest moment in history. Can't we afford to take care of our families that are living on the edge, whose parents would be without money if they did not have the Social Security that they need? I don't understand. I don't understand where you are coming from. This is life or death. Santiago's life and death are on your shoulder. And I just want to say that it is time now to understand, to make sure that the funding is available. We have to save Social Security. You can do that. You can make the decision now instead of giving more money to the wealthiest Americans. That's what will happen. Otherwise, we will be helping the rich get richer, and the poor, their lives are at stake. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back is seeking opening statement. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Guthrie, and thank you for holding this markup today. In November, the American people sent a clear-cut message that they were done with rampant waste, fraud, and abuse in our government programs that drain taxpayer dollars for wasteful programs. This legislation that we are marking up here today is the first step towards that agenda that we promised to deliver for the American people. This legislation that we are marking up today does not address any changes to Social Security. For far too long, illegal immigrants and able-bodied Americans who can return to the workforce have been draining funds from the low income who need that Medicaid, from pregnant women who rely on Medicaid, from children who rely on Medicaid, from the elderly who rely on Medicaid. What we are marking up today is the opportunity to secure Medicaid for those that Medicaid is intended. The abuse ends now. We are not addressing Social Security. We are addressing making sure that the Medicaid funds are able-bodied individuals are removed from those Medicaid sources. This bill includes critical legislation that will stabilize that. It's an important message that should not be lost on anyone. I support this, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone seeking recognition? The gentlelady from California is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This committee yields immense power when it comes to reconciliation, and in the past, we've used that power to deliver real results. We expanded health care through the Affordable Care Act. We rescued the economy during COVID. We lowered drug costs. We made bold investments in clean energy and climate action through the Inflation Reduction Act. Tangible, positive impact. But that's not what we're doing today. Today, my Republican colleagues are trying to ram through a bill that will slash hundreds of billions of dollars from Medicaid. Let's be honest about what's happening. No matter what Republicans say, there's no if about it. Benefits will be cut. And I've seen this playbook before. 15 years ago, in this room, we debated and passed the Affordable Care Act. I'll never forget the passionate advocates who filled this room then and how Republicans looked them in the eyes and voted against a bill that would provide them life-saving health care. Then I watched as Republicans tried again and again to repeal the Affordable Care Act, and I fought back every time. And I'll fight back just as hard today, because Republicans that choose to callously ignore the facts, but the impact in each of our communities are real and plain to see. Cuts to Medicaid mean denying care to the most vulnerable amongst us, seniors in nursing homes, cancer patients, people with disabilities, and kids. Kids here like Sam. Sam is 13 years old. He has Down syndrome, autism, and a severe speech disorder. And thanks to Medicaid, Sam is living a safe, supported, and dignified life. Medicaid covers his in-home supportive services, so Sam can live at home with his family and not in an institution. It provides Sam with services to help him build toward greater independence. Sam's mom said it best. Disability rights are human rights. Medicaid is what allows Sam to live a life of dignity with his rights intact. If this bill passes, those rights will be rolled back. The support that helps millions of families like Sam's will be ripped away. Today, we will hear Republicans try to defend their bill. They'll tell us their cruel policies exempt kids like Sam and pretend that they're reinvesting in services to support him. But that's simply not true. This bill cuts around $800 billion from a health care safety net. It rips massive holes in states' budgets that are near impossible to fill. It sets devious paperwork traps to force families like Sam's to jump through hoops to help to get coverage. The math is clear. $800 billion gouged out of our health care system means $800 billion less care to go around. With this bill, Republicans are choosing to rip away health care and abandon the American people, all to pay for temporary tax cuts for the wealthy and to keep fueling corporate greed that's making life harder for everyday Americans. I'm here to fight for these Americans, and I'll be here as long as it takes. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition. Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida. Gentlelady from Florida, you're recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Me. Tony McLaurin is a spirited 7-year-old from Wesley Chapel, Florida, a part of the world that my colleagues Gus Bilirakis and Laurel Lee know very well, north of Tampa. He is an athletic kid. He loves to play and watch football with his father, Ronnie. He loves math and playing video games. He's sweet and respectful. But last December, his mother noticed that Tony didn't have the same energy, and on the morning of his football championship banquet, she took him to the emergency room, where after a number of blood tests, he was diagnosed with leukemia. Since then, Tony has been in and out of St. Joseph's Children's Hospital for chemotherapy, where he will be undergoing treatment for the next 2 years. Pauline, his mom, is a 5th grade teacher, and she had to quit her job when Tony was diagnosed. Now it is a real struggle for them to pay their bills on Dad Ronnie's electrician's salary. When Pauline was forced to quit her job, and to take care of Tony, the family lost their health insurance that was tied to her mother's teaching employer. But thankfully, St. Joseph's helped them enroll in Medicaid, which covers the whole family and helps provide all of the chemotherapy that they need. Pauline feels hopeless, scared and uneasy about the prospect of losing Medicaid. She said, "It's not like I have a second option. Medicaid is the second option." Medicaid insures 1 out of every 3 children diagnosed with cancer in the United States, and without consistent Medicaid coverage, some children with cancer likely will die. Even a gap in coverage or costly red tape requirements will cost lives. Studies have shown that children who experience interruptions in health coverage before or during their cancer diagnosis are less likely to survive. There is a new worry, though, for Pauline and Tony and the family. See, the priority of the president and Republicans in Congress is to give a massive tax giveaway to Elon Musk and billionaires that's going to be paid for by Medicaid cuts. It's outrageous. And at a time of so uncertainty, driven by what the president has done and Elon Musk's heartless actions, when the cost of living is so high, when cancer research is under attack, the last thing a parent with a child diagnosed with cancer needs is to worry about affordable health care. Musk already torpedoed a bipartisan piece of legislation at the end of the year that would have helped children diagnosed with cancer by speeding development of new drugs and treatments. Does he and all of his billionaire buddies really need more in their bank accounts while kids and the vulnerable and families across this country have to deal with them ripping coverage away? Don't be the committee that makes it more difficult for our neighbors to get medical care for children with cancer. Be the committee that supports children like Tony. Affordable, consistent coverage.
Time's expired.
So Tony can return to the sports he loves and live a fulfilled life.
And I want to remind my colleagues on the committee that House Rules, Committee Rules, to refer to people by name. So my friend from Florida, my colleague from Florida, congressperson friend from Florida, but calling each other by individual names is not in accordance with House Rules, so I appreciate that. And the gentleman from New Jersey wants a couple of seconds to introduce a friend.
Well, I'll say my friend from New Jersey, or colleague from New Jersey, Senator Booker's here. Thank you for being here, and I know how sincerely you are concerned about what's happening to Medicaid. Thank you.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady will state her parliamentary.
I believe under the rules, you can mention someone's name, you just can't address them personally. So you could say, for example, so-and-so, Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, this person's in his district, but you can't address him individually. There's nothing in the rules that says you can't address people by name, that you can't say their names.
Gentleman from our rules person.
Yeah, we had this discussion on the floor just a few weeks ago, and if you're in the middle of a debate, you cannot address the individual by name.
That's correct. You cannot address your remarks to them by name, but you can say someone's name, which is all that Ms.
In that
Kessler
case,
did.
in that case, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, was being mentioned by name based on policies that he advocated.
I was not there, so I can't
I understand. I was, and it was. I objected, and
We'll get a ruling from
it
the
was withdrawn.
parliamentarian, but you can't,
Yeah.
the gentleman's correct. You cannot address somebody by name. You have to address your remarks to the chair, but you can mention another member of Congress's name. There's nothing in the rules to say you have to say, my friend from Florida or my friend from Colorado. There's nothing in the rules to say.
We'll take that advice into the parliamentarian, and we'll give you a ruling when we get that from the parliamentarian. Are there any Republican members seeking recognition? I guess as we'll have another Hawaiian member, we recognize Mr. Schatz here, Senator Schatz is here as well, so thank you. So okay, and Senator Smith is here as well, thank you. So is in the Senator excuse me, take out, the senator's in the room. My my friend from New York, are you seek recognition?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized for 3 minutes for
Thank you.
Opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here today fighting for people like Noel and Nathan, proudly fighting for them. They're constituents of mine who are raising their family in Albany, New York. Their 12-year-old daughter, Isla, has a rare genetic disorder and has received health care through Medicaid for almost 8 years because of her disabilities. Through Medicaid, Isla is in a program where she has self-directed care, which means she has a budget for a caregiver, classes, respite care, and more to best support Isla and her family. Noel and Nathan shared with me that one of their first reactions when they heard about Republicans' plans was fear of how it could impact Isla's care. In Noel's words, Medicaid changed our life. I can't imagine what our life would be like without Medicaid. It is not only the direct impact it has on Isla's quality of life, but our entire family's quality of life. I know our story is just one of millions of families who would be devastated by the loss of Medicaid. Nathan added, on the human level, it has been life-changing for us. On an economic level, it allows us to work. To lose it would be awful, not only for our family, but also for the people we serve through our work. They explained to me that when you have a child with complex medical needs and disabilities, you are constantly navigating systems to advocate for your child in education settings, in healthcare settings, and in dealing with insurance. Noel described how, as a parent of a child with disabilities, you're often pushing through all the red tape for your child's need to be respected. Let's not add more red tape for this family. Noel has described how Medicaid provides Nathan and her with a breath of relief of thinking about these supports for Isla as she gets older and enters adulthood. Noel shared a friend's sentiment that Isla doesn't need to change for the world needs to change for Isla. I could not agree more. Noel asked members of this committee to rethink these devastating cuts and instead provide respect and provide dignity for families and individuals living with disabilities. On behalf of Isla and her family and families like hers across my district, across New York State, and across our great nation, I demand that we reverse course on all cuts to Medicaid and additional red tape that would hurt so many people. With that, let's say no to lining the pockets of billionaires and yes to providing access to affordable health care via Medicaid for so many. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I want to say I appreciate my colleagues' concerns, and we share them. Every example that has been mentioned or the people we're trying to strengthen Medicaid for, not one of them will lose coverage under our bill unless they are able-bodied workers or they're in the country without a legal presence. So there's no one on the Republican side. Gentlelady from New York. My colleague from New York is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to begin by sharing my story of my constituent, David. This is David, one of the many faces of Medicaid. David is a 55-year-old Brooklyn resident who's been living with congestive heart failure since 2016. Once a full-time worker, his diagnosis sadly forced him to stop working and rely solely on Medicaid for his health care. His condition was so severe that during his first visit to the hospital, he remained admitted for nearly a full year. Medicaid covers all aspects of his medical needs, including the daily medications he has to take, regular cardiac monitoring, and hospital-based care. That extended hospitalization was entirely covered by Medicaid, and it saved his life. He was able to receive this life-saving cure at SUNY Downstate, and some of our constituents are here from SUNY Downstate in our audience today. A vital hospital in my district that also heavily relies on Medicaid dollars to provide high-quality care to their patients, just like most healthcare institutions across this nation, from rural to urban areas. The medical team there provided him with consistent and high-quality care in a community-based setting. Without Medicaid, David would lose access to his medications, to his physicians, who have managed his condition for nearly a year. David clearly said, if Medicaid is cut, I will have no way to afford my care. No medication, no follow-up, no hospital. Without Medicaid, I die prematurely. David's story is a powerful example of how essential Medicaid is. It's not just policy, but it's a lifeline for Americans in my district and across the nation. So let's be crystal clear about what's happening here. We're being asked to sit in this room today and pretend that gutting Medicaid is somehow a necessary evil and a tough decision made in the name of fiscal responsibility, but it's not. It's a political choice that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are choosing to make. It's a choice that disproportionately targets low-income communities, communities of colors, immigrants, and working-class families. It's a choice that will impact hospital systems, especially in New York, that are still trying to recover from the devastating impacts of COVID-19. It's a choice that will strip away life-saving health care for 17.3 million Americans, nearly 7 million, or 1 in 3 New Yorkers who rely on this program. Make no mistake, this Medicaid cut would hit Republicans and Republican-red states the hardest. For months, House Republicans have lied about their plans to cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid, and now the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has confirmed that their plan will kick millions of people off their health care. The only winner in the Republican budget scheme are billionaire donors, and once again, cruelty is the point. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is anyone seeking recognition for an opening statement of the Republicans? And seeing none, the gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all the people in the audience here today as well. As we move through this markup today, I implore my colleagues to not lose sight of why we are all here: to represent our districts, to pass legislation to better our nation, to protect and improve the lives of our constituents. And make no mistake, the policies in this big, ugly bill do the exact opposite. If this bill became law, it would devastate the healthcare infrastructure my and all of your constituents rely on. It would strip healthcare coverage from millions of our most vulnerable citizens. And over 42% of my constituents rely on Medicaid or Medi-Cal in California for their health insurance, including over 60% of children. According to the Congressional Budget Office, the policies in this bill would lead to at least 13.7 million people losing their coverage. But this fight isn't about numbers. This is about real people. So let's hear from one of those whose lives are on the line. I would like to share the story of a young constituent of mine, Victoria. Here is Victoria's story in her own words. Quote, as a resident of the Imperial Valley, a low-income, rural, and underserved region, Medi-Cal or Medicaid is one of the only ways I've been able to access medical services. Medi-Cal is the only thing protecting me from the challenges and consequences that come from needing crucial medical services. As a graduate student, I cannot afford to leave the country or incur a financial burden just to take care of my health. Sadly, I feel lucky to be a young woman because I cannot imagine how much worse potential cuts to healthcare funding could adversely impact our most vulnerable. Healthcare is non-negotiable, and I refuse to risk my or my loved ones' lives over budget savings. I am also not alone in this, as my friends and family and about 90% of Planned Parenthood's patients in California rely on Medi-Cal, our state's version of Medicaid, to afford reproductive health care. I, along with more than 72 million Americans, rely on Medicaid for health care, including essential reproductive health services like birth control, wellness exams, STI tests and treatment, breast and cervical cancer screenings, and more. These services and our health deserve to be a financial priority, so I urge you to defend Medicaid and our well-being. Victoria is not alone, and I urge my colleagues to keep her story and the stories of so many other Americans, including your own constituents, in mind as you consider the legislation before you today. It's a simple choice. Strip healthcare coverage from our nation's vulnerable in order to give tax cuts to the wealthy, billionaires like Elon Musk, or protect the constituents you swore an oath to represent, and do not cut Medicaid and take healthcare away. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The other gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thanks. Thank you. Jesus is one of my constituents from San Diego. His mother was tragically hit by a car, leaving her disabled. He manages her medications, he feeds her, he bathes her, he takes her to doctor's appointments, and he helps her with physical therapy. But if these Medicaid effects take cut, this work, this very hard work, will not meet the so-called work requirements Republicans want to impose. Jesus and his family would likely have to move out of their home, live separated, and they will likely lose their health care. Mr. Chairman, this committee has no jurisdiction over taxes, but let's be honest with the American people. Taxes are the real reason we're here. Over in the Ways and Means Committee, they are marking up what will be one of the most expensive tax bills in American history. When Republicans originally passed the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, they designed many of the individual and some business tax provisions to expire this year, because back then, Republicans knew making the tax cuts permanent would cost the United States trillions of dollars in revenue we desperately need to pay our expenses. Making those tax cuts permanent now is no less costly. Yes, that's what we're asked to do today. The Budget Committee instructed the Ways and Means Committee to cut taxes by $4.5 trillion, and it has asked our committee to come up with $880 billion in cuts to make up the shortfall. That's it. That's what this is about. Now, to do that, the bill before us will decimate Medicaid, which provides health insurance annually to nearly 72 million people nationwide in every congressional district across the country. Cutting health coverage for our most vulnerable neighbors will not make America healthier. It will make us sicker. You know, at home, I hear from people concerned about the national debt and deficits, and they say to me, hey, Scott, we have to make cuts to address the deficit. But that is not what's happening here. Because Republicans will continue to run $2 trillion annual deficits, and we will see the national debt grow from 36 to 38 to 40 to $42 trillion, and they will vote for a $5 trillion increase in the debt limit to make this borrowing possible, even though many of them swore a blood oath that they'd never vote to increase the debt. They will enact a budget that will increase according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, will increase the federal debt by $37 trillion over the next 30 years. So don't buy the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Republicans are proposing these painful cuts to programs that help everyday Americans not to lower our debt, but just so President Trump can follow through on his campaign promise to donors. Remember what he said to his donors? He, quote, I said, you're rich as hell, and I'm going to cut your taxes. When the government borrows more, inflation goes up, working people suffer at the grocery store, they pay more for utilities. Now we're adding, taking away their health care. This is the wrong thing to do, and I urge my colleagues, vote no. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman yields back, and Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have to say that my young man from Michigan and his parents decided that they want to drive in today because they cared so much. So please meet George, who I met this morning, who was full of energy, and my office somehow survived. But welcome, George. Welcome, George. Here's a letter I got from his mom. Our son George is 6 and has Down syndrome. We adopted him at 3 weeks old. Losing Medicaid would cripple our family, absolutely destroy us. We've been very lucky until now because of Medicaid. It's been very instrumental for our family's ability to survive. My husband and I both primarily do gig work, both employed full-time, but we don't have workplace insurance. It's not super reliable for the kinds of jobs we do, So we have marketplace insurance. It's a huge fear that we'd lose Medicaid because it's necessary for our families' lives. The disability world, our community, is really worried about cuts to Medicaid. The general narrative right now is one of terror. It's a death sentence to cut Medicaid. It's intrinsically and undeniably tied to disability rights and justice in our country. If we're not serving our most vulnerable children, what are we even doing as a country? You're leaving families with no options and putting us in an impossible position. It's so obvious that they don't care about disabled people or poor people. So they cared strongly enough to come. I met them as the governor and I traveled Michigan talking to people. There was a poll this week that shows 83% of the people in Michigan support Medicaid. 2.6 million people get their health insurance through Medicaid in Michigan, representing approximately 1 in 4 Michiganders. Medicaid provides coverage for 38% of births in Michigan, 2 in 5 children, 3 in 5 nursing home residents, and 3 in 8 working age adults with disabilities. And I want to say to my colleagues, Michigan's Medicaid program is efficient, with per enrollee costs among the 10 lowest in the country. And to all my colleagues who say you're cutting waste and fraud, Medicaid is 22% more cost effective than any private insurance plan. We have to protect George and other children and seniors in nursing homes and people with disabilities. And please don't say you're not going to hurt them, because many things in this bill are a backdoor way of doing so. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For months, literally months.
Point of
Well,
order.
I'm sorry,
Different
it's
Texas.
the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I just want to respond. Look, I have a young daughter, and I would be fearful.
Gentlemen, would you start? I'm sorry, Mr. Vesey was from Texas too, so I just want to clarify, I was recognizing Mr. Crenshaw. So I have to say his name. It's all right. Mr. Crenshaw is recognized for 5 minutes. Sorry.
Some might say there's too many Texans, but I don't think there's enough. I mean, at least we could agree on that, Mr. Vesey. Look, just to respond here, I mean, look, I have a young daughter, and if she was on Medicaid and we were at risk of taking that away from her, I would share that fear. The problem with this narrative is that there's no reason to have that fear. I think the crime here is scaring someone like George. No, you don't, because I'm sorry. I am sorry that, here's my apology to you. I am sorry that people lied to you. I am sorry that so many people in the media and on the left have lied to you about what's in this bill. George, I want to tell you, you have nothing to worry about. Your Medicaid is not going anywhere. I'm sorry if they flew all the way here from Michigan. I'm sorry for that. That's not fair for people to be lied to and to be scared on purpose for political reasons. Read the bill. I know it hasn't been out that long, and I know it's complicated stuff, but over the next 24 to 28 hours, we're going to go through it all. And I just want to say to George and his family, you're going to go home feeling a lot better. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the other gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. You are going to hear a lot about lies. Let me tell you who the biggest liar of them all is. That is Donald Trump. Yes. Donald Trump promised he wouldn't touch Medicaid. That was a lie. My Republican colleagues, my MAGA colleagues, swore up and down that they wouldn't touch Medicaid. It was a lie.
Objection.
Now, hold on a second, Mr. Chairman. Everybody over here has been hollering about lying, and now all of a sudden they're objecting.
All right, gentlemen.
Come on now.
And what?
Come on now.
The objection is a reference
Come
to
on
the
now.
President of the United
Come on
States
now.
in
Come on
relationship
now.
to lying, which is in
Come
violation
on
of
now.
the rules.
They've been hollering about lying the whole time, and now I'll get into my spiel. and then they want to make an objection about it? Come
Chairman,
on.
lying
Right.
generally
Come on
is
now.
acceptable,
Come
lying
on now.
specifically is not.
Come on now. Come on now.
All right, the gentleman will suspend. So the,
And they've been calling us liars this whole time.
Can I resume, Mr. Chairman?
just 1 second. All we're saying is members of Congress, members of the Senate, and the president are, in our speech, in our debate, is protected from insult. So we should not use the word lying and so forth moving forward. I get it. I've heard it said before.
You guys have been
So
saying
we'll-
it the
we'll
whole hearing.
proceed.
You guys have been saying the word lying the whole hearing. Excuse me,
It's not
this is
generally-
ridiculous,
Your
Mr.
point's
Chairman.
Point of
fair.
clarification,
Let's
Mr.
just
Chairman.
not use the word lying as we talk
Mr.
to
Chairman.
each other. I'm just saying in general. I'm my friend from
Chairman.
California.
Point of order.
Just
Point of order.
gentleman's recognized for a point of order.
I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
In your opening remarks, you talked about Joe Biden.
That's right.
So can you explain to me the difference there?
Okay. I talked about the Biden-Harris policies. I didn't say Biden-Harris lied to the American people. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything like that. So
Your members have called us liars in the last 15 minutes.
I've asked everybody to suspend on the word line. We will go forward, and so Mr. Vesey, you're recognized to continue, unless my friend, you're recognized to continue. But let's try not to use the. You're right. I admit the word line has been used. It's been brought now as a point of order has been made on that. So let's all suspend using the word line for each other. So Mr. Vesey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Donald Trump, my Republican MAGA colleague, stop capping. Stop capping to the American public. This is a betrayal. Republicans are butchering Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, and they're carving it up so billionaires, so literally billionaires like Musk and Bezos and the others can have a tax break. So the good old boys can have a tax break, and the people that are out there struggling cannot have Medicaid. It's terrible. It's arson, and Republicans are the arsonists. And who are the targets? The targets are children. The targets are mothers. The targets are seniors. The targets are people with disabilities. The targets are hard-working Americans. And again, $884 billion. Think about that. Those are the three people that I just talked about, those billionaires. It's so they can have a tax cut, and it's so people like Carla, who is a cancer survivor that lives in near the district that I represent, and Carla wants to tell you her story. She's someone whose life was saved by Medicaid, but I'd rather have Carla share her story. Carla, can you share your story?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. My name is Carla Prothrow, and I am a 7-year lung cancer survivor and the daughter of a World War II veteran who I know would be
Can't play a recording on a.
It's not a recording. It's a live call, Mr. Chairman.
today and
We
sharing.
don't allow other
I am
people to
calling you live,
testify in your
sir.
opening
I was
statement.
diagnosed with stage
So gentlemen, well,
2 weeks after I lost.
Hold on, Carla.
that's not.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlemen, will suspend.
Mr.
All
Chairman,
right, gentlemen can proceed.
Mr. Chairman, these are, can Carla be heard or not?
The rules do not allow someone to speak in your opening time. I'm sorry. She cannot be. She's not, that's not in with the rules.
Well, Carla, I apologize that they won't hear from you. I don't know why they don't want to hear from you because
It's the rules.
you're their people. You're the people that helped them get elected, and they want to cut you off. And I don't understand why they want to cut you off. I don't understand why they're afraid to hear from you. And I'm not sure why now all of a sudden they want to ignore voices like Carla. They also probably want to ignore voices like Virginia, who lives in Miss Kamek's district. She has multiple dystrophy. She relies on Medicaid for her home health care. She told us that during a lapse in her coverage, she considered calling 911 just so she could get in and out of bed. These are the type of people that they're portraying, Mr. Chairman. I have a lot more stories to tell. There's a lot more that came from, but I'm out of time. This is sad that we are doing this to the most vulnerable people in our country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes for opening statement.
It's a shame that the conversation about threats to Medicaid continues. These are dark times in our country. So let's be clear about what today's markup is and isn't about. This isn't about reducing fraud, waste, or abuse. None of us want fraud, waste, or abuse. Yet this is about ripping health care away from working families, children, seniors, people with disabilities, veterans, and pregnant women. Yet my Republican colleagues dismiss, and I would say even laugh, because I've seen it today, over our concerns over $800 billion in Medicaid cuts as a misunderstanding. Just targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. But you don't just gut the largest insurer of low-income Americans without real harm. Call it what it is: abandonment, disinvestment, and pure disregard for human life. Let me share with you one of my faces of Medicaid. La Rabida, a hospital in my district, takes care of kids with complex chronic medical conditions. 90% of their patients are covered by Medicaid. One of those kids is Cairo. When Cairo was 2 years old, his mother found him nearly unresponsive at daycare. After rushing him to the hospital, they found bleeding in his brain. He needed a breathing tube, a tube for feeding, and a shunt to drain fluid from his brain. He was extremely sick. They discovered he had a genetic condition that leads to abnormal blood vessel connections. After spending a month and a half in the pediatric intensive care unit, his medical expenses reached $2.5 million. As a mother and grandmother myself, let me tell you, a parent will pay any cost to save their child. But as the richest country in the world, no loving parent should experience crippling medical debt to treat their child. Both of his parents worked full-time to support their family of 5, but because Cairo was under 6 years old when his genetic condition was discovered, he and his siblings could stay on Medicaid. With Medicaid, he receives 24-hour care, including in-home nursing, which allows his parents to continue working full-time. His mom said that if it were not for Medicaid, he would not be here today. When he arrived at La Rabida, he was on a ventilator support, had little mobility, and could not speak. Now he is completely off the ventilator and can walk. Medicaid is a lifeline for him, for his families, and for millions of Americans across this country. In my district alone, over 300,000 of my constituents would be at risk of losing their health care, more than any other district in Illinois. In Illinois, 3.4 million people are covered by Medicaid. When Illinois implemented Medicaid expansion, the uninsured rate dropped by 44% between 2013 and 2015. These demonstrate the significance of Medicaid for Illinoisans. These are not just numbers. These are real people that will suffer. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back, and is there any Republican side? Seeing none, the gentlelady from California is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the cover of night, House Republicans proposed the largest Medicaid cuts in history, all to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. They hope the American people won't notice until it's too late. And today in this hearing, we should be starting with talking about Medicaid and the health care. For months, Republicans told the American people that their budget would not cut Medicaid. That is not true. And today they continue to say it. Don't believe it. For months, Republicans hid the truth from their constituents and refused to do town halls. If you will not stand up, if Republicans will not stand up, Democrats will. Today we are joined by Sasha. Sasha, please stand. Sasha is a constituent who came from New Jersey's 7th District, represented by Congressman Tom Kean. She was born with cerebral palsy, and the right side of her body doesn't function due to a stroke she had in her mother's womb. Since she was 7 years old, Sasha has suffered from seizures. Her mother, Lana, who is also here, quit her job to care for Sasha. Without Medicaid, Sasha would not have the resources to access treatment, medications, or doctor visits to help her be healthy and independent. Thanks to Medicaid, Sasha has thrived as a college student and a Special Olympics athlete. Sasha shares, and I quote, "Medicaid is not just a health care program, it's a foundation that allows me to be an active member of society. It helps me develop independence, and one day I hope to contribute back to my community and support my mother. Without Medicaid, I fear that people like me, people who rely on these services for their health, independence, and dignity, will be left behind, end quote. Yet this monstrous Republican budget leaves millions of people behind. This bill cuts Medicaid, plain and simple, and it also attacks Medicare, the Children's Health Insurance Program, and the health insurance marketplace. It kicks at least 13.7 million Americans off of Medicaid and the health insurance marketplace. Under this bill, Sasha could lose everything. Sasha and Lana could be buried in red tape, forced to navigate burdensome paperwork and eligibility checks. The services Sasha relies on, transportational, personal care, community-based support, could be first on the chopping block when states are forced to absorb Medicaid cuts. Who here is standing up for Sasha and millions of people like her? Sasha has asked Congress, please think about individuals like me when making decisions about the future of Medicaid. We cannot afford to lose the essential support that Medicaid provides. I respectfully ask you to stand against any cuts to this program and instead protect it so that people like me can continue to live and thrive in our community, end quote. Democrats stand with you, Sasha, in opposing any Medicaid cuts. We need just 4 Republicans to join us. I hope we can find them, and I hope one is your Congress member. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Welcome, Sasha. Any Republicans seeking recognition? Seeing none. Oh, gentlelady from, you're on, I was looking to my right. Gentlelady from North Dakota is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm one of the newest members on this committee, and I came here to Washington to help solve problems and try to make government work for the people of our country, especially citizens who need it the most. People like the disabled, elderly, pregnant moms. I've been shocked to learn some very disappointing things about Medicaid since I came here. These are the dirty little secrets that many won't talk about, but I want to share some of those. Did you know that able-bodied participants in Medicaid expansion receive 9 times as much federal money as disabled participants in the traditional population? 9 times. The CBO estimates that 4.8 million able-bodied Americans will lose their Medicaid coverage simply because they don't want to volunteer, work, or go to school for 20 hours a week. 4.8 million. Federal Medicaid spending will grow 25% under this program over the course of the next 10 years. 25% it will grow.
I just want to say to the audience, it's important that you're all here and participate. We want you here. You're part of the process. We want you to be here. But we have to proceed, and the rules of the House and the law, that if you're disruptive, you'll be removed and you're subject to arrest. I don't make that decision. The Capitol Police does. So let's all participate and work together. And the gentlelady from North Dakota is recognized. Will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Federal Medicaid spending will grow 25% over the next 10 years under the program we're considering today. It will grow 25%. 1.4 million illegal immigrants are receiving Medicaid coverage today, which takes away funding from the disabled, senior citizens, and pregnant women. The federal government pays for 1.6 million people on Medicaid rolls in 2 different states. That's fraud. Precious dollars in Medicaid are being pocketed by pharmacy benefit managers who keep a portion of the amount they're being paid for prescription drugs. That's not fair. Valuable dollars are being diverted to pay for gender transition surgeries for minors. Valuable dollars from Medicaid are being spent on people who are deceased. Valuable dollars from Medicaid are being stolen by cyber criminals who steal Medicaid numbers for deceased doctors and continue to claim payments on their behalf. Valuable dollars for Medicaid are being spent on people who do not meet the very eligibility requirements established by the Democrats in this room. You know what I think is cruel? I think it's cruel to continue defending a program that is not sustainable. I think it's cruel to not accept some very reasonable reforms that are intended to make this program stronger, for the very people it was designed to help. Those are the things we're considering here. We want to make this program better, stronger, more sustainable, and more targeted to the folks who it's intended to help, many of the people in this room and those lining the halls. That's the truth of what we're doing here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I lead back.
Mr. Chairman,
Lady
point of
goes back, and
inquiry.
the gentleman from
Point of inquiry?
parliamentary,
Yes.
state your parliamentary inquiry.
Well, it's not parliamentary, but their members are leaving for whatever reason, asked to be removed because they were speaking, but they're empty chairs. As those that are leaving are made to leave, can we allow other people who are in the audience to come in and fill these empty chairs who came from very far places to participate? As they leave, can we invite others to come in?
I believe they're allowing people in as they leave.
I haven't
let
seen
me
anyone
inquire
replace
just
an
a
empty
second.
chair as one of the individuals that came to
I
testify.
believe they're trying to, I will find out, and we will address
you.
that.
Thank
So
you,
let
Mr.
me find out. I don't know from here. I'll have somebody look into that and get an answer back to you. Thank you. So the gentleman from Florida, my good friend from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. It's Ebenezer Scrooge Day at the Capitol today, taking health care from the poor to fund tax cuts for the rich. I'm sure Scrooge would think this is a very fine plan indeed. Of course, he's a billionaire hedge fund manager, and he's thrilled about paying even less in taxes. We have a few perspectives that guide us. First, it's my favorite, the ghost of Congress past, the 115th Congress. You all may remember that, where former GOP Congressman Jacob Marley, a frontliner, reminds you how he lost his seat, as well as 20 other Republicans, because you went after Obamacare, Kid Care, and Medicaid. 20 seats lost and the majority. Then, of course, there's the ghost of Congress President. The Cratchit family, of course, is on Medicaid. They have a disabled child, Tiny Tim. There's Ebenezer's beloved Fanny. She's on the ACA, 63 years old. And then Fred Scrooge. He thinks he's fine because he gets his health care through the employer. But we know what's going to happen in the future. You pass this terrible bill and you cut $715 billion from the program. You can't just cut that and not have people lose health insurance. We know for a fact 13.7 million Americans will lose health insurance, including the Cratchit family. Of course, Tiny Tim dies in this scenario. Fanny finds out her Obamacare increases by $10,000. And of course, Fred Scrooge is shocked that his employer-based health care went up by 25% because people are flooding the emergency room because they're sick and they're uninsured. Of course, this is not some fairy tale. In real life, back in my district, in Florida's 9th, these are the kids from McCoy Elementary. Half the kids in my district are on Medicaid. They're on Kid Care. It's a wildly popular program. You can't cut $715 billion from Medicaid and then not have this affect our kids. And then I got to go to Providence, assisted living, a nursing home in my district. I met George. He's a veteran. He's partially in a wheelchair. 25% of the seniors in this assisted living facility get their coverage through Medicaid. Don't be a Scrooge. Don't vote for this terrible bill that's going to cut Medicaid, cut Kid Care, cut nursing home care, all to fund tax cuts for the rich and powerful. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting, the tactics that are being used here, but all of us have stated for the record that the people who are legally eligible for Medicaid are not going to lose their Medicaid. We've all got family members, friends, we've got people in our districts, we all know these stories, people that are depending on Medicaid, and you will not lose your Medicaid. Many of the people who've spoken out here and had to be removed, they're not going to lose their Medicaid. The interesting thing is, you will not. Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen will suspend. I want you to be heard, so let's wait to the. Gentleman is recognized.
It's unfortunate that people are so enraged by the misinformation that they've been given. It's a commentary on this this Congress and how we treat people. But one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle pointed out that there was no waste or fraud. CMS reported that between 2015 and 2024, there was $543 billion in proper payments. I want the record to show that that's $543 billion that could have gone to people who need Medicaid coverage, Mr. Chairman, who need medicine, who need treatment. There's over 700,000 people in traditional Medicaid that are on waiting lists because, particularly in the expansion states, because they're being pushed aside because they don't get the high match that the able-bodied adults who choose not to work. And by the way, one of my colleagues said that only 8% of able-bodied adults are not working. Well, if 92% are working, what's your problem with work requirements? I mean, if they're already working, there's no problem there.
Well, the
And I didn't
gentleman
refer to
yield-
anybody by name, so you don't get a chance to interrupt.
Okay.
I didn't refer to anybody, didn't even refer to your state. So here's the issue. We're trying to save Medicaid. It's interesting, people are holding up signs, save our Medicaid. That's exactly what we're trying to do. I said that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services reported this between 2015 and 2024, $543 billion in improper payments. That's waste and fraud. That's abuse of the people who need Medicaid. And there are other reports out there that indicate it may be over $1 trillion. So what we're trying to do is make Medicaid work for the people who are supposed to get it. That's it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the people here in the audience today. I'm here to tell the story of Isla, this 4-year-old that you see in this picture. Isla's the daughter of Jason and Vanessa. She was born at Kittitas Valley Healthcare, critical access rural hospital in Ellensburg, Washington, situated just east of the Cascade Mountains. She was born in March of 2021. Jason told me that he had the incredible honor of telling Vanessa, "It's a girl." But their joy was interrupted by silence. Isla wasn't crying. She wasn't moving. She was pale. The room became a flurry of urgent action. Nurses whisked her away. Alarms were triggered. Within minutes, labor and delivery room was full of people who were responding. Isla was breathing, but her oxygen levels were critically low. During delivery, she had transfused nearly 40% of her blood volume back to her mother, and she did not have enough blood to stay alive on her own. So KVH sprang into action. They coordinated a transfer for higher level care and reached out to Seattle Children's Hospital, which accepted her, of course, and dispatched a helicopter. But as is often the case in rural environments, nature had the final say. The helicopter was forced to turn back due to weather conditions over the mountain pass. And undeterred, KVH made different arrangements. A fixed-wing aircraft was dispatched from Spokane. Meanwhile, the hospital coordinated EMS transport to get the aircrew and their equipment from the plane to the hospital, and they all arrived with one mission: to save Isla. Today, she is 4 years old. She is happy and healthy, and this story is a testament to what rural healthcare can do when it is resourced, when it is staffed, and when it is supported. It is also a reminder of how close Jason and Vanessa came to a very different ending. Without this rural critical access hospital, Isla might not be here today. The same is true for countless other families in similar communities across America. There is no other hospital in the region that they could have made it to in time. It is not uncommon for people in our community to deliver a baby on the way to the hospital. And that is how far apart healthcare services are in my district and many of my Republican colleagues' district. Cutting Medicaid will close rural hospitals.
Every child deserves the chance to live, and every family deserves access to that care. That is why we must preserve Medicaid, because without that support, rural hospitals will close and access will not be available to patients. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Does anyone else wish to be recognized for an opening statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It may be easy to sit here in Washington without having to face the people who will feel the impact of a bill that will strip millions of Americans of their health care coverage. Easy because you don't have to look at them in the eyes or hear their stories. Let's open the doors and allow the American people who have stood in line fill the open seats, first and foremost. In the meantime, let me share just one story from my district. This is a photo of Philip, a resident of Haverhill, Massachusetts. Philip has a disability, but that hasn't stopped him from giving back, whether volunteering with Meals on Wheels, training service dogs, or caring for animals at a sanctuary. He does all this because of Medicaid. Medicaid funds the programs that help Philip gain skills, stay engaged, and remain independent. Medicaid isn't just a healthcare program, it's a foundation for independence for people with disabilities like Philip who want to live their lives with dignity. In Philip's case, Medicaid funds Opportunity Works and Community Works, a program that helps folks build job skills, engage in volunteer work, and participate meaningfully in society. These initiatives don't just keep Philip busy, they give him purpose. They help him grow, contribute to, and connect with his community. But here's why I'm telling Philip's story. This bill, this quote-unquote big, beautiful bill, as Donald Trump has described it, will slash the federal Medicaid funding that Philip's program depends on. And I know my Republican colleagues will say that states should make up for it, but they know that's not possible. They know that when funds are cut, it's initiatives like these that are always first on the chopping block. So what then happens to Philip? He loses a lot more than a routine. He loses access to his community, his sense of contribution, and his independence. Mr. Chairman, Philip and millions of Americans across our country like him are not fat to be trimmed or waste to be rooted out by disingenuous politicians in Washington. They're hardworking Americans trying to live their lives with dignity and make their communities better. They're our constituents. They need you to vote no on this bill. They need you to protect Medicaid, protect the independence of Americans with disabilities. And if you can't do that, at least have the courage to look at the American people, people like Philip, in the eyes while you take it away. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Does anyone else wish to be recognized for an opening statement? The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for her 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like my Democratic colleagues who've spoken before me, I am deeply concerned about the bill that we are considering today, a bill that's going to make life harder and not better, a bill that's going to make things more expensive, not less expensive for all Americans, especially their health care, if they can get it at all. And it's not just me, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has found that this bill will take away health care from nearly 14 million Americans. And those are people who rely on Medicaid. People like Ricky, who lives just down the road from me in Texas City in the 14th Congressional District of Texas. Ricky is one of the 4.5 million or so Americans who rely on Medicaid to live life on his own. But the wait was years long, and this bill will make the wait longer for people like him if they can get that assistance at all. I want to share the life-changing impact that Medicaid home health care meant in his words. I was on the waiting list for home and community-based services for 5 years, and I used to live in several large facilities. Once my name came up on the waiting list, I called everybody to let them know that my name came up on the waiting list. That's when I got to move in on my own. So it was my very first time living on my own. When my staff came in that next morning, she asked me what I wanted to eat. So I scratched my head and said, "So you mean to tell me that I get to choose what I want to eat? And she said, yeah. And so I had 2 boiled eggs and 2 pieces of toast that I wanted. In all those other facilities, I couldn't choose. As Americans, we have chosen to invest in our country. We have chosen to create programs to help our neighbors and further progress and make practical improvements, from roads and bridges and infrastructure to education and healthcare and scientific research. These are our choices, and we do these things because they are essential to liberty and freedom and to life in America. We chose to create Medicaid, and we chose to expand Medicaid access in the Affordable Care Act, and we should be proud of what we have done. Medicaid makes it possible for so many Americans to live lives of meaning with dignity. It matters. It matters for Ricky, and it matters for all of us. And this hearing, this budget begs the question, who are we? What kind of society do we want to be? And today, the House Republicans' answer in this bill is that we want to be one that takes away health care from people like Ricky to give tax cuts to people like Elon Musk. That's not my answer, and it shouldn't be any of our answer. And we are able today to talk about why, and I hope that by the time we're done debating this bill, we can all agree that we can do better by and for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Does anyone else wish to be recognized? The gentlelady from New York is recognized for her 3 minutes and an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 13.7 million people, 13.7 million Americans will be cut off from their health care and made completely uninsurable by the bill that Republicans are presenting today. You know, there's a lot that I've been hearing, and I've been listening to my Republican counterparts here today and what they've been saying about this bill. And the math is not adding up. They're trying to convince people that they are cutting millions of undocumented people from payroll, from Medicare, acting as though this is what's going to save it. Even if you believe everything that Republicans have said today, they are identifying 1 million, their claim, which I dispute, but if you believe them, their claim is that 1 million undocumented people are on Medicaid. So why are they trying to cut 13.7 million Americans off their health care? By the Republicans' own Energy and Commerce tweet this morning, their claim is 7.6 million people are somehow ineligible for health care. So why are they cutting 13.7 million Americans off their health care? They've asked us to read this bill, and we have. This bill bans the people that they kick off of Medicaid from even buying their own insurance from the Affordable Care Act exchange. So once you are kicked off Medicaid, you then can't even buy your own health insurance. It increases costs for people who they deem eligible and who are low income and forces them to pay even more. And if you have a private insurer, don't worry, you're getting screwed over too, because your healthcare premiums are going to skyrocket from the disaster that is happening from this bill. We've done assessments, because if you live in a rural community, you're gonna be hurt too. In New York 23, 25% of people are on Medicaid in this area of upstate New York. Westfield Memorial Hospital will be at risk of closure. UPMC Chautauqua is at risk of closure. Schuyler Hospital at risk of closure. California 23, where 46% of people are on Medicaid. Redlands Community Hospital at risk of closure if this passes. Victor Valley Global Medical Center, Loma Linda University Medical Center, all at risk of closure. Colorado 8, 24% of people in this community are on Medicaid, and Platte Valley Medical Center will be at risk of closure if these cuts pass. Who do you believe? The people who are trying to cut this, not, by the way, to cut from quote-unquote undeserving people to give to deserving people, but they are cutting these Medicaid care and these Medicaid dollars to pay for tax cuts for Elon Musk and billionaires. So this money isn't even going towards funding better care for people who are eligible. This money is going, and we are cutting money and healthcare from people and families who are suffering to pay for tax cuts for the rich. It is a crime happening in front of the American public right now, and I yield back.
For an open statement.
Mr. Chairman, I seek to be recognized.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when 13.7 million Americans lose access to health care, 13.7 million Americans don't stop getting sick. What happens instead is losing access to primary and preventative care, they actually require more health care. And they visit the emergency room. And they get care that takes longer and is less comprehensive. And here's what that means for everyday Americans, middle class and working class, including those who get access to health insurance through their employer. It means that their health insurance premiums are going to go up. Because when hospitals provide care to people through the emergency rooms, they have to cross-subsidize that by raising the cost that they charge to commercial payers. So it won't just be the 13.7 million Americans who are kicked off health coverage who have to pay more out of pocket to get health care. It's going to be all Americans who have health insurance who will pay more in health insurance premiums. This after Donald Trump and Republicans promised that they were going to come in and lower prices. Down the road, the middle class and the working class are going to be paying more in taxes and through inflation because of the $7 trillion in debt that Republicans are adding with this tax cut giveaway to the wealthiest Americans. And those Americans who do end up needing Medicaid are now going to find that it cannot meet their needs. My constituent Ethan Wang was critically injured while swimming in the ocean when he was studying abroad in March 2019. The spinal cord injury left him paralyzed, needing immediate life-saving surgeries abroad, followed by a medical evacuation back to his home in Massachusetts. Then, inexplicably, Ethan's dad, Willis, suffered a major stroke just 2 years later. He also now has disabilities, but continues to work as best he can. I'm not sure if he meets the Republicans' definition of work, but he is working as best as he can. All of this was possible because of Ethan and Willis's determination and support from the Personal Care Attendant Program, operated through the Massachusetts Medicaid program known as Mass Health. When these cuts roll down onto the states, though, the PCA, as well as other flexible programming, will be under threat. The PCA, which allows people with disabilities to stay in their homes, they do not have to stay in expensive institutions, may come on to the chopping block. Ethan's and Willis's family never thought that they would depend on Mass Health, nor did they seek to, nor did they want or ask for a handout. They had an accident, they got sick, and they needed access to health care. The Wang family is a dual professional household in Newton with 3 healthy boys. Nobody knows when they will need to rely on Medicaid, but when they do, they need it to be strong and sound so that it can be a reliable system for families when they need it most. Ethan's mom says it best, quote, "We all live on the razor's edge of health, and when you need assistance from the state, you see the world and our social safety net through fresh eyes. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to protect Medicaid and the life-saving programs that it supports." I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard so much today. We've been said that Democrats can't say the word lie, only Republicans can say lie. So I'm going to say, under this plan, the Republicans are misleading the American people. The plan is to impose $715 billion in Medicaid cuts, which will result in millions of Americans losing their health care, destroy our hospitals, and close the nursing homes our parents and grandparents rely on, while blowing up the state's budget, including of my home state of Louisiana. Reverse Robin Hood, stealing from the poor and giving to the rich in the form of massive tax breaks for the wealthiest of the wealthy. These cuts will put elderly, the disabled, and our children at risk. Also, they can give trillions of dollars in tax breaks to billionaires and large corporations. Simply put, this is cruel, inhumane, and wrong. Republicans need to know that these are not just numbers on paper. These decisions that you make will affect people's real lives and the consequences that will hurt them. Medicaid plays a crucial role in providing life-saving care to millions of Americans in Louisiana. And it's essential that we overcome this notion that it's all fraud, waste, and abuse. We all want to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. This is not the way to do it. There is not enough waste, fraud, and abuse to support $880 billion in cuts. This is massive. And we're misleading the American people when we tell them, go home, you won't be hurt. This program makes it harder for people to access health care. Smoke and mirror, you can call it whatever you want. But don't take it from me. Hear it directly from my constituents. Katie Corcoran and her son, Connor Corcoran, who will be here with us later today. Connor John Corcoran was born 18 years ago with a congenital brain malformation. His parents are shocked at the news of his diagnosis. His mother, Katie, pregnancy was uneventful. At 6 weeks old, Connor's parents were told that his brain malformation was so significant that he would need one-on-one care for the rest of his life. He's blind, developmentally delayed, and has poor muscle tone. Was fed through a tube, had numerous types of seizures every day, had an underdeveloped pituitary gland, needed hormone replacement medication, had an immune deficiency disorder, and is nonverbal. Coy is a law enforcement officer, and Katie is a special education teacher. Spent most of their time with Connor at Children's Hospital in New Orleans as their son's seizure and illness turned into life-threatening events. After nearly a decade of being on a waiting list for a home and community-based disability waiver, Connor was given an emergency opportunity of a waiver, now a waiver. This is a real person. My friends, let's fight for the people, not for Trump and Musk.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to welcome Sasha here. We're from different parts of New Jersey, but it's great to have you here. Rarrington, I'm from Jersey City, and I appreciate you coming here and sharing your story with us, because so many people from across New Jersey and across the country have shared their story, and it's so important that we listen to those stories as we make the decisions that we have to make here today. I brought someone from my district who couldn't be here in person, but they're here. This is Belinda and her son Kabir. Her son receives home health care funded by Medicaid. He has since he was 13 years old. Since then, his home health aide, Antoinette, has been like his second mother. Thanks to the services that Antoinette provides, Belinda is able to work and help provide for her 2 children. In addition to helping with basic needs, Antoinette takes Kabir for walks on beautiful days and chats with him about his interest. Belinda says, "My greatest joy is seeing Kabir smile and knowing he is in good hands." And if you look at the face of Belinda, that's a mother's love in those eyes. And if you look at her son Kabir, that's a smile of someone who's well taken care of. And we know that the conversation we should be having is how can we do more for all of you, for your mom, Sasha. That's the conversation we should be having today. Instead, we're talking about 13.7 million people losing their health care coverage, and not a single dollar in savings that the Republicans are talking about is going to be reinvested in this program. So we're not going to make it easier for you to continue to have access, not just to Medicaid today as we know it, but to a better version of it. That's the conversation that Democrats want to be having. How do we improve health care, whether it's Medicaid, ACA, Medicare? That's the conversation that we should be having, because unlike our friends across the aisle, we have town halls, and no one says health care is too affordable. No one says health care in this country is too accessible. We have too much of it. Not one person in any of our town halls has said that. So what are we doing here today? To make it harder for 13.7 million people to get access to health care? To make it harder on your family, Sasha? I agree with you. I just hope that people across the aisle listen to you, because we need to make health care better in this country. We can work on Medicaid, but if the work that we're going to do on it is going to save money, let's reinvest it in other health care programs, not give tax cuts to the people that don't need it. Not to the people that don't need it. That's why this approach by the Republican Party is so misguided. That's why we know that When they're running for office, they say they won't touch Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. But today, we know that we are cutting Medicaid, and 13.7 million people like yourself will suffer, and that is entirely unacceptable. Thank you so much for being here. I hope I get to see you after we're done today. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These indefensible cuts are more than just numbers on a page. These are real people, our constituents who are going to be harmed. People like Mark and Heidi and their son, 42-year-old son, Corey. When Corey was just 3 years old, he was diagnosed with a disabling form of autism. Every day, Corey needs help with basic functions like brushing his teeth, bathing, dressing, using the restroom, and cooking. He has some language skills, but is very limited in his ability to communicate. On weekdays, he lives in a group home, which is only made possible due to Medicaid reimbursements. On weekends, he goes home to his parents, who provide him with round-the-clock care. Corey is exactly the type of person who this essential safety net program was designed to help. I met Corey's father, Mark, at a recent town hall when he shared his family's story with the over 400 attendees. Mark's story stood out to me. He spoke about how detrimental Medicaid cuts would be to his son's dignity and his family's ability to care for their son. Mark asked me to share his story so that the public understands what the real-life impact of Republican cuts to Medicaid will be. Here's Mark in his own words, quote, "My wife and I are in our mid-70s. What will happen to our son if we're not there and these cuts to Medicaid go through? My son is 100% disabled. He'll never be able to work. The other 5 guys in his group home can't speak. Some of them don't have parents. It's going to be devastating what's going to happen to these people," end quote. This isn't efficiency, it's utter cruelty to fund tax cuts for billionaires. Please think about these people like Corey in your districts, in these families across America, before voting to kick 13.7 million people off of their insurance. And if you do vote to gut Medicaid, I hope you're prepared to go home and look your constituents in the eye and tell them why. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The decision here is about cutting health care or cutting taxes for the super wealthy. That is the assignment. That was the assignment that the president and the speaker gave to this committee. They said, find $800, $900 billion so that we can fund all of the tax cuts, particularly those for the wealthiest people in the country. And to do so, and I appreciate the chairman's honesty, he said, we're gonna focus on cutting health care for the people who don't need it as much. Or said differently, we want to make sure that we're only giving health care to the people who need it the most. Who does not need health care? Who here or in this country doesn't need health care? Or the speaker saying it's only going to be for people with quote unquote real disabilities. That's what the speaker said last night. So they're not going to try to figure out how to make this more efficient. What they're doing is they're going to make decisions about who gets health care, who has real disabilities, based on how much money they can save. Here's how they're cutting. They're going to increase the cost for low-income people to go see a doctor. They're going to have all of this red tape and paperwork to make it impossible for people who are eligible to get the health care. That's what happened in Georgia and Arkansas and Alabama. They're going to cut subsidies for folks who are receiving it as part of the ACA. 5 million people are going to lose their health care because of it. They're going to shift the cost to states. And then they're going to tell the states, you cannot raise money to cover the cost through an additional provider tax. So they're handing them the ball and then tying both hands behind their backs. So I have a constituent, Aaliyah, who gets her health care in Ohio. Yes, she may lose her health care because Ohio can no longer pay for all of the care that she needs. They're going to end retroactive Medicaid for nursing homes. They're going to reduce the minimum number of nurses in nursing homes. These are all the ways that they're getting to the savings. Not at all to do with waste, fraud, and abuse. One of my colleagues said cyber criminals is a big issue. Absolutely, cyber criminals is a big issue. If you go to the GAO reports, they list all of these examples of waste, fraud, and abuse, none of which is in this bill. None of which is in this bill. All of this waste, fraud, and abuse is right here. We could take it up, including tackling cyber criminals. Here's the numbers. If you want to not cut health care for millions of people, take the top wage earners, go from 37 to 39.7%. That's $250 billion. Take the corporate rate, tax rate back to 28. That's $1.3 trillion. Add the billionaire minimum tax. That's $500 billion right there. That's $2 trillion. You can invest it in expanding Medicaid. That is what Americans need. Otherwise, this is morally bankrupt, politically disastrous, and it will be deadly for those who are going to lose their coverage, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Virginia, you're recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today, we are here with a mandate from congressional Republicans to squeeze our nation's finances into a framework that requires devastating cuts. And these cuts are not just a line item on a piece of paper. They impact people's lives. Our friends, our family, our neighbors, our constituents. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have said that they're only trying to strengthen Medicaid. But what they don't tell you is that this bill we take up today effectively guts the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid. It kicks 13.7 million people off of their health insurance. It raises health care costs for everybody else. It shifts Medicaid costs to the states as they are struggling to fill holes in their budgets caused by other funding freezes, workforce cuts, and budget cuts. This bill handcuffs the state's ability to fund their share of Medicaid. It will further stress an already stressed and underfunded provider network, especially in rural areas. And for what? To fund tax cuts for the wealthiest few. And as a result, millions of people will suffer. People like my constituent, Jessica, who was born with her umbilical cord wrapped tightly around her neck, restricting oxygen and causing brain damage. Now 36 years old, Jessica reads at a pre-K level due to the intellectual impairment resulting from her traumatic birth. Jessica and her family rely on Medicaid to pay the bills for her doctor's appointments, and a Medicaid waiver allows her family to care for Jessica in their home. As her sister wrote to me, we love her, and we want to take care of her. We didn't want Jessica to end up in a group home. She has only known family caring for her. And yes, I'm paid a salary to keep my sister at home, her home, and take care of her, but it is not a handout. Families like mine aren't asking for handouts. We're asking for help that allows us to provide the best care possible to lighten our loads. Mr. Chairman, my Democratic colleagues and I have shared stories with you today about our constituents, the faces of Medicaid. On their own, each is a powerful testament to the importance of Medicaid, but together, they are a glimpse into the kaleidoscope of nearly 80 million Americans across the country whose health care is in the crosshairs of the cuts in this bill we will take up today, all to give tax breaks to a sliver of the wealthiest Americans. I urge my colleagues to keep these constituents, these stories in mind as you rush to find tax cuts for the wealthiest few in America. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from, yes. I have some still in opening statements. So are there any further opening statement? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Indiana for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we've unfortunately heard a lot of fear-mongering and misleading claims from our colleagues. So let's be absolutely clear. For the Americans who truly need them, this budget does not cut Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security benefits for the Americans who truly need them. We are strengthening and protecting Medicaid for pregnant women, children, individuals with disabilities, low-income seniors, and vulnerable families. These Americans will continue to have access to the care they need and deserve. What we are doing is eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, because safeguarding taxpayer dollars is not heartless, it's responsible. We're ending free health care for illegal immigrants, stopping payments made on behalf of deceased individuals or duplicate enrollees, and halting federal reimbursements for transgender surgeries on minors. It's not slashing care. It's restoring integrity and ensuring Medicaid works for the people it was meant to serve. And don't just take it from us. Even the New York Times published an article this week titled, even the New York Times published an article this week that stated that the Democrats' $13.7 million claim, or 13.7 million people losing Medicaid claim is false, is inaccurate. When the New York Times is calling out the Democrats for their exaggerating and misleading information, it's time to stop the scare tactics. This budget reflects our commitment to preserving these essential programs for future generations while also demanding much-needed accountability in the system. The American people want health care that is accessible, affordable, and honest, and that's what we're trying to deliver. So let's stick to the facts. Under our plan, 1.4 million illegal immigrants will no longer get coverage, so the very people that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are trying to protect will be protected. 4.8 million able-bodied adults choosing not to work or volunteer in their communities will be affected. 1.2 million recipients who are not eligible will no longer receive coverage. That is because we want to protect these programs for the very people that have been mentioned today by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We stand with them to protect the program for those people, but the status quo cannot continue. We cannot continue to keep spending 90% of every dollar on able-bodied adults choosing not to work and only spending 70% of every dollar on the vulnerable traditional people, the disabled, children, pregnant women, and seniors. It is not right. We are trying to fix it, and I urge my colleagues to stop the scare tactics. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The
Mr.
gentlelady
Chairman?
from...
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to place into the record Section 401 of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act that was passed in 1996 that's titled Aliens Who Are Not Qualified Aliens Ineligible for Federal Public Benefits, which says that people, if they're here illegally are not eligible for Medicaid.
Without objection, so ordered. Anybody else seeking recognition for an opening statement? Gentlelady from Florida, you are recognized for 3 minutes. Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all my colleagues. This is going to be a very, very long, possibly 36 hours. With that in mind, I think it's just important to lay out that we've heard a lot today in the last few hours that is not rooted in reality, because the facts tell a much different story. The posters that our colleagues on the left have held up are touching, the stories, they're very emotional, and I agree that we want to protect those most vulnerable. As a pregnant woman, I want to make sure that pregnant women, expectant mothers, have access to resources around the country. Unfortunately, that's not happening in this situation. You know, I don't want to say that they're lying, but not a single person in those posters is going to be impacted by this legislation. Not one. Not one. And I encourage you to read the bill if you don't believe me. The facts are in black and white. I heard from one of my colleagues that there's just not enough waste, fraud, and abuse to reform the programs, to shore up resources. Well, I guess math is a problem, because I see 7.6 million different waste, fraud, and abuse cases. 1.4 million illegals that are currently on the rolls. 1.2 million individuals who are ineligible. An ineligibility definition that they created. The left made that definition. And by their own definition, these individuals, 1.2 million of them, are ineligible for the program. And let us not forget the 4.8 million able-bodied adults, healthy adults, that choose not to work. They have no children, they have no dependents. They choose not to work. That's 7.6 million individuals, and not one of those were on those posters. We all agree we want to protect those most vulnerable in our communities. We want to protect the disabled. We want to protect pregnant women. We should not be diverting resources to those who make the choice not to work. That is something we can all agree on. So I think the facts tell a much different story than the fiction that is playing out. And we would all be in a better position to shore up these programs and protect them if we could just realize that there is fundamental flaws in the arguments of my colleagues on the left. So for the next 36 hours, we will continue to point out the flaws in their arguments. It's rooted in emotion, and that gets clicks. But right now, we have 7.6 million individuals who should never be on this program. They're ineligible by their own definitions, by their own standards, or they're in this country illegally, or they make the choice not to work. For those that need it most, we are protecting and fighting for them. That is what we are doing here today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Is
Mr.
there any
Chairman,
second
I
opening
would like to
statement?
enter into the record a document from the Congressional Budget Office that estimates the 13.7 million that are going to be kicked off of Medicaid. Since there's all these allegations that people aren't going to be kicked off, I'd like to enter this fact document into the record.
Gentlelady is, without objection, ordered.
Mr. Chairman, could I reserve an objection? Is that, I'm just curious what that analysis is
Yeah.
of. Is that of the actual bill before us today, or is that something else?
This is an email from the Congressional Budget Office from Sunday, May 11th at 10:34 p.m. after y'all put out your text in the dark of night.
We have a chance to review that, and then we'll accept it once we review it, unless there's an issue.
My understanding is that is not of the bill we're discussing today.
We'll make
I'll
sure,
reserve
we'll
an
review it.
objection.
Mr. Chair,
We'll review and get back with you, okay? Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yep. Gentleman from South Carolina, you're recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Mr. Chair, I just have a unanimous consent to enter into the record an article dated 2 days after their letter from the New York Times that says that there are 13.7 million people, their claim is bogus. I request unanimous consent to enter that into the record.
Mr. Chair.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Point of order, who say your point of order?
Because I think the math is really important. The point of order on the New York Times, the New York Times didn't say there wasn't going to be 13.7 million people losing their health care. They said in this particular bill, it is what, somebody help me here. 7.6. So I just wanted to do the math. 7.6, 8.6 plus 5 is what? Somebody help me with the math. 8.6 plus 5 is what? 13.7
Okay, so
million.
just state your
I yield
point of
back.
order. I understand your
No,
point of order.
it's important for people to appreciate that if you take the two numbers.
All right. I know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other seeking recognition for? It's your time, gentleman gentleman South Carolina, you're recognized for 3. Just wanted to do your unanimous consent request. What person, gentleman from Virginia?
Seeking recognition.
Gentleman's recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
All right, thank you. I just want to address some of the earlier comments, and what my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have brought up are issues with people that are struggling, and we get that, and that's who we want to protect. We have a lot of people in the audience in that situation. That's who we want to protect. So the coverage loss that was discussed come from able-bodied adults choosing not to work. When I say that, the bill says you're exempted from the work requirement if you're an Indian or an urban Indian, if you're a California Indian, if you're eligible as an Indian for the Indian Health Service, you're exempted from the work requirement. If you're a parent, guardian, or caretaker relative of a disabled individual or dependent child, this is the bill, you are exempted from the work requirement. If you are a veteran with a disability rated as total under Section 115, you are exempted from the work requirement. If you are medically frail or otherwise has special medical needs, including an individual who is blind or disabled as defined by Section 1614, with a substance use disorder, you're not subject to the work requirement. With a disabling mental disorder, you're not subject to the work requirement. With a physical, intellectual, or developmental disability that significantly impairs their ability to perform one or more activities of daily living, you're not subject to the work requirement. With a serious or complex medical condition, you're not subject to the work requirement, or subject to the approval of the secretary, any other medical condition identified by the state that is not otherwise identified under this clause. So all of the groups that I just read are exempted from the work requirement. The other are, we do have people that are not legal status on Medicaid. CBO has scored that. There's some estimate that future people will not have coverage. I think that's 200,000 because of growth that is unrealized. That's an estimate on the future, not people currently receiving benefits. And the other are recipients getting benefits who are just not eligible based on the criteria that the other side of the aisle voted on during the Affordable Care Act. So if they don't meet the criteria that they established, and the other 5 million that was brought up that's in another jurisdiction is from a program that in the IRA expanded premium tax credits that they had sunset. As they spent money on other issues, they could have extended that longer, so this wouldn't be expiring this year, but that was a decision that you make within the budget that you have. And so that was a decision made by the other side. So I just want to be clear that we are focusing on the people that, all the one list I just read, that are truly struggling, the most vulnerable, and we want Medicaid to work for them. And so the coverage loss, as I said, people who are choosing not to work, and I just read you the exceptions, people that are not legally eligible to be on Medicaid based on the criteria that was set previous Congresses and in the Affordable Care Act, and also the people that are not here as a legal status. That's the bulk of that number. So I appreciate the time, and I yield back to my friend from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman?
I yield back.
Consent.
Time's expired.
have
Well,
a motion.
do you have another motion?
Unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent request?
I'm
The
gonna-
gentleman say their unanimous consent request. Gentlelady, I'm sorry.
I'm going to offer for the record release yesterday from the Center for Children and Families from Georgetown University McCourt School of Public Policy. A researcher there that has worked for many, many years, Joan Alker, just says in part, work requirements are included in this bill as expected. As I've said many times, work requirements don't achieve their intended purpose, which proponents claim is to support work, but they are very successful in causing eligible people who are working or should be exempt to lose
Should we just
coverage.
accept it, or are we going to read it, Mr. Chairman?
We can accept
I want
it.
to make sure that everyone gets the bottom line here.
Okay.
I'll say it again, but they are very successful in causing eligible people who are working or should be exempt to lose.
All right, thanks. So that's a unanimous consent request. Is there any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Seeing no other recognition for opening statements? The gentleman has a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to make a motion.
Gentleman's recognized.
Now that we've finally seen the bill text that Republicans have been working on in secret for weeks, it's clear that all this bill does is take away health care from millions of Americans in order to pay for giant tax breaks for billionaires and big corporations. And that's not what the American people want. Whether they're Democrats, Republicans, or independents, they've all voiced opposition to cutting, or as you said, trimming Medicaid. And therefore, for those reasons, I move that the committee adjourn and that we not consider these additional changes, cuts, or trim, however you rephrase it, to Medicaid. I move that the committee adjourn.
The motion to adjourn is not debatable if there's no discussion. Therefore, all those in favor say aye. All the opposed say no. No! The gentleman asked for a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lauda. Mr. Lauda votes no. Mr. Griffith.
No.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis.
No.
Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson.
No.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Is anyone seeking recognition to answer the roll call on the Republican side? Seeing none, any on the Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
So the motion fails. So we will proceed to, before we do, I just want to say I was coming in the door just a little while ago and I met a young lady who's here on her birthday. And she said, you can wave your hand. You said, it's this important enough to you. You're here on your birthday, so thank you for being here. I won't say what birthday unless you want to say, because you told me, but I won't say. But anyway, thank you for being here. So we're going to do these in 4 committee prints. We learned from during the Build Back Better when we had 16 committee prints. We're only doing 4 today. And so we'll do these in 4 different sections. So the chair calls up the committee print, subtitle A, Energy, and asks the clerk to report.
Title 4, Energy and Commerce, Subtitle A, Energy.
Without objection, reading of the committee print is dispensed with, and the committee print will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Is there discussion or amendments to subtitle A? The gentleman was recognized for, okay, for what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word on
Gentleman's recognized.
underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we passed the Inflation Reduction Act 3 years ago, Congress took a massive step towards lowering energy bills for American families. It was all about affordability, trying to lower prices. But if this bill passes today, we'll wipe out all of that progress by rescinding programs that are lowering energy costs and helping to build clean energy manufacturing here in America. Also, Republicans can give tax cuts to billionaires. And I have to stress, Mr. Chairman, one of my biggest concerns is that when President Trump ran, he said, and he said it on Inauguration Day, I'm just going to lower prices, I'm going to make things more affordable. So many things in this bill do just the opposite, whether it's in the healthcare sphere, the energy sphere, the environmental sphere, whatever it is. It's all about raising prices for the little guy so we can give tax breaks to the wealthy. But not content to gut the Inflation Reduction Act, which I already mentioned, Republicans are now going even further by creating a mockery of our environmental laws by allowing big oil and gas to simply bribe government agencies to acquire permits free of scrutiny. It sets up what I call a pay-to-play scheme for fossil energy permitting that allows polluters to pay $10 million to the Trump administration to obtain pipeline permits and ignore environmental laws while clean energy gets left behind. Now, I'm not mentioning the others. I think the figure is $1 million for LNG and so on. But the bottom line is you pay, and then you don't have to worry about the environmental laws. In the case of an LNG, you don't have to worry about the national security laws. In other words, when we allowed LNG exports, they're supposed to be reviewed to see not only what the environmental implications might be, but whether or not it's going to raise oil prices. And we know that oftentimes exporting of LNG does raise oil prices here in the United States. But that's all gone. You just pay your fee, $1 million, $10 million for pipelines, and you don't have to worry about any environmental scrutiny. Now, I will tell you, there are people on my side of the aisle who would like to see permitting reform, right? Want to put forward a permitting reform program? You can. But that's not what's going on here. This isn't about permitting reform. This is just about saying, you just pay your million, your 10 million, whatever, and you don't have to worry about the permits at all. We'll just give it to you. We'll just give you the permit. This is a complete dismantling of our energy permitting infrastructure in America. Vital protections for the public interest, clean water, clean air, and not just environmental concerns, also to make sure that oil prices don't go up. So states would lose any say in energy infrastructure within their borders, and courts would not be able to address any further violations of our weakened laws. This is an end goal of Republicans. One set of rules for you, another set of rules for them and their billionaire buddies. Simply put, it's a disaster. And like so many other things that we're going to be discussing in this bill today, tonight, and tomorrow, all it does is raise prices on the little guy, all for what purpose? So you can give more tax breaks to billionaires like Elon Musk, large corporate interests, and so they don't have to pay their fair share of the tax burden. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would urge, obviously, opposition to the energy section, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Mr. Peters. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes of discussion on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Last Congress, my Republican colleagues were insistent that we should have an all-of-the-above energy policy, one that leveraged our natural resources, unleashed American innovation, and cut through bureaucratic red tape. So I'm confused that we are considering a reconciliation bill that picks winners and losers and elevates expensive, outdated, and inefficient sources like coal over cheap, American-made energy like solar, wind, and storage. Why does this bill expedite permitting for natural gas pipelines, an undeniably important component of our energy system, while completely ignoring transmission lines, without which we would not be able to meet a single kilowatt of energy demand? Why does this bill provide government-backed insurance to coal plants, as the President of the United States single-handedly kills hundreds, if not thousands, of clean energy jobs across the country by illegally targeting projects, some of them already permitted, and weaponizing the permitting process? This entire Congress, my Republican colleagues, have focused, not inappropriately, on our need to build baseload power to meet energy demand from data centers, manufacturing, and AI. But when they have an opportunity to ensure this baseload power can move from where it's generated to where it will be used, my Republican colleagues have not only chosen to ignore this problem, but are rescinding funds to make it easier to build out the energy infrastructure we need to reduce costs and keep the lights on. We need to face reality. We can't build anything in America anymore. North America has built about 7 gigawatts of interregional transmission since 2014, with less of half of that in the United States. In that same time frame, South America has built 22 gigawatts, Europe 44, and China has built 260 gigawatts. While there's a growing bipartisan coalition for permitting reform, whether it's forest management, electric transmission, or building housing, I have reached across the aisle consistently and found success in moving solutions forward. And many of us have voiced our desire to work in a bipartisan way to make America more energy dominant. And now's the time to put our money where our mouth is and focus on durable common sense and all of the above policies that provide certainty for industry and consumers. But this bill doesn't come anywhere close to meeting that moment. It isn't real permitting reform. It doesn't make us energy dominant. And it only makes things more uncertain for industry, for Americans, and for our future. So instead of making it easier to build everything, once again, we are cutting off our feet in the race to energy resilience. This is the definition of picking winners and losers, and it is not the way we will receive a resilient, energy-abundant future. We need to turn our attention to bipartisan solutions that are comprehensive and cover everything. This ain't it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition for discussion on the bill? Anyone on the Democrat side seeking recognition to speak on the bill?
Debbie, did you want to?
Or the committee print, I should say.
You want to speak on the bill?
Committee printer, okay. Seeing none, are there any amendments? Oh, gentlelady from Florida is recognized for, amendment at that. Gentlelady from Florida, the clerk, do you have the amendment? Do we annotate, say the amendment? Do
Can
you
the
have the right?
gentlelady please specify the amendment?
Amendment to H-Con Res 14, it is 62V C2.
Could you repeat that in mind? Repeat it.
62V C2.
62 VC. The clerk will report.
Amendment offered by Ms. Castor.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for everyone that noticed a very quick shift away from healthcare discussion to energy, I think that's intentional. It's part of the intention of releasing the details of a bill that rips your healthcare away late on a Sunday night on Mother's Day, rushing it to committee without any hearing. They're trying to do this really quick, and rather than in the light of day, discuss Medicaid in front of everyone and healthcare, we're going to switch to energy. But the message is exactly the same. And this is going to impact everyone too, and you better hold on to your wallets because they're coming after your electric bills too to pay for a massive tax giveaway to billionaires like Elon Musk and the wealthy and the well-connected. Because let's face it, American families are being financially squeezed right now. But unfortunately, Republicans want to make it worse through higher utility bills. I know that Americans are very concerned about rising energy cost, but the Trump administration now is making it worse. Utility companies in at least 19 states have hiked rates as much as $40 per month just since the Trump administration began because of so much of their chaos and confusion across the agencies. In 5 months now into this Congress, the Republicans have not brought forth a single bill to lower energy costs for hardworking American families. Instead, what they're offering today is a handout to big oil companies and polluters, and the impact will be to raise your electric bill. They also, when you dig into this bill, they're gutting clean air protections, clean water protections, all to fund their massive tax giveaway to billionaires. This is in stark contrast to what Democrats did a few years ago. We actually focused on consumers and on your bottom line. We passed energy rebates. We funded help for working class Americans to pay their heating bills, or in my neck of the woods, their AC bills. So what my amendment today says, rather than strike right at the heart of what you're doing, let's just analyze what's going on here. If you say, Mr. Chairman, that this is going to be so good for consumers, you'll pass my amendment. It will delay any provisions in this bill from taking effect until the Energy Information Administration studies the impact of the bill and the actions taken so far on the Trump administration so that we can ensure what you say. You say, oh, this is going to lower electric bills. Nothing in here really proves that. We're all very skeptical because time and time again you side with big oil CEOs and electric utilities and polluters. I mean, right now, just look at what's happened. When we were in charge, we passed home energy rebates. The bill they have on the floor today will take away the training grants that helps make that possible back home. 49 states across the country have applied for those Department of Energy rebates that will help working class Americans save on their electric bill, but now they want to rip those away by not allowing that to happen. In Florida, my home state, we're supposed to receive, my neighbors across the state are supposed to receive about $346 million to help. Wouldn't that help a lot of people save on their electric bills, buy food and groceries, afford the rising cost of living, maybe some of the tariff-induced price increases? But no, the Trump administration, Elon Musk with that chainsaw has said, no, we're not going to let those monies flow to hardworking people. Instead, we're going to create greater chaos. Oh, Democrats also thought it was important to help with transmission across the country. Building those big transmission lines is an incredible undertaking, as Mr. Peters has pointed out. It helps lower electric bills. So you know what they do in this bill? They take away the funds that would help transmission lines get constructed. You know why they're doing this? Is because right now the cost of cleaner, cheaper energy is very affordable. Solar, wind, battery storage, it's created a lot of jobs across the country. The big oil companies don't like it. So they're willing to say to you, you get to pay more while they get a gift and they get a pass. And this helps them in their calculation for their big tax giveaway to billionaires. So you're getting hit a couple times. You're getting hit on your health care. You're getting hit on your electric bills. When you look out across the decades ahead, if you have kids or grandkids, it's going to be a lot hotter. We could use those energy rebates for our AC bills. But this bill, moving forward, is going to cost everybody a lot. So I'll yield back, but I'm not finished discussing this because people need to know about this. You can't rush a bill like this with such a large impact through without people understanding what it means to them. I'll yield back.
Thanks. The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment adds a section to the subtitle relating to the impacts on energy costs, requiring the Energy Information Administration to certify energy costs won't increase. The best way to lower energy prices is to expand use of America's abundant energy resources, gas, oil, coal, hydropower, that provide affordable, reliable power and fuels, and not limit those resources in a forced transition to expensive renewable energy as the IRA sought to do. The way to lower electricity prices is ensure more supply, not less, to ensure more generating resources that stay on regardless of the weather. The savings and fees in the subtitle will increase energy, not limit it. It will increase the kind of energy we need to lower prices and provide for our communities. This amendment would forestall this effort, and Mr. Chairman, I would urge our members to reject the amendment. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion of the amendment? Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
And Representative Castor's amendment, I think, is a pretty common sense proposal. It is ensuring that none of the partisan provisions being discussed today should be implemented until we can understand their impacts on monthly energy costs. Right now, everyday Americans are experiencing absolute explosions in their monthly energy bills, particularly under the Trump administration. In fact, residents in New York City have their electrical bills that are spiking to over $500 a month for a one-bedroom apartment just from this January to February. And for some of the folks saying that, by quote-unquote unleashing gas, we can lower these costs, this bill that we are marking up today would actually increase gas exports by fast-tracking the permitting of new gas exports. And for folks who make this kind of energy independence argument that we need to drill oil and gas so that we're using American oil and gas isn't going to American households with some of these provisions. In fact, electricity markets across the US, while they remain heavily reliant on gas, fast-tracking these exports means that there's going to be less gas available for Americans because we're shipping it abroad. And when global prices rise, domestic gas suppliers are either priced out or forced to pay the higher international market rates. And so what the amendment that we have before us is merely asking us to conduct a study on how the bill will impact monthly energy costs. If the Republican claim is that it's going to lower monthly energy costs, wouldn't we want to know that? And I suspect that this study would show that energy costs would actually spike under this Republican proposal. And perhaps that's the source of some of the opposition and heartburn around finding out what impact this is going to have on people. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Is there any recognition on the Republican side to speak? Any further discussion? Any further discussion on the Democrat side? Gentlelady from New York, the other gentlelady from New York, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield to the gentlelady from Florida.
Gentlelady is, well, it's your time.
I thank my colleague from New York for yielding the time. You know, colleagues, on the day after it became news that the president was likely to accept a 747 Boeing jet from another country, we have the congressional version right here of kind of that pay-for-play grifting that's going on, and it's right here in the bill because here's what they have planned in this bill. It's another big giveaway. For a one-time fee of $1 million, this bill would authorize the Department of Energy to approve liquefied natural gas export terminals, regardless of the negative impacts on the people who live nearby and on your electric bill. But they didn't stop there. Get this. For $10 million, companies can bypass permitting processes, clean air, clean water, things like that, and any judicial review for their natural gas or other pipelines. I mean, this is not how things work in the United States of America. I know that the current administration is not fond of the rule of law. I guess they're trying to change the law to benefit the big oil companies. And they do this even though it's going to cost consumers so much more. Now, contrast that. This will really tell you where priorities differ. Contrast that with what Elon Musk has done to take a chainsaw to firing the entire staff of the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, which helps almost 6 million households in America warm and cool their homes. That's separate even from the energy rebates I was talking about. My neighbors in Florida will lose over $100 million this year because of that, at a time we're paying more on our electric bills because utilities, they get to add on when we have hurricanes and storms. So we're already facing higher costs because of damage from Hurricanes Helene and Milton, and now this. Just yesterday, the Trump administration proposed to illegally ignore Congress and court rulings by revoking energy and water efficiency standards for more than a dozen appliances. This would take the United States back to decades-old standards or eliminate them entirely, drastically costing consumers and businesses. And as we sit here, the Ways and Means Committee is marking up a bill that will make life harder for millions of American families that are simply trying to make their homes more efficient. They might be trying to install solar or batteries. And remember, this is the difference in priorities. They do that to give a massive tax cut to the wealthy and the well-connected, while you pay more. I also want to echo a point that Ranking Member Pallone made. All Congress, Republicans have held hearings where we've heard from people in the electric industry, grid operators, utility leaders. They all said that repealing a lot of these tax incentives for cleaner, cheaper energy would be catastrophic. Take one tiny little example. Republicans want to make it easier to send natural gas overseas while making all other sources of energy, be it wind, solar, batteries, or even nuclear energy, more expensive. Well, sending all natural gas overseas, as Representative Ocasio-Cortez pointed out, will increase prices here in America. But we won't have any alternative then if they send gas overseas to fuel our electric system, because they will have gutted every other option, causing power bills to explode. When you have less energy coming onto the grid, your energy prices go up. That's not fair. So just imagine that story, 340 million times more as costs explode for everyone across the country. That's what this bill does. It doesn't do anything to lower your electric bill. If we're serious about addressing this problem, that at the very least, adopt my amendment, show your math. No one has to call each other, you're misleading, you're not. Just agree to do the analysis so the people can understand what's happening to their electric bills and why. I urge support of my amendment and yield back.
I yield back, Mr.
Gentlelady from New York yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Georgia, what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how it is, if we talk about different states. My state of Georgia has been named 12 years in a row as the best state in the country to do business in, or to relocate your business, and it's growing very rapidly. Right now, just doing a little research, New York is paying about 26.2 cents per kilowatt hour for electricity. It's 59% higher than the national average. In my home state of Georgia, is somewhere between 8 and 10 cents, depending on the demand. In Georgia, in 2022 and 23, gasoline was fluctuating somewhat, but many times it got as high as $4 a gallon. Today, I just looked it up, it's $2.88 a gallon. And that's in less than like 90 days. And I will say that we have, that's, under the new guidelines that many of these we're codifying in the law in this energy policy. We passed in the last Congress House Bill 1, which was an all-out energy solution, all energy. I have the largest clean energy facility in the country, in my district, Plant Vogel. And even with the substantial capital cost of that, we're still at 8 to 10 cents a kilowatt hour. So I don't know where these numbers are coming from, but I can tell you costs are decreasing rapidly because you cannot reduce costs if you don't have competition. It will not work. You can't regulate it. You can't. It just does not work economically. And what we're seeing is a large supply meeting demand. If demand exceeds supply, the cost is going up. That is exactly what we're trying to do in this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentleman from Florida, what purpose you seek recognition, or you recognize to speak on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment and oppose the job-killing, energy cost-raising provisions in the underlying reconciliation bill. We see first an attempt in this section to defund the Advanced Technology Vehicle Manufacturing Provisions in 50142. You know, Florida now has the second most electric vehicles in the nation. And according to CNBC, in 2024, 20% of all new car sales were electric vehicles and hybrids. That's a giant figure. And it reminds us that slowly but surely, or maybe faster than folks even realize, that American consumers are switching over to hybrids and electrics in an increasing rate. And by the way, this advanced technology vehicle manufacturing credit has been a boom for the South. South Carolina, Volkswagen's making electric vehicles. AESC, battery manufacturing in South Carolina. BMW, EV and battery module manufacturing. Redwood Materials, battery recycling. In Georgia, Hyundai, May 2022. Hyundai reveals plan for a $5.54 billion facility dedicated to electric vehicles and battery manufacturing plants. Will create 8,100 jobs. North Carolina, Toyota, an electric vehicle plant. Toyota's investing $3.79 billion to establish a battery factory in North Carolina. All these things happened after the Inflation Reduction Act was passed and is helping to make sure that we remain competitive. We want to avoid China dumping cheap EVs on our market. We ban them from coming in, and we boost our domestic manufacturing, and these provisions help with that. And I do want to mention, you know, gas is down a little bit because President Trump tanked the economy. That's why demand is down. So if that's the plan, tank the economy so that gas is cheaper, that's a pretty extreme measure there. This is a bad deal for the South, whether it's consumers in Florida or whether it's all these high-paying jobs going to all these southern states. This is a job killer. In addition, adding in defunding of interstate transmission lines. Gosh, I've heard from both sides of the aisle how often this is critical. So some states can focus more on energy production, whether it's nuclear, whether it's natural gas, whether it's renewables, and make sure that that energy could be more efficiently spread across the United States. So why in the world would you defund the interstate transmission lines? That makes no sense. That will raise energy prices. It'll prevent efficiencies in the market and for different states to specialize in new types of energy, whether it is modular nuclear, whether it's renewable, like solar or green hydrogen that's being formulated in Florida, and then add in the cuts to energy efficient appliances. And I was born in the late 70s. This program has been around since I was a little kid. Why we would have some of these efforts to encourage people to continue to buy energy efficient appliances, the manufacturers like it, the retailers like it, and most importantly, American families like it. And you don't have to buy it. This is just an incentive for folks if they want to use energy efficient appliances, want to do their part, household by household. This is about the freedom to be able to use less energy and to be able to be more efficient and protect our environment. And so cutting these popular provisions are unpopular, job killing, and of course are going to raise energy costs. And I yield back, Chairman.
Chairman yields back. Is there discussion of the amendment on the Republican side? Is there discussion of the amendment on the Democrat side? Seeing no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. Gentleman has asked for a roll call vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta.
No.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no.
Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 30 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Okay. Gentlelady from New York?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled 97AU7.
And if I can reserve a point of order, Mr. Chair?
Point of order has been reserved. The clerk, do you have the amendment? The clerk?
Yes, it's at
Mr.
the
Chairman,
desk.
could the gentlelady please repeat the amendment?
Sure, it's 97AU7.
Amendment offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, page 29, beginning on line 6, strike paragraph 1. Add at the end the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment that I hope we can all be able to support today in terms of it, at its core, being an anti-corruption amendment. In my time here in Congress, I have participated in investigations of large corporations that have poisoned communities across the country, whether it was Deloitte and 3M that dumped PFAS in communities where so many women and families dealt with reproductive cancers, whether it was other kinds of pipelines near and sited near populated communities that then leaked toxic chemicals into water supplies. And even in Flint, Michigan, where we saw so many children that experienced developmental delays due to exposure to lead. A lot of times, these communities were poisoned due to large corporations that were exploiting corrupt loopholes in the law in order to poison the most vulnerable communities in America. And I deeply fear that there is a loophole and similar provision in this bill. This bill allows gas companies to pay $1 million in order for their project to bypass the traditional permitting process to be just simply deemed in the public interest. In fact, this bill also allows natural gas pipeline projects to pay a fee of $10 million to cut the line and also bypass the normal permitting process. Now, I think that it's a bipartisan priority for both of us, for all of us, to try to tackle permitting reform. But allowing massive corporations to simply cut a check to bypass the very real reasons that permitting exists in the first place poses a deep and grave danger to people across the country. In fact, in New York, there was something called a Northeast Supply Enhancement Project. It was a gas pipeline that would have involved putting 17 miles of pipeline in New York State's waterways before surfacing in Queens, a gas pipeline in waterways. The state determined that the pipeline would have significant water quality impacts and could potentially contaminate the state's waters with toxins like mercury. Mercury is a toxic metal that can cause a range of health problems, from neurological issues to kidney damage. And so, as this project moved through the permitting process, environmental experts as well as energy and financial experts all agreed that the project was too dangerous to proceed. But this bill would have allowed Williams Companies, the corporation behind this pipeline, to simply ignore and bypass all of that and just pay a fee in order to put gas pipelines and site them near highly sensitive water supplies. And this isn't something that's just a risk here in New York. It is a risk across the country. And again, I do believe that it's important that we discuss permitting reform, but to allow all of this to be bypassed completely is profoundly dangerous. That's why today I am introducing this amendment that requires that the Inspector General of the Department of Energy certify that the bill will not result in increased risks of corruption that jeopardize the integrity of our permitting process. Our permitting processes rely on inputs from energy experts, medical experts, and from environmental experts, as well as local communities who bear the brunt of these impacts. But we cannot allow polluters to bribe their way around these processes. We have seen families in Flint torn apart. We have seen Army and naval bases, families and communities around Army and naval bases exposed to PFAS that have had their lives torn apart. We cannot fast-track corruption that allows massive corporations to put people's lives at risk. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Ohio, recognized for discussion of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is not necessary. All the federal permitting processes will remain intact under these provisions. The language explicitly requires each federal, state, interstate, or tribal agency to review the application for the relevant federal authorizations prior to approval. Projects utilizing this process must comply with the underlying statutes, including anti-corruption standards. If projects violate the law, FERC maintains its ability to revoke permits and licenses it has issued if there are violations of the terms and conditions of the permits. And Mr. Chairman, I move that the amendment not be adopted.
Will you yield?
Yield, Mr. Chairman.
So thanks a lot. So I went to school in the Hudson River. We've talked about that. Other than the Commonwealth of Kentucky, probably one of the most beautiful spots in America, and we want to protect that too. And the local laws and state laws have to be followed even with this process. We wanted to make sure. So the reason I said that, when I was there in the 80s, you couldn't swim in the Hudson River because of what corporate America had done. Some unknowing, they just didn't realize the laws in the play, or we didn't know the science that we know now, but we want to make sure it's protected, and we feel that this does do that. And so I will yield back to my friend from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further discussion? The gentlelady from Florida, and then Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Representative Ocasio-Cortez for offering this very important amendment. It simply says that this will not go into effect until the Inspector General of the Department of Energy certifies that this will not result in an increased risk of corruption or pay to play. Although I do note that, remember, Donald Trump and Elon Musk fired the Inspector General at the Department of Energy. So they're already taking the cops off the beat. And what the Republicans want to do in this bill will make it worse. This pay-to-play scheme they want to jam through this reconciliation bill will simply sell out local communities back home to the higher spender, all to placate big oil companies and their billionaire friends. Now, I represent a Gulf Coast district in the Tampa Bay area. We're still reeling from the damage of Hurricanes Helene and Milton. But, you know, we really haven't gotten over the BP Deepwater Horizon blowout of some years ago, where the pollution just spewed out from that deep water well for months. Do you remember on TV it just kept going and going? So that seriously impacted the ability of small businesses to lure tourists. We haven't industrialized our coastline. So the damage was real, and we're just kind of recovering from the environmental economic damage. So now you want to say that neighbors across the Gulf Coast who know how dangerous these types of energy infrastructure projects are, that we aren't going to have a say in it? Because this would force those Gulf Coast communities to host dangerous, polluting, liquefied natural gas export facilities. And since, Mr. Chairman, you were going back in time, you know, before I arrived in Congress and in public service, I was an environmental attorney. And what I learned is that it's very important to have the community engagement up front. It helps you address problems. Oftentimes, it helps the infrastructure facility be permitted. You get buy-in from the local community, right? There might be jobs, there might be other benefits, but maybe not. But you have to give them their say and their due process. It seems like everything right now is about not recognizing due process for anyone. And this would strip away the ability of local communities to have a say when you have a new polluting plant running through your own backyard. It would gut the normal judicial review by severely limiting who can challenge it. All of this without even studying whether or not the facilities and those pipelines are in the public interest. And we know that Republicans are scared to do these analyses. Why? Because there was analysis done at the end of the year by the Department of Energy that talked about liquefied natural gas exports. That analysis said by the Department of Energy that if we export more of our gas rather than using it here at home, our electric bills will go up. Plus, it will drastically worsen climate pollution that is warming the Gulf waters and supercharging these storms that also have a significant impact on the bottom lines of the families I represent. And our energy committee, subcommittee in this committee has heard over and over again from energy developers of all kinds, they need certainty to make long-term investments. They need independent regulators who can fairly make these assessments about whether or not these projects are in the public interest. So this bill is totally radical, just strips away any of that certainty particularly as the president works to make energy regulators less independent. You know, there are significant environmental harms and health issues when you are trying to ram in a gas export polluting facility. But here, now, this may not be a gold-plated 747, but for just a small fee, big oil companies can bribe the Trump administration to get whatever they want. This bill would make Republicans, unfortunately, complicit in the blatant corruption and insider dealing that we've unfortunately come to expect from this administration. This bill doesn't create a two-track system. It completely alters the way that we review polluting projects in America. Instead of focusing on reform, Republicans are just attempting to abolish all permitting, do it through the back door, grease the skids, does nothing to lower energy costs for hardworking families. So please support her good amendment.
Thanks. The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa for 5 minutes, just for discussion of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Solyndra.
Gentlelady yields back.
I yield back.
Okay. Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Gentlelady from California, gentlelady from Washington asked earlier. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. You're next, or after, Republican. Solyndra.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strike the last word to support Representative Ocasio-Cortez's amendment because this bill currently seeks to completely bypass protections for communities and landowners. And these pay-to-play provisions put not just a thumb, but an entire arm, maybe a body on the scale, favoring oil and gas. It's giant corporations like Shell, BP, Chevron. They're the ones that have the wherewithal to pay to bypass all, let me repeat that, all permitting requirements. This bill is more of the drill baby drill agenda that we hear every week from our Republican colleagues. Look, I'm all for streamlining permitting for energy projects to address demand, and energy infrastructure has real impacts on our communities, but there's ways to streamline permitting and get new energy resources online without sidelining solar, wind, nuclear, hydropower, or hydrogen projects. Our Senate friends made serious progress on a bipartisan bill to do just that the last Congress. But this committee wouldn't bring it up for a hearing. Streamlining permitting is key if we're going to meet energy demands, but clean power should have the same opportunity as oil and gas, and we shouldn't be disregarding important environmental protections. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Would the gentlewoman yield to me? Would the gentleman?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you.
You know, I just wanted to point out on this amendment that, the gentlewoman from New York, Ocasio-Cortez, talked about LNG in particular. And I'm just reading the LNG section where it says, an application to export natural gas, right, from the United States, a non-refundable charge of $1 million, and for purposes of this section, such a non-refundable charge of $1 million, and I'm quoting, was imposed and collected, shall be deemed to be in the public interest, and such an application shall be granted without modification or delay. Now, I heard Mr. Latta say there was still some review, but this is not, there's no review. In other words, they think that because this says if you pay the $1 million, that means that the payment of the fee is the public interest, right? So rather than review this to see whether or not it's going to raise natural gas prices or whether it has any kind of environmental implications, for the public interest, that's what the review is for. This says that you pay the $1 million, and that check is in the public interest. And therefore, you don't have to do anything, and there's no further review whatsoever. So, I mean, I can't think of anything that's more of a pay-to-play than that. It's unbelievable. Well, I'll yield back to the gentlewoman.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the Republican side? The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak in support of this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Given the corruption that is at play with this administration right now, there could be nothing more important than doing everything we can to stop the corruption, stop the pay and play. I mean, you're talking about an administration that came in and fired inspector generals. We've heard today that these Medicaid cuts to millions of people are about cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Yet, the inspector general that was supposed to be overseeing the waste, fraud, and abuse at Medicaid was also fired. So, in the interest of talking about Medicaid and what's at stake, my constituent, Brian, wrote to me and said, "Dear Congresswoman, my name is Brian Gutierrez. I'm one of your constituents living with spina bifida, a lifelong disability that has shaped every part of my journey, but has not defined my potential. I'm writing to share how Medicaid has been the foundation of my survival, my independence, and my ability to thrive. For me and millions like me, Medicaid is not just a safety net. It's the reason we are alive and moving forward. From childhood through adulthood, Medicaid has covered the surgeries, specialist care, mobility equipment, and ongoing treatments that my condition requires. With Medicaid, I have access to prosthetics and leg braces that allow me to move through the world with dignity. With Medicaid, I can see the doctors and therapists who help me manage the complex and evolving nature of spina bifida. These supports don't just keep me stable, they give me the freedom to live and work and advocate and participate fully in my community. In April 2024, I was diagnosed with early-stage colorectal cancer, a terrifying moment that could have changed everything. Because of Medicaid, I received timely and expert care, including a successful endoscopy resection that helped me avoid more invasive treatment. Today, I am in remission. That outcome was only possible because I had access to specialists, procedures, and follow-up care without delay or denial. Medicaid gave me a fighting chance, and I took it. Medicaid also supports the in-home supportive services, the IHHS program, which is vital to my daily life. My mother is my primary caregiver and an IHHS worker, providing the personal care I need to remain safely and independently at home. IHHS is not just about convenience, it's about dignity, autonomy, and the ability to be part of my community instead of being isolated in an institution. Medicaid's investments in programs like IHHS strengthens families, sustains caregiving, and keeps people like me where we belong, at home and in control of our lives. This story is not mine alone. Roughly 55% of adults with spina bifida rely on Medicaid. In California, nearly 3 million people with disabilities depend on it. Medicaid is the backbone of our healthcare system and a lifeline for many with disabilities, including seniors and working-class families. But that lifeline is now under attack. The proposed Republican budget resolution includes devastating $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid, which currently operates with $650 billion in federal funding. These cuts would decimate the program, eliminating or reducing essential services, ending IHHS for countless families, forcing people out of their homes, and taking away health care from those who need it most. For many of us, these cuts are not abstract numbers. They are the difference between stability and crisis, between life and death. I'm healthy today because Medicaid stood by me. I'm thriving because I've had consistent, reliable access to the care I need. Medicaid makes independence possible. It makes survival possible. It makes dignity possible. Any threat to Medicaid is a threat to our lives. Thank you for your time and your leadership. Sincerely, Brian Gutierrez, constituent, spina bifida advocate, and Medicaid recipient. And again, how is this related to the amendment? Well, inspector generals can help save money. Inspector generals can help get out the waste, the fraud, and the abuse. If my colleagues cared about that so much, they would have spoken up when the inspector general that oversees Medicaid was fired. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Just to remind the committee, I understand at the end you made a connection to the underlying amendment, but the the subject to the bill or the amendment is what we're debating today. So I'll remind the committee of that. The,
Mr. Chairman, I believe that it's directly related. It was about inspector generals and about cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. And I think that there is a relationship with corruption and pay to play with what's in the bill.
Thank you. So the chair will now recognize, was it the gentlelady from Texas? Wait, any Republican side? So the gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I have a couple of questions about the amendment, so I hope that somebody will be able to help me out. But I guess let me preface my questions by saying that I saw these provisions, obviously like many other people, for the first time in the last 36 hours. And I think everybody in here knows I support permitting reform. I have supported permitting reform. It is critically important to people in my community in Houston. And we've been talking about permitting reform for years. I just double-checked with Mr. Peters. This is the first, he's been working on it tirelessly. I feel like every hearing we have, Mr. Peters says we need to do permitting reform, and I'm right behind him. This is the first time I've ever heard you can just pay $10 million and get a permit. You can just pay $1 million and get a permit. You can just pay all this money and you'll be deemed acceptable. This is not a proposal we've been talking about, and frankly, it's pretty surprising to me. Now, I think we should do our job and do permitting reform, and there are a lot of great ideas that we need to be exploring. I think everybody here, hopefully by now, knows I also support LNG exports, and in fact, I've had a bill for the last 2 Congresses to deem in our national interest to export LNG to our NATO allies and to Ukraine. I have begged this committee to take that bill up because I think it is critically important. And I took issue with the time of the review in the last administration because I thought that that was in our national interest. And I continue to think that supporting Ukraine and our NATO allies through exporting US LNG is a very good idea. So I'm just surprised to see all these provisions in the bill, and so I want to know if maybe council can clear up the question from the earlier set of questions about whether what I read in the summary from the memorandum from the majority says that once the fee is paid under section 41002, upon the application and collection of the fee, the Secretary of Energy shall deem the application in the public interest for national gas exports. I support natural gas exports, but is that in fact the case, that there is no other review? Is that also the case with the other pipeline permitting, that you just pay the fee and that's it? Can council answer that question?
Congresswoman, I think it's following FERC review for both of those provisions.
So it's not automatically deemed in the public interest as defined in the majority memo here?
Well, it depends on which, the public interest is for a Department of Energy determination, and then FERC would continue to review the normal NEPA review and environmental reviews for any construction associated with the project.
Okay, so the payment of the $1 million deems the application in the public interest at DOE. That's the extent of their review according to this amendment.
Yeah, under the natural, yes, and then it would go over to FERC for the normal FERC process.
So if you paid $1 million to, say, export natural gas
To a non-free trade.
Right, to a non-free trade country like Iran, you just pay $1 million, it's in the national interest. Or China, right? I mean, you pay the fee and it's deemed in the national interest?
I think there's some limits with sanction. If there's sanctions, it wouldn't apply.
Is that in the bill text?
Pardon me? No, that's current law. I'm sorry, Congressman. Yes, that's current law.
And where is that covered in the bill text?
This does not affect the current law. This is just providing for the natural gas, how it's treated under the Natural Gas Act under Section 3.
Okay, well, I think there's still, because this proposal that's shown up in the last 36 hours has kind of come out of left field, I feel like maybe we need to get to the bottom of some of these questions about what, in fact, it means to pay this, and this is why this amendment is a good idea, to make sure that we really vet this and understand it. The other question I have for council is, in terms of the payments, the $1 million user fee, the $10 million user fee, are there provisions included for how these fees can be paid? Could, for example, can you pay these with Trump coin? I mean,
I
yeah.
think it would be how fees are paid now under current applications.
Okay, so it doesn't exclude Trump coin as a form of payment?
The text doesn't make that distinction.
Okay, well, let's think about that. I see I've gone over my 5 minutes, so Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back, but I do hope that we'll continue to assess
Gentlelady.
this and vote in favor of this amendment.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none on the Republican, on the Democrat. Gentleman from California, you're recognized for 5 minutes for discussion of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does occur to me that as an environmental lawyer, it would have been pretty easy just to say, oh, you just pay $10 million and you're over. This is going to put more lawyers out of work than AI, I think. Anyway, with that, I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you. I just want us to be clear about the provision ahead of us, in front of us right now. There are plenty of things that seek permitting, that need a permit, whether it's solar energy, wind energy, gas, oil. If you want to construct something big, you need to go through a process of review to seek a permit. This bill says to oil and gas, to fossil fuel companies and fossil fuel companies only, you can pay money when healthcare experts, environmental experts are saying, if you place a pipeline here through this community, people will get cancer, people could get reproductive cancers, people could be poisoned, people could be exposed to mercury, lead, there could be grave health and environmental factors, and an oil and gas company can pay $10 million to waive all of that away to be deemed, quote, in the public interest. Even if that pipeline is not shown to increase, to lower energy costs, even if that pipeline is shown to increase health or environmental risk factors. And what this amendment does, the only thing this amendment is asking us to do is to say, can the Inspector General, the watchdog of the Department of Energy, certify that corruption risks are not increasing to jeopardize the integrity of the permitting process. This amendment isn't even changing that underlying very disturbing provision. This is saying, can we certify that there's not a risk of corruption here? And I am finding that the opposition to this is not really being stated. Additionally, I think also to the ranking member's point, in just the fact of paying $10 million makes it automatically in the public interest alone. And what happens when that $10 million in the public interest then starts to run up against real environmental health and other risk factors? Which public interest prevails? The check? And I want to, I'm interested in the ranking member's thoughts in reading these provisions on the bill, so I'm happy to yield to you if you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Pallone.
Well, it literally says, I mean, I've never heard anything like it, it's so outrageous, that the non-refundable charge shall be deemed in the public interest. So I don't know how you can read that other than to say that actually paying the fee satisfies the public interest criteria. So I've never seen that in any piece of legislation in my life where, in other words, what they're saying is it's in the public interest for you to pay. It's in the public interest for you to give us $1 million.
So-
That's the public interest.
So will the ranking member yield back? So we're hearing here right now that this bill has carved out a specific industry, not anyone seeking permitting reform, a specific industry, just oil and gas, to just pay to bypass all of the guardrails, all of the safety, all of any of the rules and guidelines to cite anything responsibly. And you can just pay money to bypass any concerns around around health risks, and for some reason, there's no corruption risk there? I mean, I spent 6 years on the Oversight Committee taking on corporate corruption, taking on governmental corruption, including on a bipartisan basis. I, too, have never seen anything like this, ever. I sat on the Natural Resources Committee, saw and heard testimony from tons of people, whether it's from mining, whether it's from any other kinds of exposures, kids with developmental disabilities that can never be recovered. And all we are asking for is a certification that risks of corruption will not increase from the Inspector General under the Trump administration's own Department of Energy. That's the only thing that's up here today. Thank you, and I yield back.
I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from California yields back. Is there further discussion on the Republican side? Seeing none on the Democrat side? Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized to speak on the amendment.
I yield to the Congresswoman from Texas. Thank you so much for yielding. And I just have a follow-up because as my colleague from New York was talking, I thought, well, I represent a lot of people who work in this business. And to me, it also feels like it could be a shakedown of the people in that business. Everyone around here talks about how much money they have, so we'll just make them pay a lot more to get consideration of their permit. If you don't pay the fee, you're in trouble. Well, that's not fair to folks either. So I think it's really important. I also think for my friends on the other side of the aisle, we should easily agree that we can certify, that we should vote for this amendment, make sure that we have vetted this concept thoroughly so that it doesn't hurt our constituents across the board in every state. And I also think that this is such a risky proposal. You know this is headed to the courts. You know there's huge litigation risk here. And so I don't know that anybody's going to take advantage of this anyway. I don't know anybody asking for this sort of system, but certainly to me, in the opposite, I mean, on the other side, it kind of feels like a shakedown of the folks who do this work. And you shouldn't have to pay $10 million to get a permit when it is in our national interest. You shouldn't have to pay $1 million to get your permits reviewed. And I think that, you know, there's more than one way to look at this, and I think it's really important that we make sure that we are not penalizing people who are participants throughout this, throughout the industry. And I think that it's important that we make sure for the American people that there is no risk of corruption here. It's certainly coming up in this way for the first time raises a lot of red flags that I think should give everybody on both sides of the aisle on this committee pause before moving forward to put in this legislation. And with that, I will yield back to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized.
Just a question for counsel. In reading this or putting it together, appreciating the fact that somebody's going to spend $10 million to get something that they wouldn't otherwise get. Can you confirm that the language is written in a way that there is no risk of corruption?
I don't think that's, I think that's a policy judgment for the members.
So there is a policy question here. Is that fair to say? This is a policy question?
Well,
That is a policy question, not for council to answer.
So we are debating a policy question?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I yield back.
Chairman?
Mr. Carter is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Counsel, can I ask you a question, sir?
yes, sir.
Presumably, a person pays this enormous fee, $10 million, whatever it is, so they can bypass permitting, correct?
That is not correct, sir.
What is correct?
So under the language, the fee is paid, and in the application, there's two steps. The application is deemed in the public interest for the purposes of export, and then the process begins for FERC to review the construction of the facility and everything associated with the facility and the actual operation of the facility. That is where environmental and other considerations come in, and this does not affect that.
So is this not giving an unfair advantage to those who can afford to pay $10 million versus those who can't? Because it sounds like if you have enough money, you can bypass the rules and pay to play. That doesn't sound like a leveled playing field to me. So help me understand what happens to the person that can, let me answer the question. You're doing all kind of facial gestures.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
trying to
just-
read this too.
okay.
Tom, I'm sorry, sir.
The person that can stroke a check for 10 million versus the person who can't. Why is that fair? Just because this person has more money?
That is not a technical question
It's
that,
not a technical question?
that the council needs to address.
I think it's technical. Why is it? I'm trying to determine the difference between someone who can pay 10 million and someone who can't, and that's pretty technical as far as I'm concerned. I want to know if operator A has 10 and operator B doesn't, but they have the same widgets, why are they not being treated equally?
The way the way that the text is written is the secretary shall, by rule, impose and collect for each application to export natural gas from the United States to a foreign country, which there is not in effect a free trade agreement requiring national treatment for trade in natural gas, et cetera, shall then be deemed in the public
What's
interest.
et cetera?
Any applicant to a non-free trade, for export to a non-free trade company will pay the fee.
So this
That's it.
amendment merely says that we want to have the Trump administrations, not some nefarious or some make-believe person, but an inspector general that works for this administration. You know, we talk a lot about waste, fraud, abuse, and making sure that we have provisions to root them out, to make sure these things are not being done in a nefarious way. This amendment merely says, let's put a belt and suspenders to make sure that we're checking those boxes. Your smirk is really, it's a little distracting because I'm asking you a legitimate question and you're smirking.
I'm not certain.
Okay, I'm sorry. I interpreted it as a smirk. So if it wasn't a smirk, so be it. So help me understand people that are relying on, as it's been mentioned over and over again, these issues of environmental. Listen, I'm from Louisiana. I understand the importance of oil exploration. I also understand that we should reform our permitting, but we should not do so in a way that it feels like a pay-to-play. If you can write a big check, you can expedite. So what's the difference, I'll go again, between the person who can and the person who can't? Just a check?
I can refer you to the text of the provisions, sir.
I've read the text, and we're all speaking and asking questions that presumably you are equipped to answer, and this amendment is being rejected, and I still have not found the basis of why. Some will say it's not necessary because we already have X and Y. Well, why would a belt, suspenders, and a safety net not be appropriate to protect the American people?
Sir, I think that's a policy question for the members to discuss.
All right, I yield.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, I think we can end with the pearl clutching. What we're talking about is a user fee. We all seem to be comfortable with user fees when it comes to the FDA. That's all this is. There are no laws being changed, no policies being changed. All of the laws that still govern permitting must be followed. That's all that's happening here. And I keep hearing the word corruption. Now, depending on how you mean the word corruption and how this somehow opens the door for more of it, I'm not sure. But I might remind everyone that there's already laws preventing corruption, however you mean that word. There's no reason that those laws would be changed, given this new user fee. I would also point out the hypocrisy from many of my colleagues talking about money just being thrown out the door. Last time we went through this exercise of reconciliation of the Inflation Reduction Act, hundreds of billions of dollars went to third-party NGOs, which supposedly doled out that money to clean energy projects. Money we'll never really know where it went. And the Inspector General from the EPA sat in front of this committee and told us he had no way of knowing where that was going. That sounds a lot to me like corruption. Maybe that's what we should be investigating. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
So let's be clear, this is not a user fee. Because when you pay a user fee, you still have to go through all of the regulatory approvals required for your project. That's not what the bill does. Reading the majority's memo, in section 41002, it says, notwithstanding any requirements or statutory obligations under federal and state law, including siting, environmental and safety reviews, and permitting, section 41002 requires an application for a certificate of crossing to include a $50,000 payment and directs FERC to issue the certificate. When you read the actual text of the bill, it says, on page 4, line 11, the commission shall, upon payment of the fee in the amount of $50,000 by a person requesting a certificate of crossing, issue such certificate. So let's be clear, that's not a user fee. That is, you pay $50,000, you get your permit, period. Notwithstanding any provision of federal or state law. So you're also saying, like, that's not a user fee, okay? That is, we are cutting out, and this isn't even permitting reform. This is, you pay $50,000, you get your FERC permit for this particular project. No if, and, or but, that is not ambiguous. That is clear as crystal, which is not the definition of a user fee, which is not even permitting reform, other than to say, if you got the money, you get it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little disappointed in my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for not actually reading the Natural Gas Act. Y'all know better. You know, when you read the Natural Gas Act, that, let's just talk about the permitting review first off. It doesn't skip a permitting review. Y'all know this. There's no skipping of this. LNG export applications will still go through, and they will always go through a rigorous process through FERC. And Section 3 of the Natural Gas Act is very explicit on this. So it is false when you say that it's not going to go through a process. It does. It will go through a process. It will always go through a process. That's current law. So this argument that it's not going to go through is completely false. The FERC process includes a rigorous environmental review, including NEPA. That will still be adhered to. So once again, we've got, for everybody in the audience out here, lies about this process.
Objection, objection. He used the word lies again. It's a double standard.
These are
Thank you,
falsehoods.
Mr. Chairman. Move to take his
These are
words
complete
down. I'm going to move to take his words down.
that are not true.
Mr. Chairman, I think you should gavel
Ma'am,
him
you're
down.
not recognized. Ma'am, you're not recognized.
I would like to take his words down. You set out the rules not to use that word.
Bring back the
We on
chairman.
the Democratic side
Bring
didn't
back
do
the
it.
chairman. This man just violated what the
You
chairman
were not
told
following the
all
rules
of
of the
us.
chair, Mr. Chairman.
Bring back the chairman.
Move to strike and
Bring
take
back
down
the
his
chairman.
words.
Mr. Chairman,
We're going to suspend.
Mr. Chairman, can I just say something?
Yes.
We had a sort of unwritten agreement, but no one was going to use the word lie. So if we could just continue with that. I know Mr. August maybe wasn't here when that happened. Well, what I'm asking you is that rather than take down words, we just agree that from now on, we're not going to use the word lie. I don't know if August was here when we agreed to that. That was the agreement, that we would not use the word lie anymore during the markup. So if that's okay with everyone, let's just continue. No more use of the word lie.
Mr. Chairman, can we agree to tell the truth today?
You can use disdain, just not use the word lie. That was the agreement. All right. if you don't want to go by the agreement, then we're going to have to go back to taking down the
The
word.
gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Let's talk about the public interest. Let's talk about what's in the public interest. Because again, if you read the Natural Gas Act, Section 3 is very explicit in the public interest. And it assumes that if you're not on a terror watch list, that if you're not Iran, Russia, Venezuela, or one of the countries that has been deemed to not be in the public interest, that it assumes that the Secretary of Energy will automatically approve the export of LNG to non-FTA countries. That's already the assumption. And what we saw in the last 4 years was that there was only one administration who didn't think it was in the public interest, which is why LNG exports were paused. Only one administration in the history of the Natural Gas Act without explanation that paused LNG exports. So it is disappointing to see that we're not actually dealing in facts, because the Natural Gas Act is very explicit on both the ability to permit with a user fee as well as being in the public interest. Mr. Chairman, I hope that we will deal in truth.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Sure.
I'm curious as to hearing everything that you've put forward. Why is it, and what is the rationale, if there's support for what you all would deem a user fee, et cetera, why only single out oil and gas companies to have access?
I think I'm the wrong person to ask that. You can ask the chairman on that
Well,
question. But
we're all voting on the bill. I presume you'd be supportive. I presume you support the provision.
I'll take my time back. To have a germane conversation and debate on this particular issue, I wanted to address 2 points, and that was the public interest, and that was also on how the process works to be permitted. So I'm sure that we will get into that debate. And by the way, to the gentlelady from New York, I'd like to invite you to come and see West Texas.
I love West Texas. I'd be happy to go.
Come see how safe this process is. Come see how environmentally secure it is. There are members on your side of the aisle who have come and seen it. I want to invite you to come out there and see what's happening that I think would alleviate a lot of these concerns. And on the issue of corruption, I associate myself with my colleague from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, on the fact that this is a process that is taking in revenue to the federal government with something that is already deemed to be in the public interest in a process that will go through the full environmental review in a way that will be expeditious and will add more money to the Treasury. I'm glad that my side of the aisle has thought of this, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask council a question. Did you write the majority memorandum for this markup?
As staff, I did contribute to the memorandum.
Okay. Well, as counsel, you can't answer this. What does notwithstanding any requirements or statutory obligations under federal and state law mean? When a court...
Can you identify which page number you're referencing?
I am on page 2 of the majority memorandum. I'm sorry, page 3. Page 3. Under section 41002, the very first sentence says, notwithstanding any requirements or statutory obligation under federal and state law. Is it the interpretation, I don't know if you wrote this part, and if you're not the right person to answer this question, then please point me to the right person. But is it the understanding of the person that wrote that sentence that it is accurate?
Ma'am, maybe go to the legislative text
Okay,
instead.
let's do that. On page 4, line 11, the commission shall. What does shall mean?
It shall collect a fee.
And if a statute of Congress passed says shall, then doesn't that mean, as the memo says, notwithstanding any other requirements, shall will happen once you do what the statute says? Once you pay the fee, the commission shall issue the certificate. Doesn't that mean notwithstanding any requirement or statutory obligation under federal and state law?
I think we'll refer to what the statutory text says. So the commission shall, upon payment of a fee in the amount of $50,000 by a person requesting a certificate of crossing, issue to such person such certificate of crossing.
So do you disagree with what the majority memorandum says Section 41002 will do based on the statutory text?
I just stick to the text. I don't want to comment on the memorandum.
Okay, well, I got a law degree from the University of Virginia that I paid a whole lot of money for, and it is my interpretation that this is accurate. Shall means shall, and notwithstanding any requirement or statutory obligation under federal or state law means exactly that, and that is how a court will interpret it, no matter what my non-lawyer colleagues on the other side of the aisle think. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. The gentleman requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
I shall vote yes.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Aye. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan? Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan? Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye.
How is Mr. Carter recorded?
Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How is Mr. Carter recorded?
Mr. Carter of Georgia is not recorded.
How is Mr.
Mr.
Palmer
Carter of
recorded?
Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no.
Does anyone else seek to be recognized, to be recorded? The clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 28 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Auchincloss has an amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the
The
desk.
clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, could the gentleman please specify his amendment?
Sorry, energy _ 14 UK 301.
Mr. Chairman, could the gentleman please repeat that?
Sorry, 14 UK 301.
Amendment offered by Mr. Auchincloss. At the appropriate place, insert the following section protecting American
Without
families.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, may I reserve an objection?
Gentleman reserves. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would prevent this act from taking effect until the administration returns the tariff levels on energy products to their levels on January 19th of this year. This week's tariff announcements shouldn't fool anyone. President Trump creates uncertainty and havoc by raising tariffs and then claims victory when he lowers the tariffs that he himself put in place. All this does is extend uncertainty for another 90 days. First, there were no tariffs on energy. Then, the president slapped a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico. Then we decided, oh wait, it should be 10%. Then actually we decided to comply with our trade agreement with them, so energy tariffs with them were at 0. But wait, now we put reciprocal tariffs with rates varying for every country on the entire world. So nobody knew what the energy tariffs were. And then there was the 25% tariff on top of all that for steel and aluminum. It got so disastrous for business that the grid operators from New England and New York had to file emergency petitions at FERC because they weren't sure if there even was a tariff on Canadian electricity, and if so, how much it was and whose responsibility it was to collect it. We've heard repeatedly from our Republican colleagues that American, quote, energy dominance is the goal of this administration, and that this committee is pursuing an all-of-the-above energy strategy. But it's all talk. This administration's actions, whether increasing prices for American consumers through tariffs or proposing a bill like the one we are considering today, will have the opposite effect: American energy scarcity and dependence. Tariffs on key components for new energy construction like steel is chilling investment in new projects. We will not be able to meet future rising demand from electrification and AI data centers if we cripple our ability to build out energy generation and transmission. The policies in this bill, like gutting the Loan Programs Office that has, as of last September, financed a $44 billion portfolio of energy projects and advanced technology manufacturing facilities, will further raise prices for consumers and limit our ability to build out nuclear, geothermal, and other sources of energy to meet future demand. We cannot have energy dominance when tariffs combined with these policies are going to accelerate rising energy costs and utility bills for our constituents. Industry needs certainty and predictability to make the kinds of long-term investments the energy sector requires. What are they getting instead? In the words of one business owner, quote, "I have never felt more uncertainty about our business in my entire 40-plus year career." That was the owner of an energy company whose survey responses were published by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas in late March. Another one wrote, quote, "This is not energy dominance." Returning tariffs to January 19th levels will lower the cost of energy inputs, lower energy costs to consumers, and provide the market stability necessary to invest in a true all-of-the-above energy strategy, not one where the administration and congressional Republicans are picking winners and losers. Congress can put a stop to this reckless economic policy whenever Speaker Johnson decides to stand up for our Article I responsibilities. He has shown no interest in doing so, and actually has actively sought to silence debate on the issue. And so this committee must take action. If you want lower energy prices, this amendment is for you. If you want more investment in American energy, this amendment is for you. If you want us to be able to beat China in the AI race, this amendment is for you. The only reason you should oppose this amendment is if you don't want any of those things. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and strike the last word.
So recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment adds a new section relating to tariffs. This is not pertinent to the underlying purpose of this legislation, and I therefore urge the rejection of the amendment.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last
recognized.
word. I'd like to officially welcome Katie Corcoran and her son Connor. They traveled all the way from Louisiana to Washington, D.C. to be with us here today in this committee room. They braved great odds to travel, to be here, to leave their lives in Louisiana. They're here because they're proof that Medicaid means life. When Connor was first diagnosed, his physicians warned his parents that his life was extremely fragile and that there was a high chance he would not survive childhood. He was blind, developmentally delayed, had poor muscle tone, was fed through a tube, had numerous types of seizures every day, had an underdeveloped pituitary gland and needed hormone replacement medications, had an immune deficiency disorder and was nonverbal. Medicaid funding and waivers like the New Opportunities Waiver now grants that Connor received in Louisiana have been and continue to be the lifeline for him and his family. It provides him with the quality tailored care that he needs at home 24/7 and in his community. I invited Kater and Connor and their family to DC because America needs to know what and when you talk about cutting Medicaid funding, who you're hurting. The faces, the real people, not just names on paper, but real people. You're hurting your neighbors, the people you go to church with, the people you shop with. You could be hurting your own future family members. It is but by the grace of God that this could have been any of us. It could have been any of us. Just so happened it's the Corcorans. These cuts aren't just numbers. We're all one birth away from our own Connor. These are policy decisions that will have life-altering consequences for families like Connor and Katie's. When you take away theirs and millions of others Medicaid away tonight in this committee, when we do this, when everyone's gone home late at night, remember, the people that are here now and the people that have gone back home are the ones that you're hurting. I urge you to please take a long look. Look at these individuals, look at their families, look into their stories, and don't simply tell them, go home, it's going to be fine, this is not going to impact you. When we know that there's no way that we're going to come up with $715 million, and it's not going to hurt everyday Americans. Yes, it will. And we owe it to them to look in their faces and tell them the truth. That's what we're attempting to do. God bless you for your incredible advocacy. Thank you for braving the time and the challenge of moving with your entire family to be here. Coy, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting your family. We will continue to work on your behalf. And I urge all my members to imprint in their faces, in their brains, young Connor. And remember, he's not able to fight for himself, but we are able to fight for him. God bless you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
So recognized.
You know, one of the things that I wanted to bring light to and talk a lot about this tariff deal is the small businesses, because no one's really talking about the small businesses when it comes to these tariffs. There's been a lot of talk about how much this is going to cost car manufacturers and big ag and other people, but no one's really talking about the small business owner. And there was one gentleman that was featured in the Wall Street Journal that said that he was going to have to pay a $9,000 fee for a $5,500 order. There have been small businesses that have employed 5 people and they've had to lay off 1. Businesses that have employed 20 people and they've had to lay off 3 or 4. Businesses saying they're not going to be able to get merchandise in. And it's going to really put a strain on them, and it's going to be hard on them, and it's going to put a lot of downward pressure on the economy. And I want it to be clear. This is about protecting American consumers, the Auchincloss amendment that I'm talking on here, and ensuring that the bill does not worsen the burden they're already feeling from high energy costs. If this legislation is truly about affordability, then it cannot ignore the reality that tariffs, especially those imposed without coordination or strategic rationale, can raise prices on everything from natural gas to solar panels to the critical minerals we need for energy technologies and for national defense. This amendment ensures that we're not handing out giveaways or pushing regulatory changes at the expense of American families, all while tariffs and Liberation Day, also known as Liquidation Day, quietly drives up cost. We need a baseline level of economic honesty here. If we're going to overhaul parts of our energy system, let's at least ensure we're not doing it under artificial price distortions that make it cost to real Americans. This is absolutely not about partisanship. It's about accountability and economic realism. If Republicans want to argue that their energy provisions are good for consumers, then they should not have a problem making sure that those policies don't kick in while import tariffs are artificially inflating prices. Let's help these small business owners out that are really taking it to the teeth, man. They are hurting. I urge my colleagues to make sure that this common sense amendment passes. Let's make sure that this bill does what it claims and doesn't become another backdoor subsidy scheme while families in Texas and across the country foot the bill during the chaos caused by these tariffs. Thank you, Mr. I'd like to yield time to Mr. Carter from the
Thank you, Mr. Veazey. In my haste in introducing the Cochrans, I did not recognize Cooper, the big brother who's here to support his brother, or little brother, big brother, little brother. Little brother here to support his big brother along with the family. Cooper, thank you for your being here as well. Thank you. I yield.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back to balance on the time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we're seeing here today is a travesty. Republicans ran on inflation. They promised to bring down costs for American families, but now, once in office, they're pushing policies that will do the exact opposite, policies that will raise the cost of living for working Americans across the country. It's wrong, it's obscene, and it's a slap in the face to the families we're here to serve. An estimate just last month found that Trump's tariffs would cost the average household nearly $5,000 every single year. That's not a rounding error. That's groceries, utility bills, gas in the tank, medication for a child with asthma. That's $5,000 a year taken straight out of a working class family's pocket. And you want to talk about unpredictability? These tariffs are completely chaotic. As my colleague, Mr. Auchincloss, pointed out, one day they're on, the next they're off. One product is hit, another isn't. You've got some energy imports exempt from tariffs under USMCA, others slapped with a 10% rate, and the rest subject to whatever so-called reciprocal rate another country decides. On top of that, we're talking about a blanket 25% tariff on steel and aluminum, key inputs for nearly every single clean energy project in the country. This isn't strategy, it's whiplash economic policy. It's confusing, and it's a green light for corporations to jack up prices, whether tariffs are in effect or not. That's what happens when you create uncertainty. Corporations hedge their bets. And guess who pays the price? The consumer, working families, every time. And what does this mean in practice? It means gas prices go up, electricity bills go up, the cost of heating and cooling in your homes goes up. That's not theory, that's reality. It's especially real in places like my district in the desert, where utility bills already stretch family budgets thin, and extreme heat is a matter of life and death. This bill doesn't fix the problem, it makes it worse. It adds more instability to an already volatile situation, and it does it at the expense of American families. And while our Republican colleagues are doubling down on tariffs that make life more expensive, they're also gutting the very programs that would help bring costs down and build a stronger, more resilient economy. Programs that actually put America first, that create jobs, that move us toward energy independence. Let's talk about one of those programs, the Department of Energy Loans Programs Office, the LPO. This is a smart strategic investment in American workers, American innovation, and American energy. Since its founding, the LPO has supported over $38 billion in loans. It helped create more than 70,000 jobs and backed transformative projects like Tesla's first electric vehicle factory and Ford's advanced battery facilities. These are jobs that stay in America. These are technologies that keep us competitive on the global stage. In my district, in the Imperial County, the LPO is playing a key role in turning the region into Lithium Valley. This region sits atop of the 5th largest known lithium reserve in the world, and the LPO is helping unlock that potential, not with fossil fuels or pollution, but with cutting-edge clean energy technologies. This is about more than just the economy in my district. It's about national security. It's about positioning the U.S. as a global leader in the battery supply chain, ensuring the batteries that power our electrical vehicles and store our renewable energy are made right here at home. We are reducing our dependence on foreign adversaries like China. We are building the infrastructure for the clean energy economy of the future, and we're doing it with American workers, American resources, and American ingenuity. That's what America first should mean. But instead of doubling down on programs like the LPO, Republicans are trying to defund them. And if they succeed, we risk losing over $80 billion in pending clean energy projects across the country. These are projects that create jobs, that stabilize our energy grid, that reduce costs in the long term, that help rural communities like those in Imperial County work to build a clean energy economy with dignity and opportunity. Let's be clear, cutting this funding doesn't just stop progress, it sends a message that we're stepping back, that we're ceding leadership to others like China. And that's not something I'm willing to accept for my district, for California, or for this country. So I strongly support Mr. Auchincloss's amendment because we need transparency. We need consistency. We need economic policies that work for American families, not against them. Let's stop playing the political games with tariffs that are hurting people. Let's invest in our future, in clean energy and innovation, in job creation. Let's make Lithium Valley the beating heart of America's energy future and ensure that promises we make to our constituents are promises we keep. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. If there is no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. The gentleman, the ranking member, requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Is Mr. Weber recorded?
Mr. Weber is not recorded.
How is
Mr.
Dr.
Weber
Miller
votes
Meeks
no.
recorded?
Dr. Miller Meeks is not recorded. Ms. Miller Meeks votes no.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be recognized to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. ENVGN 3. Sorry.
Would the
next
gentleman
title.
repeat
I
that?
apologize. Next title. I apologize.
He's got the wrong title. You can go to this title.
I move that the committee do now approve and agree to transmit to the House Committee on the Budget, Subtitle A, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Energy. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia, Mr. Palmer, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Ms. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Aye. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. No. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. No. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly. No. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier. No. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. No. Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. No. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. No. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez.
Nope.
Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. No. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. No. Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie. Aye. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
How is Mr. Carter of Georgia recorded?
Mr. Carter of Georgia is not recorded. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye.
How is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
How is Dr. Harshbarger recorded?
Mrs. Harshbarger is not recorded. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be recognized to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 29 ayes and 24 noes.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The chair calls up Committee Print Subtitle B, Environment, and asks the clerk to report.
Title IV, Energy and Commerce. Subtitle B,
Without
Environment.
objection, the reading of the committee print is dispensed with, and the committee print will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Is there discussion or amendments to Subtitle B? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, to strike the last word on the subtitle.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Subtitle B is a radical proposal that would gut critical environmental protections and programs harming the health and welfare of all Americans. This print seeks to both repeal and rescind unobligated funds for every Environmental Protection Agency program included in the Inflation Reduction Act. Republicans also propose to repeal clean vehicle standards finalized by EPA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, jeopardizing air quality and domestic manufacturing, giving a leg up to the fossil fuel industry. And none of this is a surprise to anybody. The bill continues the Republican political obsession with dismantling the Inflation Reduction Act. And since the law was enacted, they have targeted these climate, clean energy, and public health programs with countless sham hearings and so-called oversight activities. And they've tried to repeal, reprogram, and claw back these funds in the bill after bill, I should say, considered by the House. What's striking is that most, if not all, of the IRA funds have already been invested in communities across the country, both red and blue states, and they're working. So today, they're now attempting to undermine landmark programs that hold polluters accountable as well. And programs like the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, the Environmental Justice Block Grants, the Methane Emissions and Waste Reduction Incentive Program, the Climate Pollution Reduction Grants, the Clean Ports Program, the Clean Heavy-Duty Vehicles, including school buses. All of these now are being undermined by this committee print Section B. And when Congress passed the IRA, we made a critical and historic down payment toward a stable climate and shared economic opportunity powered by American-made clean energy because we wanted to create a clean future for all. But this bill proposes to throw that all away by eliminating the environmental protections that keep families and communities safe while doing absolutely nothing to lower energy costs. The same, I'll repeat this all night, Mr. Chairman. The fact of the matter is that Republicans promised, President Trump promised that on day one, he was going to reduce prices, make things more affordable, and there's nothing in here, everything that they do in this print and the rest of the prints tonight and the rest of the section tonight simply makes things more expensive, not more affordable. And all this is in the service of providing tax breaks for billionaires, for large corporate interests. That's why they're doing it, and I think it's outrageous. And so I urge my colleagues to oppose this section as well, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone seek recognition to speak on the underlying bill? Mr. Tonka is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
So recognized.
Thank you. I was proud to serve as the Environment Subcommittee Chair when the historic investments being targeted today were enacted into law. They were an important down payment to reduce pollution while helping us usher in America's next great manufacturing renaissance. So I read the chairman's Wall Street Journal op-ed with great interest. And regarding the energy and environment subtitles, he suggested that this proposal is targeting the most reckless parts of the Inflation Reduction Act and that it is ending an agenda that, quote, favors wokeness over sensible policy. Well, with all due respect, this is complete nonsense. And when the American people hear about the specific funding being cut, they will agree. So maybe someone from the majority can explain which of these programs are reckless and too woke. Is it the $12 million in unobligated funds to reduce air pollution in schools? You don't need to be a climate activist crony, to use the chairman's phrase, to want to send your children to a safe and yet healthy learning environment. How about DOE money to train contractors that retrofit people's homes? Do only radical environmentalists want the people coming into their homes to work on electric wiring to be properly trained? Of course not. What about money to upgrade our ports with the latest and greatest technologies? Now we all know that thanks to President Trump's tariffs, there's a lot less activity at our ports these days, but looking long term, I know many members of this committee want to see their local ports modernized and the people that live near those ports to have less exposure to harmful air pollution. The majority is scrounging around to save $3 million for the implementation of the AIM Act, which was signed into law by President Trump with strong support from American manufacturers. $3 million is a small price to pay to make certain that American companies lead the world in next-generation refrigerant technologies, and Chinese companies aren't able to illegally dump their highly polluting products into the U.S. These are just a few examples. There are plenty more common-sense investments being targeted today that are creating American jobs and deploying new technologies that will indeed reduce pollution. And when you start to list them out, you can really see how ridiculous this proposal is. So the question becomes, if this subtitle results in the rescission of funds to reduce air pollution at schools and the other things I mentioned, why on earth would the Republicans be doing it? Well, for one, we know that these funds will be used to partially offset yet another round of tax cuts, the benefits of which will overwhelmingly go to the wealthiest. We also know the energy subtitle includes unconscionable giveaways to the fossil fuel industry that will allow them to build whatever they want, wherever they want, regardless of how many state governments have concerns, how many landowners may lose their properties, or how much environmental damage might be caused. These provisions don't exist in a vacuum. President Trump is doing everything possible to stop federal scientific efforts to further our understanding of climate change and its consequences. But burying our heads in the sand will not change the basic facts that our changing climate is already having tremendous impacts to our national security, our economy, our property values, our insurance rates, and so much more that is resulting in increasing costs for everyday Americans. History will judge us for having known so much and having done so little to mitigate the worst consequences of climate change. And future generations will save their harshest judgments for those who have actively sought to take us backwards. All so that fossil fuel executives continue to reap major profits and billionaires, get their tax cuts. Let's reject these cuts, which will result in more air pollution and public health harms at a time when Republicans are simultaneously causing nearly 14 million Americans, many of the most vulnerable Americans, to lose their health insurance. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, in our Environment Subcommittee, I have often said that air pollution is harming many communities. In fact, the science has shown that individuals who live in high air polluted communities live on average 10 years less than individuals who do not live in air polluted communities. Children in communities that suffer from high air pollution have higher rates of asthma. Seniors have higher rates of emergency department visits due to COPD and emphysema exacerbations due to poor air quality in their communities. And all along, we've been hearing their altruism about protecting children and seniors from these horrendous Medicaid cuts. And this is one example about how those exact same populations are going to get hurt by this bill. For example, cutting federal funding for clean air in schools will put even more children at risks. Cutting funding for air monitors will prevent school districts and others from adjusting their schedules to protect children. The science is clear. Students exposed to air pollution perform worse on tests and have lower attendance. Clean air is not just a health issue, it's an education issue and an equity issue. I have treated children in our communities struggling to breathe, missing school, and ending up in the emergency department just because of the air that they breathe every day. Programs like CalShape were making real progress, upgrading outdated ventilation systems, filtering out dust and pesticides, and giving our kids a fair shot at a healthy education. These are the programs we should be funding, not cutting. We have a duty to stand up for these children. Cutting air quality investments at schools hurts their health, their education, and their future. And we must protect and expand this funding, not eliminate it. Every child deserves to breathe clean air at school. But in Imperial County, where I represent, and the Coachella Valley, where I represent and I grew up, our students are learning in some of the most polluted air in the country. In Imperial County, over 20% of children suffer from asthma, the highest rate of childhood asthma in the state of California, more than double the national average. In some schools in the Coachella Valley, that number is as high as 1 in 4 children. My district has some of the highest asthma-related hospitalization rates in the entire state, but yet you want to rescind these fundings. You care about children, but you want to take away the fundings to help them breathe clean air. You want to take care of children, but you're causing an exacerbation of asthma in their childhood. You're ruining their ability to learn in school by taking away the programs and the fundings for them to have their air monitors and create good practices around the area to protect them from air pollution. So I support the amendment, and I urge all my colleagues, for the sake of the children in schools and their ability to learn in a healthy environment, to support that amendment as well, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to offer an amendment, but I want to just say that what this bill does is creating total chaos for the auto industry in repealing EPA's emission standards for light and medium-duty vehicles and NHTSA's corporate average fuel economy standards. What the domestic auto industry needs now, more than anything, is certainty. My priority is to protect American jobs, maintain our competitive edge in automotive manufacturing, and ensure the United States leads in technology and innovation, and that we succeed our leadership to nobody. Our policies must reflect the realities on the ground, prioritize consumer choice, and offer a practical, ambitious path forward. We need harmonized emissions and fuel economy standards, and we must preserve the Inflation Reduction's the IRA's tax incentives to remain globally competitive. People can't afford vehicles these days. It's an issue. A sustainable and unified regulatory approach is crucial for supporting innovation and long-term competitiveness in a global marketplace. And we need to be the leaders in the global marketplace. To remain competitive, the U.S. must align with the global shift towards hybrids, electric vehicles, and down the road, who knows what other technology. Here's a fact. The global marketplace wants EVs, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let China beat us in that market. And if we're going to lead, we got to produce them here. At the same time, our policies must meet the needs of American consumers and workers, ensuring that the transition to cleaner vehicles supports U.S. jobs and domestic manufacturing. And we're competing with China that subsidizes its manufacturing, manipulates its currency, and uses slave labor. We need to bring all stakeholders they want to put us out of business and then take over. Well, we cannot let them do it. And it's our job as policymakers to support our domestic industry. We need to bring all the stakeholders to the table and find consensus on how to support a strong, stable auto industry that keeps the U.S. at the forefront of mobility, innovation, and advanced manufacturing, which, by the way, you also took that out, just for the record. The administration should be working with labor, manufacturers, suppliers, dealers, environmental groups, and consumers to create achievable rules that support a range of technologies. Going to remind everybody, I know some of you are young, some of us are a little more seasoned. In the 70s, this industry lost a decade of competitiveness to Japan because we weren't ready with the small car market when gas prices went up. We need to innovate, adapt, and build vehicles competitively here at home. The global marketplace demands EVs and hybrids, and stakeholders need certainty that federal regulations will remain consistent as we transition to cleaner vehicles, and my colleague talked about the asthma in California. The auto industry has become a ping-pong ball for everybody, and it's not fair. To remain leaders in global auto manufacturing, we need clear and consistent government policies, Policies that provide certainty, not chaos and uncertainty. This means investing in advanced manufacturing, securing domestic battery supply chains, and protecting the historic EV investments under the IRA. Repealing these standards just creates utter and total confusion. The future of the auto industry must be shaped in America and driven by American workers. I'm committed to working with everybody to make this happen, but this is not the way to do it in this bill, and I urge my colleagues to oppose repealing EPA's emission standards and NHTSA's CAFE standards. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say we have a special Senate guest. I have to be careful because I have my senator here, but the fact that she served for many years on this committee makes her very special, more than the other senators, and that's, of course, Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester. Thank you for being here. And of course, she's concerned about Medicaid. That's why she's here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any amendments being offered to Subtitle B? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Chairman, Amendment EVGN 3,
The clerk will report the amendment.
ENV.
Could you please repeat that amendment?
Yes, Amendment ENV GN 3.
Amendment offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Page 8, line 1, strike, repeal, and...
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For more than 50 years, the Environmental Protection Agency has provided grants that both protect our constituents' public health and enhance their environment. This is especially true for the Environmental Climate Justice Block Grant Program, which provides valuable funding that serves community centers, environmental rehabilitation projects, and public health revitalization initiatives that simply wouldn't be possible otherwise. These projects are providing environmental and public health benefits in Democratic and Republican districts alike. However, in this bill, Republicans ruthlessly claw back these grants and eliminate this program. For example, in my dear friend, representative who has a name just like mine, in a district in Georgia, the city of Savannah has taken years to develop the 100% Savannah Initiative, a collaborative between the city government and community members to improve public health, increase economic opportunities, and ensure access to critical HVAC services for low-income residents. This initiative is in direct response to the devastating impacts of natural disasters such as hurricanes, flooding, and extreme heat. The city of Savannah sought federal assistance and received an environmental justice grant from the EPA to provide affordable and accessible HVAC services to make sure community members would have AC on those 90-plus degree summer days that we often have in the South. This grant would have also provided critical workforce training to increase the local supply of electricians and skilled workers to uplift Savannah's economy. But Republicans are trying to get rid of this program entirely. Let me be clear. Residents in Savannah may die from dangerous heat waves without access to critical HVAC systems. All so Republicans give tax-rich people big tax breaks. We can't afford this. This is nothing new. Republicans have been attacking these grants in messaging bills, oversight hearings, and harassing letters to grant recipients for years with false claims of fraud. They're chomping at the bit to steal the funds from poor communities to line the pockets of big money donors. They're stealing people's health care while making people sicker. So my amendment will simply ensure environmental and climate justice block grants projects that improve health outcomes in low-income communities do not lose critical funding under this bill. If Republicans can truly prioritize their constituents, they should easily agree with me that this funding is valuable and must be protected. I urge my colleagues to support their constituents and support this amendment, as we know this has been very helpful to my colleague in Georgia who bears my name. Carter, buddy, this has been good. Let's keep it. I yield.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, the problem with all these amendments is we're getting into big fights over the language. The gentleman's amendment says that the unobligated amounts rescinded under Section A may not include amounts awarded to eligible entity for a grant used for protecting public health, improving health outcomes, or reducing the overall health impacts of environmental stressors for low-income households. The problem is that a lot of these things are used in areas where you look at one measure and you say, well, that helps the public health outcome, but you look at another measure, like when they shut down the coal industry in large measure, not completely, but in large measure in my district, public health outcomes got worse because people had less money. And the number one factor for determining health outcomes is whether or not folks have income. When they don't have income, their public health suffers. So I don't know how you would ever determine, I mean, the stated purpose might be for these different reasons, but in reality, oftentimes the stated purpose is not what actually happens on the ground or in the field. I mean, I recall having discussions with the Obama EPA administrator about some of the coal regulations they were putting into place, which they would argue was for public health, which put a lot of my people out of work. And when I also raised the issue that it would raise the cost of electricity in my region, which at one time in my lifetime was the third lowest in the country and now is extremely high, the answer was, well, we have programs to take care of those people who can't afford the electricity. But that affected health. They couldn't argue it didn't affect health, but they didn't include that in their analysis when they passed those regulations. So I think we could get into arguments about this that would last all night. Wait, we're probably going to do that anyway. But notwithstanding that, I would hope that the folks on the committee would vote this amendment down. I understand the gentleman is offering it with good intentions, but what we're trying to do is to make sure that our policies go forward that make sense. And I'm not sure a lot of these programs do that, and I'm sure that the gentleman, and we won't get into it now, but the gentleman from Alabama would be happy to talk about some of the things that he's uncovering on the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee. And with that, asking everybody to vote no, I yield back.
The committee will stand in recess until 15 minutes after the last votes on the floor.
Who spoke last?
Okay. All right, the committee will come to order. I believe the last one to speak on the amendment was the gentleman from Virginia. So that opens up to a Democrat to be recognized. And I believe the gentlelady from California, well, I have two. The gentlelady from Northern California would like to be recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of the amendment.
Gentlelady from Northern California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I've long been a believer in the power of local action. When communities can address their own needs, they can create meaningful, lasting change. And there was a time when the Republican Party shared that view. So I find it bitterly ironic to see Republicans on this committee reaching into the pockets of local communities across this country and stealing local funding to pay for tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans. The community change grants were created to support local community efforts to reduce pollution and enhance resilience, particularly in vulnerable communities, most affected by extreme weather, flooding, and heat waves. These aren't abstract ones and zeros on a federal balance sheet. Much of this funding has already been awarded to local community organizations where it is already supporting projects on the ground. But President Trump and Elon Musk have illegally frozen these funds, preventing community organizations from accessing their funding, so that Republicans here today could unlawfully claw back this legally and rightfully awarded funding. I know because I have a community change grant in my district. La Familia Counseling Center received $18.5 million to build a community resilience center and a new public park and install cost-saving energy upgrades in community homes while also providing workforce training to community members. La Familia has already started construction on this project and has drawn down some of the awarded funding. But the Trump EPA prevented La Familia from further accessing that funding despite signing a contract legally obligating EPA to provide the funding. And it's not just my district. Republicans are also stealing money from their own communities. $576 million in community change grants went to Republican congressional districts and to states represented here in this room. $40 million went to Georgia, $18 million to Ohio, $69 million to Texas, $60 million to Virginia. These are your communities that you're taking from. Rescinding community change grants, as this bill does, will strip funding from communities in over half of the states represented by my Republican colleagues on this committee. I urge my colleagues to support these important projects in your states and vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Young lady yields back. Is there any member on the Republican side seeking recognition? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Southern California is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the
Thank you,
amendment.
Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have another Southern. I think she had her recognition next. Do you want to go? I'll let you choose. Okay, I think she had asked for recognition, and I'll go with the other Southern Californian. So good, so the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and support the amendment. At the same time House Republicans try to strip health care from millions of Americans, their budget will pollute our air and our water. One of my colleagues asked if we had gone through and we looked at the bill or we had read the bill. There is a provision in the bill, for those of you who I know are waiting for more Medicaid conversation, there's a provision in the bill that will repeal and rescind funding to address air pollution at schools. I mean, think about this for a second. There is a repeal, and they're going to try to take away money that will go to help address air pollution at schools. I mean, we're talking about kids. We're talking about children. They do not care about the air pollution at schools and that your children are inhaling and are being harmed from. So just think about that when you think about health care and Medicaid. They don't care about that either, okay? If we're gonna go after kids at schools and saying, no, it's okay for you to have dirty air, which, by the way, is going to lead to health problems, and which, by the way, is going to lead to more asthma and respiratory illnesses. It's going to cost us all more money. But I want to speak about this amendment that my colleague has. It also means cuts to clean energy and clean water investments that reduce pollution in our communities. This harms public health. One program Republicans eliminate in this bill is the Environmental and Climate Justice Block Grants. Last fall, the EPA announced hundreds of grants for local projects. Here are just some of the projects that were announced. In Michigan, in Benton Harbor, a $20 million grant to Benton Harbor in Michigan to fund energy efficiency upgrades for low-income households to save them money, and a renovation of the city's community center. This is in Michigan 4 in Representative Huizenga's district. Just think about that. There's money for low-income folks to help save them money. This administration promised on day one to bring down prices, yet they're undoing the very things they're going to help people save money. The Trump EPA has already tried to cancel this project, which the mayor said would be a huge blow to the community. This bill doubles down and cancels that program. The next program is in the Speaker's own district, Speaker Johnson's district. Even Speaker Johnson applied for these grants and for this money to go to his district, as he should. But even in that district, he supported the city of Minden and Louisiana Tech University's application titled, and I'm quoting, "Empowering Communities with Innovative Solutions to Reduce Pollution, Build Climate Resilience, and Improve Public Health Project," end quote. So we looked up the proposed project. It would provide, or I should say, after Republicans cut this program, it would have provided, and I'm quoting, "cutting-edge water treatment processes to monitor and reduce pollutants in drinking water and wastewater." Another project is clean water in rural California. This is another Republican district, California 5, where California can relate to the need for clean water. In our state, the Community Water Center was awarded an EPA grant to provide clean water infrastructure for the rural, low-income communities of Pajaro and Sunny Mesa and Springfield. Representative McClintock represents this area. Without this project, they will continue to drink unsafe water. Their grant has been held in limbo by the EPA Administrator, Lee Zeldin. Now the environmental justice program that supports it is canceled by this bill. So if Republicans went through each project that's funded through the climate and environmental justice block grants, I think they would find it hard to cut every single one of these. And that's because they're not really interested. They're just looking for places to cut. Why? To give tax breaks to billionaires. That's why we're here. We're looking for places to cut, whether it's healthcare, whether it is dollars to address air pollution, to give tax breaks to the rich. The truth is that Republican cuts will make our communities less healthy, and the cuts will lead to higher rates of cancer, to asthma, and hospitalization. Even worse, they are tied to a bill with the largest Medicaid cut in history, which will make it more expensive for Americans to get treated for the harm caused by pollution. That's wrong. I urge my colleagues to oppose the Republican cuts to clean energy and environmental justice programs, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes any Republican member seeking recognition. Gentleman from California, you seek recognition to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. I speak out in support of this amendment, which is against cutting grants to improve environmental health in low-income communities. There has been a repeated attempt by this Republican Congress to harm low-income communities in order to give tax breaks to billionaires. Republicans are trying to cut funding for the Environmental Protection Agency and environmental justice programs that protect our most vulnerable communities. Let me be clear. Gutting these programs will harm the health and well-being of millions of Americans, especially those living in low-income neighborhoods, communities of color, tribal lands, and rural areas like the ones I represent in California's 25th District, and the ones that many Republicans on this committee represent. These programs are not abstract bureaucracies, they are lifelines. When you cut funding for the EPA, you cut the very people and tools responsible for monitoring air quality, cleaning up toxic waste sites, and enforcing laws that prevent polluters from poisoning our communities. When you defund environmental justice initiatives, you silence the voices of low-income and rural communities that have long been ignored and overburdened by pollution. Communities that already face higher rates of asthma, cancer, birth defects, and chronic disease due to environmental exposures. In the eastern Coachella Valley, I represent families who live near illegal dumping grounds and outdated water systems. I represent children who struggle to breathe because of unpaved roads and constant dust and the pollution from semi-trucks on nearby interstates. We have asthma hospitalization rates amongst the highest in the state. We need more investments in clean energy, not less. These programs matter. The EPA's Office of Environmental Justice helps frontline communities access grants to replace diesel trucks, pave roads, remove hazardous waste, and monitor industrial pollution. It provides the science, technical support, and accountability that these neighborhoods need to fight back against a systemic injustice. Slashing these resources would deepen health disparities, increase economic hardship, and send a clear message that some lives and some communities matter less. We cannot allow that to happen. Defunding the EPA and environmental justice programs would also weaken enforcement of landmark laws like the Clean Air Act and Clean Water Act. It would embolden polluters, reduce transparency, and shift the burden of proof onto already overburdened families who are too often forced to choose between clean air and a place to live. This is not fiscal responsibility. It's a moral failure. Every dollar we cut from these programs today will cost us many more in healthcare expenses, lost productivity, and environmental cleanup down the road. But more importantly, it will cost us lives. I came to Congress to be a voice for the voiceless. As a doctor, I believe in treating root causes, not just symptoms. And the root causes of environmental justice are systemic disinvestments, policy neglect, and political indifference, just like this bill. We must reject any budget that tries to balance the books by sacrificing the health of poor communities. Instead, we should be expanding investments in environmental justice, strengthening community-led initiatives, and ensuring that all Americans, no matter their income, race, or zip code, have the right to breathe clean air, have the right to drink safe water, and live free from toxic exposure. So I urge my colleagues to protect and fully fund the EPA and environmental justice program. Let's stand on the side of health, fairness, and dignity for all. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone seeking recognition to speak on the amendment? The gentleman from New Jersey seeks recognition. Is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Carter, for offering this amendment. You know, often when we talk about environmental justice, our friends across the aisle roll their eyes, they scoff at the idea of what is environmental injustice. It's not a thing. We don't need to talk about it. So I want to just add a little context to it. Environmental justice initiatives are lifelines for communities that are at a higher risk of adverse health impacts from exposure to pollution and other environmental challenges. So in my district, the Ironbound section of Newark, 25% of children living there suffer from asthma. That's 3 times the state average. And it isn't just their health that suffers. When we talk about environmental justice, we're talking about children's education. Asthma is the leading cause of absenteeism in school-aged children, which is why it's so obscene that today Republicans want to cut funding that would address air pollution at schools. I would just ask the American people, like, what part of addressing air pollution at schools is controversial? I don't think there's anything controversial about it. And this is not just Democratic states or blue states. When we talk about environmental justice, we're talking about mining-related pollution in Appalachia. We're talking about water crises in Alabama and Michigan. We're talking about overburdened communities that exist across the country and across party lines. So speaking about across party lines, another one of our Republican colleagues from Oregon has a district that has been awarded multiple grants at risk from this reconciliation bill that would be saved by my amendment. You're welcome. First is the Columbia Gorge Early Learning and Resilience Center, located right outside of Portland in a rural, low-income community of the Dalles, Oregon. This grant-funded project would renovate a 70-year-old school building into a community center that protects public health and provides valuable resources for local residents. That sounds like a home run project to me. The center would provide childcare for up to 200 children, create an on-site learning laboratory, and provide vocational scholarships for students to pursue careers in fields such as engineering or agriculture. That's fantastic. But the same party that claims to be the party of families wants to shut down a grant that would help some of those families with childcare. The irony is staggering. This is all while also creating a renewable energy-powered refuge that will protect our most vulnerable residents during extreme weather events like wildfires and winter storms. When the lights go out and the community needs critical heat and services, Republicans turn the other way, even at the risk of their own constituents' lives. Unfortunately, the $20 million EPA grant to carry out this valuable mission was unjustly and illegally terminated last month. Similarly, another grant in Oregon, the Chiloquin Community Resilience Hub and Municipal Center, would have remediated a brownfield site into an emergency shelter, municipal space, and community education center. We all sat here weeks ago and touted the Brownfields program as a bipartisan program, and yet here we are trying to cut the funding for a brownfield site that would serve as a critical community hub in a Republican district. The center would also provide training and education opportunities for a population that lives in a rural and historically underserved area. The project was awarded a $16.3 million EPA Environmental Justice Grant. Great job getting that for your community, but it was also illegally and arbitrarily canceled last month. Now Republicans, like that congressman from Oregon, want to get rid of the program entirely. To me, the conclusion is clear. Republicans are willing to withhold nearly $40 million from one congressional district alone from his own constituents to give tax breaks to those who need them the least. So in addition to health care, we're not just talking about democratic environmental priorities, we're talking about cutting funding for programs that will impact districts across the country, and that's why everyone should support this amendment to ensure that you bring those dollars home to your district. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and I will recognize myself to speak on the amendment and yield to my good friend from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out that these provisions that we're talking about only apply as far as this bill is concerned to the unobligated balances. So if a grant was already given, as far as this bill is concerned, then that would still be going forward.
So yield back to me. So everyone that was listed, if the grants had been awarded as projects or not terminated.
If the grant has already been granted and the money is obligated, then our language does not affect that.
Will the gentleman yield?
General, yes, that's my time. Yes, I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify. I understand the statement to be that this particular legislation doesn't deal with the already obligated funds, but isn't it true that the administration is rescinding the grants and pulling back the money from the projects like my colleague from New Jersey was just explaining? I know that there have been grants under various programs in my community, one, for example, to help build sidewalks and tree canopy. It is amazing to think about. In my district, there is a 17-degree difference in the temperature during the summer between the poorest neighborhoods and the wealthiest. And they have no trees, they have no tree canopy. There's this great program to try to build sidewalks, put in trees, and address some of these challenges that it gets real hot in Houston. And this is a really important program, but I know the funds for that have been revoked. And so is the statement that this won't do anything to those, but there are still these grants being revoked, or are we trying to preserve those grants in this legislation and just the already obligated funds? Are we protecting those in this?
Well, this legislation does not close the grants on any obligated funds. And that, the executive actions,
Well,
my understanding,
would the
I'll yield to my
gentleman-
friend from
gentleman
Virginia if
yield?
you'd like to answer that.
Would the
I'm
gentleman
happy
yield?
to say that
Let me
that I
tell
don't,
my friend from Virginia, and I'll yield to you.
I don't know what the administration is doing per se to the specific
I can help
grants
you
that were mentioned, but I would say that this amendment specifically talks about the unobligated amounts as well, so that whether it be the bill or the amendment, this action that we take does not impact that action that may or may not be going on in the administration. I know it's confusing for folks back home as well to understand that administration does not always tell us everything they're doing, because they're doing so many things.
Well, the
While-
gentleman yield briefly.
and while
I
I-
can address that.
I'll lead
I
to,
don't have
I'll
the
yield to you in a
floor,
second. Let me
and
let
while
him finish.
I don't have the floor. I've been yielded time, so I have to finish, and then I yield back
Fair enough, sir.
to the chair. And so I can't speak for the administration on this. That's a whole different ballgame. But what we're debating tonight is the bill in front of us. And what we're debating right now is the amendment. Neither the bill in front of us nor the amendment deal with the issues that the gentleman previously raised. And so that's why I ask folks to vote no on the amendment and yes on the bill.
Thank you, gentleman from Louisiana. I'll yield to you.
And I'm happy to have an opportunity to address that because those comments are not exactly correct. If the Administrator Zeldin is successful in terminating these critical grant programs in his misguided attempt to gut the agency, these grants will be subject to rescission. It's very clear. So the notion that it's been awarded, it's not going to be impacted, that's a little disingenuous, so I want to clear that up for the record. I yield.
Thank you. I'll yield, but back to the gentleman from Virginia, you want to, okay. I will, you want to speak, Mr. Gentleman from Virginia? Yeah, go ahead.
And what I would say, Mr. Chairman, is that that may be true for a future rescission, but we can't rescind expenditures that have already been obligated. And for purposes of this reconciliation, we can't look at the crystal ball and decide what might happen in the future.
Mr. Chairman, will you yield?
Let me let him finish.
So I would just have to say, Mr. Chairman, that you know, if you wanted to game it out 3 or 4 steps, the gentleman may be correct. At some point, we might have this again for a different rescission. But as of tonight, as of right now, that money is not available to us because it's been obligated. If it is unobligated at the time of passage, then that might be a different story. But as of right now, that's not the case.
I got 20 seconds.
20 seconds. So I'm so happy to hear Mr. Griffin say that money that has been appropriated can't be taken back. Would you be willing to say that to the Trump administration, who is cutting money that this Congress has appropriated all over the country? And if what you say is correct, then I'd love to see that enforced across the board. We know that isn't the truth.
My time has expired, and I yield back my time. Is there any discussion on the, I had the Republicans, any on the Democrat side? Seeing none, there's on the amendment. Oh, there's a hand. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you. I thank my colleague from Virginia for yielding. So, I mean, part of this is to be fair about looking back in terms of where we had gone previously and the things that we were able to do in prior Congresses that have benefited so many Americans across the country in blue and red districts. And you're seeing the administration illegally again cancel those grants. And so now this bill is a continuation of the administration's priorities to gut all funding that would go to environmental justice initiatives across the country. Now, you may say, well, you're from New Jersey, so of course you care about environmental justice. I do. But when you see that money had gone out to places as far as Oregon and rural low-income places, you would say to yourself, well, why are we going to cut potential funding that we could have go to benefit rural, suburban, urban districts across the country and create healthier outcomes for all Americans? And so this bill is a continuation of all the harm that this administration has done. That's what we are voting on. That is correct. And what my amendment does is say, let's just stop the harm. Let's just stop the harm. Why are we going to continue to target communities and not provide them with the resources that they need to create healthier outcomes for their residents, including their most vulnerable? right? Because in addition to the amendment that Mr. Carter offered, there's also the fact that you all want to cut funding for air pollution at schools, or to study and prevent air pollution at schools. So there's a lot of good that we can do together. This bill does none of that. It's a continuation of this administration's harmful approach to gutting programs that create healthier outcomes for all Americans, again, in rural, suburban, urban areas, blue and red districts. That's the reason to support this amendment. I urge all of my colleagues to support Mr. Carter's amendment so we can get back on track and start doing things that will benefit all of our constituents. With that, I yield back to my colleague from Virginia.
If there's any time, I'll take a yield.
Well, I wanted to use some of it.
Okay,
but,
go ahead.
I just want to, I know that this bill is also not just about taking the unappropriated balances, but repealing the program altogether that was supposed to be open at least through 2026. And I know the Trump administration and some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't like the word environmental justice. But what environmental justice is designed to do is recognize there are communities in this country, white, black, mostly low income, urban, and rural, mostly, where projects, mostly energy projects, were put in place with no input from the community. In some communities like Charles City County in my district, they've got 2 pipelines. They had 2 natural gas companies that were supposed to come through, and by the time the community found out about it, they were so far down the path, there was little they could do to fix it. That has been happening for probably over a century. And these are the same communities that have some of the poorest health outcomes in the country. And what the environmental justice grants were designed to do is say, we recognize that the public policy decisions made to put all of these facilities in communities where the people didn't have the resources to fight back or even know it was happening, and therefore have higher incidences of asthma and cancer and many other things, we're going to invest in those communities. And what this bill effectively does is says, I'm sorry, we screwed you for centuries, and we're going to keep screwing you going forward. And that's not justice. And that's one area where people in my district and people in my colleague from Virginia's district agree on with the Mountain Valley Pipeline was we want to say in what comes in our communities. And when things are in our communities that hurt our health, we want some sort of mitigation. And some of these grants went to Southwest Virginia to help mitigate that. And some of them went to my district to mitigate that. And we should want to help address centuries of injustice in this country that harmed the very people who didn't have the power to fight back and stop it. And that's what we're trying to do on their behalf. And this bill guts this program altogether. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the representative from Virginia, Mr. Griffith.
I thank the gentleman. A couple of things that have come up. One, the amendment deals with the unobligated amounts. So when people say things about, well, the future, this amendment doesn't do that. And that's what we're debating is this amendment. It doesn't do that. It says the unobligated amounts rescinded under Section A may not include amounts used for, et cetera, the public health, improving health outcomes, and I addressed that before we left, et cetera. And then I've heard a lot of discussion about the schools and the school programs, and the problem is that thus far, all of that money has gone into not schools. It's gone into think tanks to study what they might do someday if we appropriate additional money that would then go to the schools. So is it really all that valuable? Because I will tell you that if we really wanted to go in that direction, as the chairman of the committee knows, we could probably just get our former colleague from West Virginia to tell us all about it because he studied it for years. We don't need to spend millions of dollars.
He can tell you what you need to be doing in the schools if that's what the intent is. Instead, we spent all this money, or we spent a lot of money on that, and we're just getting back the unobligated balances and that's what this amendment deals with, and I understand that. But if the intent was to go elsewhere, that's not what this amendment says, and it's not what this amendment does. And I thank the gentleman, and I yield my time back to the gentleman from Florida.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing on the Democrat side, the gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I try to listen attentively to what my colleagues say and try to learn some things. And one of the things that I find interesting is that air quality has improved dramatically. I might encourage you to look at the EPA data on this to show how much air quality has improved, yet asthma rates have gone up. And I understand the concerns about it. My brother has struggled with asthma. But I'm not sure that you can draw a direct line between air quality and an increase in asthma. There may be other factors involved here, low-quality housing, trees, a number of other environmental factors. I mean, you can look this up yourself if you want to. I've heard members try to insinuate that asthma is caused by pollution, and the research indicates that we really don't know what causes it. Could be a number of factors. The other thing is, I keep hearing them talk about environmental justice, and sometimes that, I grew up in a very rural area. My dad had about an 8th grade education. We, literally, the first house I lived in didn't have indoor plumbing. So I kind of get how it is to live in a rural area and not have a whole lot. But I think sometimes environmental justice is really a way to keep poor people poor. In Pembroke Township, for instance, in Illinois, the environmental justice crowd were insistent that they not get a natural gas pipeline. That township in Illinois was 80% African American. Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and other civil rights leaders went to that city to help them get a natural gas pipeline because they needed opportunities. They wanted to give the people who live in that town a chance to get better jobs, and they needed a natural gas pipeline. And I'm happy to announce that Reverend Jackson and the others who were engaged in that effort were successful in helping them get a natural gas pipeline. So I think there's a lot of ways to look at this. I think we don't need to be discounting the progress that we've made in air quality. I worked for 2 international engineering companies, one of which was Combustion Engineering and their Environmental Systems Division, making the very equipment that has benefited our air quality, the precipitators, the flue gas scrubbers. Those are the very things that our technology and our economy has allowed us to have. But at the same time, we're trying to create opportunity for people to have a good job, to live in better housing, to eat better, to get better education. And I just think there's a balance here. We all want clean air, we want clean water, we want healthy kids, but we also want to provide opportunities for the parents to be able to get a good job, to help their kids get a good education, to be able to live in a clean environment. And I think we kind of get to the extremes on this, and we need to take a more sensible, scientific view of things. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there any discussion? The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, ma'am. Did I hear the member say that environmental justice is a way to keep poor people poor? My God. Environmental justice is a way to keep people alive, to give people the opportunity and have the audacity to want to breathe clean air and drink clean water and to live in an environment where, yes, they can eat and they can have a job, but they can also live. We can talk about the back and forth all day long about an amendment, but to suggest that somehow, and then to invoke Reverend Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton, that somehow, because these people went into rural areas and fought for people's right to have environmental justice, to somehow defame the title of environmental justice, to make it somehow a bad word, that people are being kept in poverty. No, we want people to be enriched. I've always said coexistence, communities and industry coexisting, but only when we have healthy communities where people can breathe clean air and drink clean water, have the opportunity to work and live, and not be subject to, whether it's cancer or any other ailment that may come from prolonged access or exposure to chemicals. Yes, environmental justice. It's not a bad word. It's a word we should all adopt. It's a word that we should all fight for, because who doesn't want people to be able to live their long lives? To think that somehow we know better than those people who live in the community? Oh, they're just trying to keep you poor. No, we're trying to keep them healthy and keep them alive. I'm offended by that comment. I'm offended to suggest that because Reverend Jackson or Reverend Sharpton went in to fight, and I and others in this dais who goes out every day to fight for the American people and for the people of Louisiana to be able to coexist and to have clean water and clean air. Environmental justice is something that everyone should be concerned about. Even those people who run the plants have to have healthy people to operate the apparatus. Environmental justice is not a way of keeping people poor. Environmental justice is a way of keeping people alive. And we should continue in this, particularly this committee, with so many doctors. Maybe it's not asthma, but there's certainly breathing conditions. And there's some that would argue, doctors alike, scientists alike, that would argue that yes, while there may be some instances where asthma has gone down, there are instances where asthma has gone up. Sometimes it's tied to the chemical plants, sometimes it isn't. But we know that there are people that have died. We know that there are people who are sick. We know that there are people who have conditions that they track back. Listen, we can do better. Air scrubbers, air monitors, working with the community. Many of the plants in my state have worked with us and continue to work with us. Some are not. Some are violators, and they don't always step up to do what they're supposed to do. But in this committee, we should always endeavor to make sure that people understand the importance of providing clean air, clean water. And that is done by having environmental justice in places where we've historically had environmental injustice. I yield.
Gentlelady from Illinois.
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentlelady from. Oh, you
I think
You had 1 minute when we reset the clock when you yielded, so, but we'll recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for,
you can give me two, Chairman.
yeah, for a minute.
I just want to just
The remainder of your time.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate my colleague for yielding, but just for the American people to understand how hard the Republicans are spinning right now on every single issue. You've heard Republicans say that we're cutting funding because it only goes towards studying what's happening at schools and not actually doing anything. Then you also hear Republicans saying it's not conclusive that pollution causes asthma. Well, if it's not conclusive, then maybe it's an issue we need to study. If it's an issue we need to study, then maybe we should appropriate money to study those things. Or we can listen to doctors here on the Democratic side who say that air pollution definitely contributes to asthma, which I think most Americans would agree with, which therefore we can move forward with the funding that we've already appropriated and not rescind it from all the communities that are looking for us to act to make our communities healthier, especially for our children. And with that, I yield back to my colleague.
Gentlelady from Illinois yields back, I guess, yields back. Gentlelady yields back. Anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition speak on the amendment? Anyone, gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I didn't anticipate speaking on this particular amendment, but I think I finally understand why it is that there is so much opposition to the notion of environmental justice from my Republican colleagues. And I think we just heard it from the same person who said, follow the science. I mean, if you look at the science, if you bother to look for it, it is well established that pollution is a contributing factor toward asthma, that heavy metals are a contributing factor, a major cause of brain damage. And so, you know, maybe if you don't look for it and you don't understand that there's a relationship, that's why you oppose this whole notion. And I just want to put a finer point on this, which is that today we're going to be talking a little bit later about how my Republican colleagues want to strip Medicaid away from 13.7 million Americans in order to give a gigantic tax cut to Elon Musk and other billionaires. And the same people who are suffering from pollution causing chronic diseases are the same ones who also rely on Medicaid, who will then end up in the emergency room with a bad asthma attack that will cost so much money, it'll make you wait in line when you're having a heart attack, and it hurts everybody. So I want you to think again about standing up for people who live in polluted areas, and I want you to think really hard about what it means to take Medicaid away from 13.7 million Americans. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any recognition to this amendment on the Republican side, any more on the Democrat side? Seeing none, there's no further discussion. The vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Kamick? Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan? Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan? Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie?
No.
Chairman Guthrie votes
Is anyone
no.
seeking, how is Dr. Miller Meeks recorded?
Dr. Miller Meeks is not recorded. Dr. Miller Meeks votes no.
Anyone else on the Republican side seeking recognition? Anyone on the Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 28 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? What purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk labeled Environment 59.
The clerk will
Environment
report.
Environment 59, amendment offered by Mrs. Dingle. Add at the end of the section.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment says that the section of this bill that repeals the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, Section 42103, cannot take effect unless the Comptroller General certifies to Congress that doing so will not increase costs for consumers. I helped create the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund through the Inflation Reduction Act because I believe we have a moral obligation and a real economic opportunity to invest in clean energy, especially in communities that have long been left behind. This doesn't have to be a partisan fight. It was designed to leverage private capital, create good-paying jobs, and make clean energy financing accessible for everyone in every state and every district. If my Republican colleagues believe gutting this program won't hurt working families or raise their energy bills, then they should have no problem supporting this amendment. I want to be clear about what's happening here. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is being targeted for purely political reasons. Many of my Republican colleagues have been trying to dismantle this program since the day it was signed into law. They've tried unsuccessfully to pass bills to repeal it 3 separate times. They've tried to kill it in the appropriations process, and they've used this committee to hold hearing after hearing and waste time attacking a program that will produce real results. I want to be really clear. No one has found any waste, fraud, or abuse. There has been no evidence. And believe me, if there were any, I would be the first person calling for oversight. But instead of facts, what we've seen is a coordinated campaign to undermine a program that's set to bolster domestic supply chains, create jobs, and lower energy bills for hardworking Americans. Let's talk about what repealing this program really means. It means walking away from 40,000 additional jobs per year, nearly 11,000 in manufacturing, and almost 9,000 in construction. It means giving up $20 billion in wages for American workers. It means higher energy bills, and that's the reality. The current unobligated balance of this fund is about $19 million, which is a minuscule amount compared to the scale of the full program. That money is there to support basic administrative functions and pulling it back only further undermines implementation. We've seen that the Trump administration's EPA freeze funds and launch baseless investigations into the program. They've been motivated efforts designed to undercut investments that are already putting people to work, reducing emissions and cutting energy costs. If Republicans have their way, they'll turn their backs on an estimated $65 billion in new investment flowing into our economy. That's what dismantling this program means. I don't think we should be okay with that, and I don't think our constituents should be either. Therefore, I'm asking my colleagues to do the responsible thing and support this amendment. We should be working to try to make this program succeed, not betting against it and pulling the rug out under it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is one of those situations where you just can't make some of this stuff up. You just can't. So we got word that, that this money was in flux or in jeopardy of somehow, and one of the groups that got money was the Appalachian Community Capital, headquartered in Christiansburg, Virginia. Well, when news of this broke and I got word of it, I happened to be in Christiansburg. My daughter lives up there, and it's in my district. So I looked the address up and went by, because this organization, Appalachian Community Capital, and this was a couple of weeks ago, so maybe things have changed since then, but previously had only received $2.8 million in federal funds. And then on the way out the door, the Biden administration sent them $500 million. Now, previously they'd gotten $2.8 million. All of a sudden they're getting $500 million. So I thought, well, this must be a big operation in my district. So I went by to check on it. There's no indication that they're actually there. Now, there is a financial institution there. There is. And I suspect that there's a cubicle, or maybe even there's an employee. The building is not big enough to house too many people, and the other institution is there. And I'm assuming they must share space, but it could just be a drop box. But there was no signage. If I didn't have the address, I wouldn't have known they were even there. And I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt and thinking there might be somebody there, but there wasn't a sign. And in fact, when I didn't see a sign outside, I thought, well, maybe we ought to check and see if there's a sign on the door that we can't see from the parking lot. Nope, no signage whatsoever. So people question why we're questioning some of this stuff. And I can tell you from personal experience, I wish there was $500 million coming into my district. I mean, the CEO lives in Washington, D.C. of this particular organization, but you'd think if they had a $500 million footprint in my district, there'd be something to show signs of it. Now, they've done a little bit of work in the past, and I'm not saying that they don't have some validity. I'm just saying to go from $2.8 million in federal money, their total revenues, I think, were 4.1 previously, in a previous year, million, to suddenly go into 500 million. And then you take what many of us saw online, where an employee of one of the agencies is saying that they were trying to get the money out the door, so it was kind of like throwing gold bars off the Titanic. It'd be fine if I saw that $500 million gold bar landing in my district, but I got no evidence that it actually has landed there, or that the group even has the ability, in all fairness, I'm not convinced the group has the ability to parcel out $500 million. And so that's why I have concerns on this one. And while, the Comptroller General may or may not be able to certify that this would not increase costs for consumers, I'm not sure where all that money's going, and I'm not sure what they're doing. And I think what we ought to be doing is being good stewards of the taxpayers' money and we ought to have more accountability. And I know, and that's why they probably can't say a whole lot about it, but I know that, well, and I'm on the subcommittee, but I know that Oversight and Investigations is currently looking into this, but it is of concern, and this is why we're trying to get back some of this money, because there may have been, in a haste of the change of political winds, just to get the money out the door to some harbor somewhere. Whether it actually is going to do any good or not, hard to say. The intent may very well be good, but we all know that the road is sometimes paved with good intent and goes to destinations that we don't want to go to. And I am worried about that, and so I think that we should vote no on this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there an amendment? Gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I express my support for Ms. Dingell's amendment. There is a sad reality faced by many Americans, and this dynamic existed long before COVID, President Biden, or the enactment of the Inflation Reduction Act. For far too many people, energy affordability is a tremendous hardship. In 2020, during President Trump's first term, the U.S. Energy Information Administration found that more than a quarter of U.S. households reported having difficulty paying their energy bills. Millions of people forego food and medicine to pay energy bills. President Trump campaigned on reducing energy costs by 1/2 within his first 18 months in office. And in the first few months of his administration, we have been going in the wrong direction. Initial analysis has found that since President Trump's reelection, utility rates have begun to increase across our country. And the Low-Income Home Energy Affordability Program, or LIHEAP, helps over 1 million New Yorkers pay their utility bills each year. So anyone serving in the House from New York should keep that in mind as we address this bill. But for that sake, all people across this great country should pay attention to what LIHEAP means in their individual state. It has, with the president's budget, has had HHS staffing terminated and been targeted for complete elimination by the president's budget. We shouldn't be doing anything else that risks putting Americans under greater financial stress or eliminating the tools already available to alleviate their cost of living challenges. And Ms. Dingell's amendment would do just that, ensuring that GGRF funds are only rescinded if the independent Comptroller General certifies the loss of those funds will not increase costs on hardworking Americans. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund was designed to help the families that are struggling the most with their bills. It provides $27 billion in federal assistance with the expectation that the nonprofit recipients would leverage private capital to allow each federal dollar to maximize its impact. Some of the early investments from the program include improving energy savings and affordable housing, enabling a university to deploy solar panels, and helping tribal communities develop energy projects on their lands. Recent analysis from the University of New Hampshire estimated that GGRF investments will result in some $52 billion in energy cost savings to consumers over the next 20 years and generate enough electricity from the new solar projects to power up to 2.2 million homes each year. Now, we know our electricity system desperately needs to grow, and having localized generation through community and rooftop solar helps alleviate some of the demands for new large-scale infrastructure, which can be difficult to permit and to build. All but a small amount of administrative funding has been obligated. So I question whether this underlying provision has anything but an incidental budgetary impact anyway. But unfortunately, this program has become a political football, with funding being illegally frozen by EPA and grant recipients being forced into the courts to get the federal government to uphold its end of the contracts. Today, Republicans are doubling down on the Trump EPA's efforts to withhold funding that is meant to benefit hardworking Americans. That is strictly unacceptable. And at the very least, we should be confident of the consequences of rescinding any GGRF funds before allowing this provision to move forward. You know, this again is an opportunity to line the pockets of billionaires at the expense of affordability of utility costs for the great many of us. I urge the members to support the amendment And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Move to strike last word. You know, Mr. Chairman, not to be outdone by my colleague from Virginia, I can do you one better. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse? The only thing worse than the IRA itself was the Biden administration's implementation of it. That administration created a level of waste, fraud, and abuse that we've never seen before, never witnessed before. In fact, when you talk about what it actually did, let's talk about the whole picture. The IRA provided EPA approximately $100 billion in supplemental appropriations, $100 billion. For comparison, over the past 10 years, EPA's annual budget ranged from about $8.2 billion to $10.1 billion. In my own state, my home state of Georgia, the Biden EPA handed $2 billion to Power Forward Communities, a coalition formed by failed gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams in April of 2024 under the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Now get this, and this is where I'm outdoing my colleague from Virginia. Power Forward Communities received this money even though it was founded just months earlier in late 2023 and never managed anywhere near the grant's dollar figure. In fact, it reported just $100. That's right, folks. We went from $100 to $2 billion. Reported just $100 in total revenue during its first 3 months in organization. Now, if that's not waste, fraud, and abuse, I mean, this is a poster child for waste, fraud, and abuse. So with all due respect to my colleague from Virginia, and he brings up a great example, I got an even better one. You know, that's a good question. You know, Mr. Chairman, seriously, giving billions of dollars to favored organizations to help finance preferred energy resources and technologies is not an appropriate use of taxpayers' funding. This is waste, fraud, and abuse. And I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
My understanding, Mr. Carter, is that there was $31 billion that went to Georgia in transportation and clean energy investments. I'm wondering if you feel the whole $31 billion that went to your state was fraud, waste, and abuse, or only the projects that you did not like?
The projects that I did not like?
Yeah, well, you could happily answer the top line question. Do you believe that all $31 billion that went to Georgia in transportation and clean energy investments represent fraud, waste, and abuse?
Is it, I'm sorry, was that in this program?
Part of the IRA? Part of the Biden
No.
administration?
Was it in the greenhouse gas reduction
Sir,
fund?
I recalled you saying the IRA and what a mismanagement of the IRA occurred under the prior administration, if I recall correctly.
Yes, you
And
recall
so-
correctly, but I'm speaking specifically now about the greenhouse gas reduction fund that tried to give Stacey Abrams, a failed gubernatorial candidate in Georgia, $2 billion when that organization had only been formed 3 months before and had revenues of $100. $100. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in support of this amendment. The Green Gas Reduction Fund needs to continue. They provide not only exceptional investments for clean energy that will help reduce these gas emissions, but they also bolster local economies and they help create jobs. The GGRF provides $27 billion to finance projects that cut greenhouse gas emissions, many of which focus on solar energy installation for low-income homes, energy efficiency retrofits like better insulation, efficient lighting and smart HVAC systems, electrification of buildings and transportation. And these initiatives not only reduce emissions, but also lower utility bills and increase energy independence for communities that have historically lacked access to clean energy. In fact, more than half of all clean energy projects that have moved forward since the passage of the clean energy investments are in districts represented by House Republicans. 417 clean energy projects in total, located in 152 congressional districts across the country. Projects in these districts will create 210,710 jobs, a majority of the national total, and generate more than $199.89 billion in investments. In fact, in Texas, there's 22 projects that created 18,657 jobs, investing over $10.4 billion. In Georgia, there's 29 projects creating 17,551 jobs, with over $4 billion in investments. In South Carolina, 32 projects, 14,192 jobs, over $11.5 billion. In fact, in Georgia 1, my good friend Rep. Buddy Carter's district, there's 9 projects, $7.8 billion, creating 7,300 jobs. Now, I don't think that's waste. I don't think that's abuse for the good men and women in Georgia 1 who are employed by these clean energy projects. I want to fight for them too, so that they can enjoy their livelihoods fighting for in an industry that is not only providing for their families, but also helping keep our environment clean, helping reduce greenhouse gas emissions, helping to prolong people's lives by reducing pollution, helping to keep kids in schools in a healthy environment. So that's one of the many reasons why we should keep the greenhouse gas reduction fund stable. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there gentleman from Alabama? I'm sorry? Recognize the gentlelady from California. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to the $500 million from the Appalachian Community Capital. I think if somebody brought up in committee a project in my district that I didn't know anything about, I'd probably be a little embarrassed too. So let me tell you why, when you go to check to see what big operation is happening for $500 million, there wasn't a big operation. Let me tell you why. Because this is a green bank. It's a bank. So when you go to Wells Fargo and you look at the building, you don't say like, oh, wait a minute, they got $1 billion, but it's not really happening because it's just a building. So this is actually a bank. It's specifically a green bank for rural America. This is trying to make sure rural America is included in creating these jobs. And this in particular, $500 million from the EPA, is that the Green Bank was going to use to leverage private capital to finance an estimated $1.6 billion into 2,000 new energy projects that was going to create 13,000 jobs, good jobs, and reducing up to 850,000 tons of harmful pollution annually. So again, this was part of the public-private partnership that was going to go to help clean up air pollution. But as we know, our colleagues across the aisle, they don't even care about kids in schools getting dirty air. They're trying to repeal that part of it too. So I can understand why somebody would think that they don't support it, therefore I'm going to repeal it. But what's really sad is that this is actually an investment in thousands of jobs. It's an investment in new energy projects. And again, if somebody doesn't like how dollars are spent or they want to make sure there's accountability, there is that oversight ability to do that. But just to say, well, I showed up and there wasn't this big operation happening there, to me is a little disingenuous. given that this is a green bank, and they were in the business to work together with public and private partnerships to create these clean energy jobs and to and create jobs. And this is the party who says, hey, what about our people? What about people that are working in dirty fossil fuel jobs, and you don't include them? You try to include people, you try to create jobs, and they're just saying, no, we're just not going to do it. So with that, I want to yield to my colleague, Debbie Dingell.
I just would like to build great respect for both of my colleagues, but neither of you has proven any waste, abuse, or fraud. And I also want to say to you that this is nonsense. Just because you didn't like the candidate for governor in Georgia, she's not the CEO, she's an advisor. She never received any money and has never personally gained from this funding. There is no proven waste, fraud, or abuse. That money has been frozen from the grant because the EPA administrator came in and froze the dollars. But your region has a long history of being and producing energy projects. They're trying to help and create new projects. And I get that you don't like the program, but I think you got to be very careful about throwing around the words waste, abuse, and fraud unless you can document it. And if you can document it, I'll be right there with you screaming. Yield back.
Do you want the rest of them? Okay, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And I just want to respond to a few issues taken up. You know, it was said by one of my colleagues that environmental justice keeps people down. It was said by another that environmental justice saves their lives. I mean, I got to say, environmental justice is fundamentally about changing our energy infrastructure drastically, which therefore changes our ability to prosper. And justice to me means prosperity. I want to see people of all color and all walks of life prospering. I would invite you to my district. It's very diverse. My neighborhood is very diverse. You might be surprised that I'm probably a minority in my neighborhood. You know where most of those people work? Yeah, the energy sector. And they're living great, comfortable, middle-class lives. My neighbors are wonderful, and they work for the energy sector. I want to take that away from them. I'm not sure there's any justice in that. Now, I want to talk about a few things we're going to discuss throughout this particular provision, and I think I can't say lies, but I think falsehoods that are going to be said. Let's talk about the Biden tailpipe rule, and let's talk about the methane tax. So, my colleagues will say that EVs are getting cheaper, they'll save drivers money, and they'll reduce carbon emissions. Here's reality. In 2022, sticker price data showed new EV cost is at least $20,000 more than comparable gas cars. Reality, Volvo's own life cycle study found its C40 EV is 70% more carbon intensive to build than the gas-powered XC40. And you have to drive it 68,000 miles before those emissions even break even. Reality, manufacturing one EV battery means digging up 500,000 pounds of rock and soil in order to get the critical minerals inside. Reality, EPA's own records show modern gas cars are already 99% cleaner when it comes to criteria pollutants than their 1960-era models. That's pretty. Now, the methane tax. Democrats will say we need to cut the methane. We need to have a methane tax or a fee in order to cut emissions. But here's the reality. Since 2005, the U.S. became the world's top natural gas producer and cut our total emissions by 18%, outperforming every other major economy. Reality, America now delivers 25% of global natural gas supply with cleaner tech and tighter standards than places like Russia, Iran, Venezuela, China. Proof a tax is not required for progress. Reality, this fee is nothing but a backdoor tax on domestic production. It kills jobs, it hikes household energy bills, and it cedes market share to dirtier foreign gas producers. Again, there's no justice in that. Again, visit my neighborhood. Here's the bottom line. Democrats are selling slogans. We're delivering receipts. Regulations that jack up costs, cripple truckers, and tax clean U.S. gas are not going to save the planet. They're just going to sink working Americans. There's no justice in doing that. So please, let's vote common sense and let's scrap these rules and be on with it. I yield
Will the
back.
gentleman
Sorry,
yield?
I yield to Mr. Morgan, Griffith.
He yields to me, but we're going to freeze the clock for a minute so that a special guest can be introduced. Mr. Ranking Member.
Thank you. I just want to mention our Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, is here because of his concern over Medicaid. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
And now turning the clock back on, thank you for yielding to me. I would just say to my colleagues, when I talked about the institution in Christiansburg, Virginia, and in Appalachia, I referenced that it was a financial institution, and what was there at the building was a financial institution, which is why I believe I said that. At the time, it was just struck me as odd that an organization that received $500 million did not have the ability to put a taped sign on the door. I don't care if it was paper. It wasn't anything. Nothing that indicated that's where they were located, and I thought it was odd when that was their registered office and where they were supposedly getting the money. And I just questioned the whole deal. I don't know the answers. At this time, I don't have the information, I would say to my colleagues, as to what's going on, but it raises lots of questions when the most federal money you've ever received in a single year before was $2.8 million, and the most you've ever had in a single year, according to your records, is $4.1 million, and all of a sudden you receive $500 million. That was the point. The huge increase in the expenditure or the money being sent there raises all kinds of questions in my mind. And with that, I will yield back and now recognize the gentleman from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. $182.7 billion. That was the cost of extreme weather events last year for the United States. There were $27 billion extreme weather events last year. When you count in the economic damages, it was $500 billion. The whole IRA over 10 years is less than that. And that was the cost to us last year. And so we know greenhouse gases make hurricanes more extreme. So why would you want to end a fund that tries to reduce that? Hurricanes have been beating the heck out of the South, from Florida to North Carolina, Louisiana to eastern Texas. And as far as I could tell, the plan is for you all to increase greenhouse gases, end energy efficiency programs, end resiliency programs, and eliminate FEMA. I just don't know that that makes much sense when we're dealing with over $182 billion in damages last year, and God help us as we face another hurricane season this year. We need to be planning for these things in advance. And we shouldn't be rejecting funds for our districts that are going to help us with long-term projects. A lot of these are new institutions that are trying to help both households and businesses and the like. And I think that's where oversight comes in, rather than just simply rejecting it, looking at how we can make these things better to improve our energy efficiency, reduce our greenhouse gases, work to reform and improve FEMA, and do something to help out with the hurricanes that are hitting the Southeast every year.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
I just want to bring up a point to one of my colleagues from Texas who just spoke. He had the last time. He wanted to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, and was talking about EVs and how they cost all this money to make, and basically how they're a waste. Well, I would gather that the Republicans should put in a provision to take all that money back from Elon Musk. Of course, they're not going to do that because that's their best friend right now. And just to remind my colleagues across the aisle, in February of this year, it was this president and this administration that was going to commit waste, fraud, and abuse, and corruption, I would add, by the conflicts of interest, in giving Mr. Musk a $400 million contract to buy his EV Cybertrucks. And by the way, I heard no Republicans then talking about waste, fraud, and abuse. I see no initiative to take all that money back from him. Why? Because they are deathly afraid of him, because that is why we're here. We're here to find money to cut, to just give more money to the billionaires and the billionaires' friends who bought this election, because that's what this is about. And that's what the American people should take, is they're looking for places to cut healthcare. They're looking for money to take back on projects that will go to clean up air pollution in schools and ports, and to invest in clean energy that's going to create jobs. It's to give those people money. So let's stop the front of waste, fraud, and abuse. Because if you're only going to speak out when it's convenient, or in this case, you won't speak out when it's your new friend or somebody who bought the president's election, I just think it's quite rich to hear this conversation and not point that out. And with that, I yield back.
Will you yield to Darren? Is it your time?
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes, I yield to Representative Menendez.
I appreciate my colleague yielding. I just want to add on to my colleague from California's remarks. We also have to remember there was a showcase of electric vehicles at the White House. So I guess the president has poor judgment in what makes a good automobile, because they were just everywhere. It was a spectacle. So either the president has poor decision-making because, as our colleague from Texas said, apparently EVs are just a waste of money and not worth producing. It sounds like a little family conversation that the White House should have with their special employee, Elon Musk, but at least you won't be told that you will be, how should I say this, you will not be charged or followed for trying to hurt the stock price of Tesla. So at least you guys have that going for you, even though you don't believe that EVs are good. And with that, I yield back.
And I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said earlier, I'm one of the newest members of this committee, and I came here to try to make a difference and make government work better for people. I spent the previous 12 years as a utility regulator, and the last few minutes of this hearing has been a lot of talk about how to keep energy costs low for the citizens of this country. And my colleagues, I hope to be friends over the course of the next few years, on the Democrat side, have put forward one methodology of doing that, and that is by supporting all these government programs to help keep costs low. I know a little bit about keeping energy costs low. In my job, that was our role, was determining what the rates were going to be for the customers in my state for electricity and gas service. And North Dakota has among the lowest rates in the whole country. In fact, the last couple of years, we had the actual lowest rates in the country. I've watched other states pursue this approach in different ways, and some, like the Democrats to my left, are suggesting by setting arbitrary deadlines for carbon-free electricity, and then having to have replaced existing resources that are providing the power, and the customers have to pay for that. Then you replace them with taxpayer-funded, weather-dependent resources that don't work all the time, so you have to have backup generation. Customers have to pay for that too. That gets baked into the rates. And then you have to build the transmission lines to get to the new generation resources. Customers have to pay for that too. All goes into the bills. And then you have to, the cost gets so high that you have to provide rebates to the customers who can't afford them to help afford the rates that you've created by all your policies. And then you might even bake into those rates incentives for others who can afford it, usually the wealthier customers, to buy solar panels, geothermal, energy efficient appliances, all these sorts of things. You bake those into the rates as well. And then you wonder, why are energy costs getting so high? And then you have to turn to the government to provide money so people can afford their energy costs. Or you could take the approach that my state takes, and we have the lowest energy costs in the country, and you can select your resources based on the cost of them and the reliability of them. You can let technology, not arbitrary deadlines, determine how quickly you replace things, what resources you use, and base that on costs. You can reduce the regulatory burdens for energy production and help encourage more production because more supply usually reduces costs. You can create a business climate that stimulates growth, where people want to come, where people want to invest. That helps bring more resources and reduce costs. You can have low tax rates, which also helps increase investment in your state, reducing costs for all the people who have to pay them. And at the same time, you can do all those things and have the highest reliability in the country. This is not a difference of who cares more about the people of this country. It's a difference in philosophy. We have a genuine different approach. And in what I just laid out, when it relates to energy policy, it's proven that the Republican approach to trying to increase demand, reduce the regulatory burden, and bring more energy to the fold is going to reduce rates and have a huge positive impact for the citizens of this country, the ratepayers of all classes, especially the people on limited incomes. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Texas.
Well, thank you so much. And I just want to add a little bit to this conversation and agree with something my colleague from Florida just said that I was thinking about in response to something that my friend from West Virginia said earlier. Mr. Soto, if I can use your name, Mr. Soto, mentioned that it would be great for us to conduct oversight, and I couldn't agree more. And I was thinking about the comments from my colleague from West Virginia who said, look, I saw this grant, I was thrilled, I drove over there, which I think is a great thing to do, and check things out. And I think that it's important. We should ask questions, and I think in this committee we should be asking more questions. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. I wish we would ask more questions about what this administration is doing to these programs, to these grants. But I understand there are some new things that were rolled out from the Inflation Reduction Act, from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We had so many new grants coming our way. We created a whole position in a monthly newsletter to inform our community about all these grants rolling out. So it's good to ask questions. And I want to preface my comments with this, because you can't believe everything you read on the internet. I think we all know that, and it probably bears repeating. You can't believe everything you read on the internet. But I was really interested in the story we were hearing from our colleague from West Virginia, so I looked up the Appalachian Community Capital just to see what it is. And I just want to correct a couple things in the record. Again, it's on the internet. We can verify this more later, but it says Appalachian Community Capital is a community development financial institution, a CDFI, lending intermediary that raises capital for its members to fund small businesses in rural communities in Appalachia. ACC has over 35 members that collectively manage more than $2 billion in assets supporting economic development. And I looked a little bit further, and again, this is just on their website and on the map for the Green Bank for Rural America. It operates in 582 counties in Appalachia, including in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Alabama, it looks like from the map. Not every county, but across those states. And their mission, and they say it here, is that they are investing in coal-impacted communities for the benefit of the entire country. And they say when coal-impacted communities succeed, the rest of the country is made stronger. And that's why these investments, like the ones from the Green Bank for Rural America, are critical in leveling the economic playing field. So this is the application they made to the Biden administration. This is what funded that $500 million grant that our colleague was talking about. I think it absolutely makes sense to ask these questions, but I also think we should look at their answers and not just look at the physical building and see that there's not a lot there. As I said before, I hope we'll do more of that with the grants we're seeing rescinded, because I mentioned one in my community already, but there were more. There are more under this program that are being rescinded, and as I understand it, We're only talking about the unallocated funds there, but if they cancel those grants, they're gonna go back into the unallocated pot. And so we're gonna lose the money that our communities are already expecting. And so I think we could have a few more oversight hearings. I can't wait. I'm on the oversight subcommittee on this committee, and I think that's absolutely something that we as members of Congress should do. Too often in the last 100+ days, we as members of Congress have ceded our authority to the White House and to this administration, told them, some of our members have told them, that's okay, they don't have to spend the money we appropriated because that's just advisory. That's not the law. Well, we all know it's the law. We debate it, we vote on it, we send it to the Senate, they pass it, we send it to the president signs it into law. And yet we're saying, we don't have to, you don't have to follow that, that's okay. You don't have to fund these grants. You can, do whatever you want. And even in that sort of CR that wasn't really a CR, gave the White House tremendous authority. We shouldn't be ceding that authority. That's not what we were sent here to do. This is a separate branch of the government. It's the first branch. I think everybody here knows and should remember, Article 1 branch of government. We make the laws and the executive is there to make sure that they are executed. And so let's get back to that. Let's exercise our oversight authority. Let's exercise our legislative authority. Let's do permitting reform. Let's do the stuff that we know we can, should, and must do for the people that we represent. And let's go back to conducting oversight over this administration. It's raised a lot of questions in the last 100 days, and we are best positioned to get those answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chandler yields back. Do I see anyone on the Republican side? If not, recognize gentleman from California, Mr. Peters.
Thank you so much,
5
Mr.
minutes.
Chair. Excuse me. Well, someone mentioned methane, so I had to weigh in when they say that. My colleague from Texas, who shall not be named, I guess. I'm disappointed to see the majority eliminate funding for small businesses to save money, reduce their pollution, keep our air and water clean. I'm also disappointed to see them effectively kick the can down the road on implementing a common sense methane regulation that we passed in the Inflation Reduction Act. Let's be clear, reducing fugitive emissions from oil and gas operations is one of the fastest and most effective ways to protect public health and keep America's energy sector globally competitive. Methane is a greenhouse gas with a global warming potential more than 80 times higher than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. And even small leaks can erase the tremendous benefits of burning gas as compared to coal with respect to carbon dioxide or other dirty sources. Unfortunately, methane regulations have been caught in a cycle of constant change. The Obama administration passed rules. The Trump administration repealed the rules. The Biden administration took office, worked to reinstate safeguards, establish a market-based approach, methane to feed to waste reduction, and to drive innovation. And now we're looking at that being repealed as well. Let's be clear about what the methane fee and what it's not. It's not a tax on energy production. It only targets the largest polluters, and these are the polluters, people who are emitting, and is designed to encourage companies to capture more methane rather than venting or leaking it. It's a smart, targeted approach that incentivizes modernization and efficiency. The methane fee also demonstrates to consumers who want clean gas and our global competitors that American natural gas is the cleanest and most efficient on the market. Not addressing this would only hurt the American industry by injecting regulatory uncertainty into the market, back and forth, making us less competitive in an international market that increasingly values cleaner gas as a customer matter. So many of the biggest energy companies support strong methane rules and urge us not to repeal these common sense rules because they know reducing waste and consistency of regulation over time makes business sense. A rescission of these funds and elimination of the methane fee would undercut the responsible producers who've invested in cutting-edge methane detection and capture technologies to make their businesses cleaner and more efficient. So let's also not forget the impact on consumers. When methane is wasted, there's revenue lost, and ultimately that translates into higher costs for American families. The bill before us today would only incentivize outdated practices that contribute to pollution and energy waste, drive up long-term costs, and expose consumers and companies to price uncertainty. Eliminating federal support for compliance, moving the goalpost a decade down the road, doesn't solve problems, it creates them. It's increasingly apparent that American liquefied natural gas exports, particularly to our allies, depend on strong policies to address methane pollution. The only viable solution, in my view, is bipartisan legislation that gets us out of administrative rulemaking, acknowledges the reality, and commits to industry standards that ensure the cleanest, most efficient natural gas production. We need long-term solutions, and investing in monitoring and compliance to reduce unnecessary methane emissions is critical. So I urge my colleagues to stand with responsible energy producers and American consumers. We can't afford to be short-sighted. Let's keep America competitive, protect our environment, ensure affordable energy for all. And this bill takes us in the wrong direction on methane, so I urge you to oppose it. And I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield to me for a minute?
Yeah, yield to the
Thank
ranking
you.
member.
I just want to remind everybody that, this was a program that was put together with industry. And it was done so that they were actually allocated funding so they could upgrade their facilities and have less methane emissions. And the only reason for the fee was sort of a penalty if they didn't upgrade and use the funding that we were giving them to actually improve the situation. And it was done with industry. At the time, there were really no objections to the program. It makes absolutely no sense to repeal this, to repeal the funding, to postpone the fee and whatever's being done here. Everybody liked it, but I guess that doesn't matter. But I just wanted to make that point. I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. I would also just say, it was the head of Exxon, the head of Cheniere, the major companies that said, please don't reverse these rules because we need certainty in order to make investments. So I think we're going in the wrong direction for the environment, but also for American business and competitiveness. And I'm sorry about that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone on the Republican side, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've gone all over the place with this discussion on this amendment. In regard to the Green New Deal Bank and the $20 billion that was set out in the last few weeks of the Biden administration, my colleagues have mentioned a couple of the more egregious examples. There's another one. Revenue for the Climate United Fund was $550,000, Mr. Chairman, in 2023, but they got almost $7 billion. Now, let me put that in perspective. That's almost 13%, 13 times, not percent, 13 times more than their revenue in 2023. In the case of the Appalachian Community Capital, that was a 178% increase. I mean, now, I'm not a banker, but I've had to deal with the bank, and you have to put up collateral if you get a loan. And one of my colleagues across the aisle mentioned that this was a bank. But it was administered by the EPA. And as far as I know, now I could be wrong, but I don't know of any bankers. I don't know that they set up a bank and operated under the rules of a bank. There are capital requirements, collateral requirements in order to get a loan, and generally a loan of that size would require somewhere north of 70% collateral. So I'm not making any accusations against anybody, but I think it should raise some serious concerns for oversight here, and we're going to do that. I could go on down the list of some of these just unheard of amounts of money going to organizations that it's questionable whether or not they have the capacity to do that. And then we got into extreme weather. I pulled up, I like to study these things, and I pulled up some information here. And I think it's the last report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It's their annual report, number 6. And it says there is low confidence in most reported long-term multi-decadal to centennial trends in tropical cyclone frequency or intensity-based metrics. So again, you can't say that we've got more hurricanes or that they're more intense over the long trend. You have to look at the whole trend. The other point that I want to raise here is my colleague, I think some of my colleagues might have misunderstood when I mentioned Reverend Jackson and Reverend Sharpton. and what they were doing in Pembroke Township in Illinois, they were not arguing for environmental justice. They were arguing for a natural gas pipeline for that community, which they were successful in getting, and the community was very grateful for that. The other thing I want to talk about, though, is the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, I know there's certain words that we can't use, but that was clearly mistitled. That was never an Inflation Reduction Act. The claims were made that it would reduce federal deficits by around $300 billion over a 10-year period. But that actually resulted in $1.9 trillion being added to the federal deficit and increased inflation. Even some of the people on the left admit that this bill was mistitled and that the projections were clearly inaccurate. But I think when you say that it's going to reduce federal deficits by $300 billion and you miss it by $2.2 billion, it raises some serious questions about the credibility of the people making those projections. And again, I'm going to be very careful in the words that I choose to use here. We've heard some fairly reckless words being thrown around here that I just think that we need to take a long, hard look at it. And I'd like to enter this into the record. This is an article that lays out some of the problems with the IRA. Without objection.
Will the gentleman yield?
Well, without objection?
I'll yield to the gentleman.
I think, gentlemen, I agree with you. The IRA was a travesty. All these EVs that they wanted to spend all this money on, all these subsidies. But good news is there was a survey out the other day that said 90% of all EVs are still on the highways today. And the other 10% made it home safely. I yield back.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. Recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I speak in support of the amendment, but also since we're back on the subject of the Inflation Reduction Act, there's a couple of thoughts I just want to share with the committee. The IRA brought billions of dollars to states across the country. Some of the top states for new clean energy jobs following the IRA are Georgia, South Carolina, Nevada, Kansas, New Mexico, Arizona, and North Carolina. Yet my Republican colleagues have shared their view consistently that the IRA's investments in American workers are a slush fund. It's been said that it was a travesty. That's probably why every Republican voted against the IRA. But over $100 billion in IRA funds have gone to Republican districts to generate clean, green, good-paying jobs. So to any of my colleagues across the aisle who represent districts that have received IRA funding, if those funds were wasteful, tell me why your districts accepted them. Tell me why you all were at the ribbon cuttings. And I'm sure because you all strike me more as Facebook people and Instagram people, it was probably on your Facebook pages that you were there at the ribbon cutting that was funded by IRA money. So finally, let me ask you this, because it's now getting late, so we should probably be honest with each other. If those funds were wasteful, why not just give them back? Y'all are trying to, plug a huge hole by cutting health care to the American people. Just give us the money back. It was wasteful. You didn't vote for it. Your districts probably don't. I'm not going to yield. Maybe in a second. But if those projects were wasteful, if it was a travesty, then why are you holding that money in your district? You should be ashamed of it. You should want to give it back to the federal government so we can plug the hole that you're currently trying to plug with cuts to Medicaid, the ACA, taking health care away from millions of people, so you could fund tax cuts for those who absolutely do not need it. And at the end of the day, the federal government gets some dollars back. That's helpful. And you can tape together the ribbons for the next ribbon cutting that you won't have because we're not passing anything here. And this administration cuts all the programs that we've previously passed. So you can just put that in a closet for when Democrats are back in the majority. Thank you.
Will the gentleman yield? Thank you. I just want to make just a quick comment. One of my Republican colleagues on this committee from the state of Georgia, who will be unnamed, even came to me and said, hey, would you help us on this? This is IRA money. I want a company in my district to get more money. So how about we go in and fix some of the IRA so companies in my district can get it too? So what my colleague just brought up is so true. It's them going to the ribbon cuttings, them taking the dollars when they want, and then just saying, hey, let's repeal everything else now, by the way, because we need to find money for the billionaires and our friends to give them tax cuts. So it's happening right on this committee, and the hypocrisy is just so big. But since we can't name names, we won't do that anymore. Okay, with that, I yield back to Mr. Menendez.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you very much. So this is one of those subjects where I think about my mother. My mother was a civics teacher. The role of a congressperson has two different hats, probably more than that, but two major hats they wear. One is to decide if legislation is good and if that legislation is something they ought to vote for. And the second hat, and that's the one where all the Republicans voted against a particular bill that was previously mentioned. And the second role is that of an ombudsman. Once the bill is passed and signed into law, and as long as it is still the law of the land, it is also the obligation of a congressman to advocate for their district to get the money, even if they didn't agree with the money in the first place, to get the money for their district. So it is always very confusing, and I actually wrote a column, which if y'all want it, just let me know, we'll send it to you. Wrote a column on this explaining that there are two roles to a congressional person. One is the legislation, but once passed, even if you disagreed with the underlying purpose, if there's something in that legislation that can benefit your district or that you think ought to come to your district, whether you agreed with the underlying principle or not, whether you think the money should be spent or not, you have an obligation as the ombudsman role of congressman to advocate for your district and do everything you can to bring those resources to your district, because the money's going to get spent somewhere, and if it's going to be spent in one of 435 districts, you want to see that you get your fair share. And that's why you sometimes get these disagreements where you voted against the legislation, but you advocate for your district after the legislation is passed. That does not mean that you cede the ability on future legislation to act the legislator role and still oppose the spending of that money. And here endeth the civics lesson, and I will yield, if she wants the time, to Ms. Houchin of Indiana, if she would like the remainder of my time, or you can wait and get your own time.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to yield to the gentleman, Mr. Palmer.
All right, I yield to Mr. Palmer then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we just keep hearing all this talk about tax cuts for billionaires and all that stuff. And, you know, my colleagues have forgotten two very important things. One, the vast majority of the tax cuts went to middle-class Americans. And if this tax cut expires, they're going to be the hardest hit. Now, I know there's some math challenge over there, but that's a problem that we can try to work through. But the other point I want to make is that when it comes to who billionaires support, in the last election, there were 135 that were actively involved. 83 of them supported the Democratic candidate, Ms. Harris. That's 61.5%. 52 supported the Republican candidate, Mr. Trump. That's 37.5%. So, and then among the millionaires, it was 57% supported Democratic candidates. So I really think when it comes to the ratios and who's being backed by billionaires and millionaires, I think that's a bigger problem for my colleagues across the aisle. And I'll be happy to get the information on how the tax cuts impacted the middle class by income brackets, and I'll share that a little bit later. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I yield back, and now recognize, do y'all have anybody? Anybody on the Democrat side wishing to speak? Seeing none, anyone on the Republican side wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll now move to the measure. A roll call vote has been requested. If we'll take a roll call vote on the amendment by the gentlelady from Michigan.
Mr. Latta.
No.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith.
No.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagan. Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Is there anyone else? Seeing anybody on the Democrat side? All right. Clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 29 noes.
Amendment fails. Any additional amendments to this particular title? We have one from the gentleman from New Jersey. Will the clerk Would the gentleman help the clerk figure out which amendment that is?
Sure, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. My amendment is tiled environment _49.
49.
Yes, sir.
Environment _49, an amendment offered by Mr. Menendez. Strike section 42-106.
I would say dispense with the reading of the amendment, but that is the amendment. So Mr. Menendez is recognized, the gentleman from New Jersey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak today in support of my amendment that would strike the section of this bill that repeals and rescinds funding for reducing air pollution at schools. We have an administration that claims to be promoting an agenda that will make our nation healthier and serve American families. But the bill we're marking up today does the opposite. It threatens bare minimum protections to keep our families healthy and safe. As a father and a legislator, there is nothing more important to me than protecting our nation's children. When parents send their kids to school, the last thing that they should be worried about is the air in their children's classrooms making their children sick. But indoor air pollutants pose serious health risks, coughing, inflammation, allergic reactions, and respiratory illnesses. Those risks aren't just bad for children's health. They also affect educational outcomes. Nearly 1 in 13 American school children has asthma, which is a leading cause of chronic disease-related school absenteeism. Breathing poor quality air at school makes that absenteeism worse. One study found a significant decline in children's English and math scores for every increase in particulate matter in their school's air. Democrats recognize that this is completely unacceptable. That's why the IRA created tools to address this challenge. The program Republicans are trying to eliminate in this bill helps reduce air pollution in schools. It helps school districts build resiliency and renovate buildings so children breathe cleaner, better quality air, something we should want for all of our children. Republicans voted against the authorization for this program 3 years ago, and they're doubling down on it now. Today, they want to eliminate that program and claw back funding that Congress already set aside for it. So I'd like my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to explain to me and to the American people how gutting a program to reduce air pollution in schools is addressing waste, fraud, and abuse. How is it making the air our children breathe? How is making the air our children breathe dirtier promoting government efficiency? How is making children sick supporting American families? This issue should be common sense. It should be straightforward. It should be bipartisan. Children's health, the air that they breathe for 8 hours per day, 5 days per week, should be non-negotiable. Unfortunately, this administration and Republicans are abandoning their responsibilities to protect America's families and America's school children. I urge all my colleagues to continue to protect air quality in our schools and support my amendment. It says I have 3 minutes, and I'm here in New Jersey. Today, my daughter Olivia had a dance recital. My wife told me it went very well, which means that she gets all of her talent from her mom. So with that, let's keep her and all of her classmates and all your kids and neighbors' schools' air clean. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for the 5 minutes. We previously argued about this section in a previous amendment. I think we covered it fairly well. I'm glad that Olivia's recital went well. It's one of the things that folks back home don't always realize is that we have families too, and no matter which side of the aisle you're on, you're missing something. And it's not always easy. And sometimes your kids are okay with it, and sometimes they aren't. But I hope that she's all right with you being here tonight. I do think what we're doing is important even when we don't agree. I will repeat some of what I said before in that no schools are actually losing any money. Most of this, or all of this money, went to planning organizations and folks trying to figure out things, and that data is already out there, so I didn't have any problem with this, and it's kind of one of those deals where it's all hat and no cattle. I yield back. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the Democrat side? The ranking member of the Environment Subcommittee, Mr. Tonko, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I speak in support of Representative Menendez's amendment. You know, it's been suggested that these funds, some initially 50 million in total, won't actually be helping our schools. It may even be down to about 12 million now that's remaining in the account. But look, if we look at, we can easily imagine that many of our schools need an environmental shot in the arm. And while 50 million won't solve that problem, there's opportunity, ample opportunity, that would allow EPA to provide technical assistance and develop best practices so that facility managers could put together a plan of action. We're looking for efficiency. This is a great way to do it. Have planners put together the plan that makes most sense, that can enable them to then go forward and can take the next steps to find the resources to implement those plans. These well-informed decisions would do a lot to improve our schools. And, you know, we look at the science of clean schools and making certain that children's experiences are as best as they can be. Air quality has been looked at from many, many samplings and studies out there. There's ample evidence that improving schools' indoor air quality dramatically improves students' academic performance. It enables them to raise those test scores and reduce the amount of sick days that keep them from attending school. And at least one study estimated that with the high-quality air purifiers in the classroom, we can see a reduction of class size. It's equivalent to a reduction of class size by some 30%. So there's great stuff we can do here. This scraping away the amount of money from this fund away from our children, I think is really neglectful. But I get it. You're looking to scrape all sorts of dollars together to amass that total you need to line the pockets of billionaires. But why does that have to come at the expense of our children? Why does it have to come at the expense of 13.7 million individuals who will be knocked off the Medicaid opportunity? So with that, I yield back and encourage everyone to support this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Do I see anyone on the Republican side wishes to speak? Seeing no hands, I now turn to the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is one of those cruel and dumb attempts by Republicans to cut funding for schools in need in order to find the funds to give billions of dollars to billionaires. I support this amendment to prevent that from happening. We need to keep the funding for schools to address pollution. I mentioned earlier in my previous remarks how pollution does, in fact, affect students' learning capacity, and it also affects their days in school. In other words, there's more missed days in school. And in fact, it's hard to study and learn when you have frequent asthma exacerbations and can't breathe. So let me tell you a story about how this funding is important. Back in October of 2019, there was a mulch fire in an industry called the Sun Valley Recycling Center in Thermal, California, right next to a set of schools. This industry, this company, was not following industry standards, and there was a fire that polluted the air. And you know, these mulch fires, you can't just go in and turn them off. They simmer and they last, and this one lasted for several weeks. And there was reported about 25 students from Desert Mirage High School, they reported smoke-related health issues, with 14 visiting the emergency department for respiratory problems. In the middle school and the elementary school there, they were evacuated due to proximity to the fire and smoke exposure, evacuated alongside all the other students. This was a serious problem in a very under-resourced school district, and because of this, they applied for funding and received air monitors, because if it's not a fire, because this is not an isolated incident, fires like these are becoming all too common in the Eastern Coachella Valley, a region already burdened by some of the worst air quality in the nation. And time and again, its students, many of them from low-income farm worker families, are hit the hardest. So when smoke from fires or the dust from the surrounding Salton Sea fills the air, students experience severe asthma flare-ups and respiratory distress, lost instructional time due to school closures or health-related absences, stress, fear, and a sense of being unheard as their neighborhoods and classrooms become zones of environmental harm. And that fire wasn't just an environmental event, it was an educational and a public health emergency. And it underscored the urgent need for investments in clean air infrastructure in and around schools, like high-efficiency HVAC systems, real-time air quality monitoring, and stronger land use protections to keep hazardous operations away from residential and school zones. My colleague says that he's cleared his conscience because this money does not take away these funds. This money rescinds future potential grants to address high schools like Desert Mirage High School and other high schools throughout our nations and throughout our members' districts that suffer from similar environmental hazards and toxins and air pollution. And this fund will help those schools, but they want to make those funds not available for those students. And that's just wrong. It's morally wrong. It's the wrong policy. It's only going to increase costs, increase emergency department visits, decrease students' aptitude in school. And so I urge everybody to please vote for this amendment, protect this funding for the schools that need them to protect their students' air quality so they can continue going to school in a healthy environment, get the grades, and live a healthy, productive life. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do I see anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, there has been a roll call requested, and we would require a roll call. Thank you. Let's go ahead and vote on the amendment.
Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Ms. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Aye. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Aye. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw?
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce is not recorded. Mr. Joyce votes no.
Gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Houchin.
Mrs. Houchin votes no.
Do we have anybody else on the Republican side, anybody on the Democrat side? All right, seeing none, the clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 28 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any additional amendments? Seeing none, I will turn the chair over to the chair.
You want a roll call? Roll call? I figured you did. All right, if there's no further discussion, okay, there's no further discussion, no further amendments. All right, I move that the committee do now approve and agree to transmit the House Committee to the House Committee on the Budget, Subtitle B, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Environment. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli? Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone?
No.
Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette? No. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky? No. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui? No. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor? No. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz?
Mr. Luis, yeah.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagan? Ms. Badagan votes no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Strahan? Ms. Strahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie?
Aye.
Chairman Guthrie
Anyone
votes
seeking
aye.
to answer the roll? Seeing none on the Republican side, any on the Democrat side? Everyone's recorded? The clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 29 ayes and 24 noes.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. The chair calls up the committee print subtitle C, Communications, and asks the clerk to report. Okay.
Title 4, Energy and Commerce. Subtitle C, Communications. Part 1,
Without
Spectrum
objection, the
Options.
reading of the print is dispensed with, and the committee print will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Is there discussion on, or there is discussion on subtitle C? The purpose, what purpose the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word on the underlying title.
You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For nearly 3 years, House Democrats have worked together with Republicans on this committee to restore the Federal Communications Commission's Spectrum Auction Authority and direct the revenues raised to fund bipartisan
Gentlemen, suspend. Let's let the room come to order. The gentleman has a right to be heard. Please proceed.
And that Spectrum Auction Authority, the idea was to direct the revenues raised to fund bipartisan priorities to enhance security and connectivity. And that was the case until this January, when the Republicans gave up on our efforts to instead chase partisan goals like funding tax breaks for billionaires and large corporate interests. And I'm disappointed that my Republican colleagues are choosing this partisan path. In shaping the spectrum provisions before us, Republicans have abandoned their commitments to fund critical public safety upgrades with spectrum auction proceeds. Spectrum is a public resource of which the government is a steward, so it's only reasonable to think that revenues raised by its sale or lease should fund priorities that serve the public interest. But instead, my Republican colleagues have made a conscious choice that the $88 billion in spectrum revenue raised by their legislation is better spent on tax cuts for billionaires than on upgrading 911 systems to benefit first responders and all of our constituents actually in times of emergency. If this bill becomes law, Mr. Chairman, it will set back efforts to upgrade 911 centers for a decade or more. Much of the legislation before us today is cruel, but Republican omission of funding for life-saving public safety communications instead, in order to line the pockets of the wealthy, during Police Week, no less, is particularly shameful, in my opinion. So I look forward to supporting proposals from my Democratic colleagues to right these wrongs in amendments. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition for discussion? Anyone? The gentlelady from California is recognized. Gentlelady from Northern California is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Spectrum has historically been a bipartisan issue in Congress. It should remain so, and we should, as a bipartisan matter, make thoughtful, balanced decisions when it comes to a spectrum pipeline, one that promotes innovation and recognizes we need the right mix of unlicensed, shared, and licensed spectrum. Yet today, my Republican colleagues are ramming through a reconciliation bill that tosses this careful, bipartisan approach in the trash. This isn't a serious attempt to help American families. It's a cash grab, funneling tens of billions in auction revenue into tax breaks for corporations. These auction proceeds should be invested in the public good, upgrading 911 systems, expanding broadband, and connecting every American, not tax cuts for the ultra-rich. Instead, through reconciliation, Republicans are delaying the life-saving emergency response upgrades and tossing aside the chance to make broadband truly affordable and accessible. And when President Trump is already turning independent agencies like the Federal Communications Commission into his personal lapdog, this bill does nothing to prevent conflicts of interest and ensure that spectrum decisions are grounded in facts and law. Without proper safeguards, these decisions will choke competition, kill innovation, and destabilize billions in existing spectrum investments. We must be careful when opening up spectrum bands to new uses. The stakes are simply too high to get this wrong. Take the CBRS band, a shared spectrum band critical to national security and 5G innovation. Key American industries, consumers, and schools rely on CBRS for connectivity, smart manufacturing, precision agriculture, and other innovative uses with technology developed by U.S.-based equipment manufacturers. They have already invested heavily in innovations using CBRS, and any change should be very carefully considered. Jamming a bill through that could kick all current users off the CBRS ban when we have had only 36 hours to review text and only one spectrum hearing this Congress is reckless and risks causing real harm. U.S. national security, competition, manufacturing, and jobs are on the line. We should be pursuing bipartisan spectrum policy based on facts, analyses, and full stakeholder input, not half-baked policies. Our consumers, businesses, and federal agencies all stand to benefit when we effectively use our spectrum resources. That's why I've long championed thoughtful approaches like the National Spectrum Strategy, which teed up a slew of bands for study and gathers input from stakeholders across industry, public interest, and the government to ensure an all-of-the-above approach, including licensed, unlicensed, and shared spectrum. And it's why I urge my Republican colleagues to work with us to pass comprehensive spectrum legislation that has substantial bipartisan buy-in, not jammed through a partisan giveaway that enriches the 1% at everyone else's expense. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Is there any people seeking to speak on the Republican side? None. We have the gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
lady's recognized.
I'm deeply concerned with this Republican-crafted budget resolution for Subtitle C dealing with communications, where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle plan to use spectrum auction proceeds to fund President Trump's tax cuts for billionaires and large corporations. Simply put, it makes no sense to auction spectrum to help pay for large tax breaks for the super wealthy. Instead of using the funds from spectrum auction proceeds on the wealthy, Congress should invest this money in ways that benefit local communities and public interest objectives. In addition to my concerns regarding the uses of spectrum auction proceeds, I am worried about the cost of internet services. There is no denying that the expiration of the Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, poses a significant challenge for low-income households that depended on it to afford internet services. Unlicensed spectrum technology, such as Wi-Fi, has provided connectivity across all income levels due to its wide distribution and deployment. We've seen schools and libraries utilize Wi-Fi to help connect their students and patrons. And while Wi-Fi can help with the affordability issue, other technologies like Citizens Broadband Radio Service, or CBRS, have delivered new 5G network capacity connecting rural areas and spurring precision agriculture. Protecting CBRS and ensuring greater use of its rural communities supports rural economic growth and access to fundamental services like education and healthcare. Lastly, beyond the concerns I've already addressed, the reconciliation bill contains a broad ban on states enforcing their own state laws regulating artificial intelligence systems for a full decade, depriving them of the ability to prohibit practices that harm Americans. I urge my colleagues to oppose the so-called AI and Information Technology Modernization Initiative that would do nothing but allow big tech to deploy dangerous technologies. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments? Gentleman from Louisiana, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk titled COM4_XML.
The clerk will report.
COM4, an amendment to the committee print for Subtitle C, offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Page 4, after line 22, insert the following section.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would add the text of the bipartisan Next Generation 911 Act to the Republican budget reconciliation legislation before us today and fully fund the program using the proceeds from future spectrum auctions. Because of technological advances in telecommunications over the past 50 years, Americans can communicate today in ways not even contemplated when 911 systems were first created. We take the capability to send text and video messages in an instant or stream live over the internet for granted, yet we haven't always had those tools. We use these tools with our friends, our loved ones, every day, yet we're not able to use them contacting 911 when it matters most. Hundreds of millions of calls are made to 911 across the United States each year. However, most Americans may not be aware that 911 call centers lack modern 21st century communication infrastructure. Each of us has a device in our pocket with extraordinary capabilities unimaginable when the first 911 call was placed. Yet because our 911 systems are stuck in the past, our first responders are unable to utilize the tools we take for granted in this digital age. 911 operators are trained to give excellent step-by-step instructions to callers for every emergency imaginable. The problem is that every day there are new emergencies beyond our imagination. In the Next Generation 911 environment, the ability to send multimedia or transmit to live video to first responders en route to an emergency is an extraordinary step for public safety. For example, firefighters can map out the best point of entry while en route based on pictures and videos of a burning building and have a plan before they even arrive on the scene. EMTs
can coach Good Samaritans helping someone in cardiac arrest, adjusting their instructions before what they see in real time. It also enables the text to 911, which is crucial in situations that do not allow for someone in danger to place a call and speak, like in instances of domestic violence, where discretion is paramount. The applications are limitless. When seconds are the difference between life and death, our constituents and first responders who put themselves in harm's way to save lives should have the best possible tools. This gives us that opportunity to have the best possible tools. So when our individuals are putting their lives on the line, we should give them the very best of what our technology has to offer. I can think of no other better way of funding it than using these Spectrum funds. And I'm sure taking this language that is literally lifted from our bipartisan bill from this committee would make perfect sense, that if we can't agree on anything today, this is one that we certainly can agree on. I yield.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield, yes.
I just want to speak in support of this amendment, and I can think of no other way to spend dollars in this kind of a system. I also want to take a moment to apologize to all of the people who came today to talk and to hear about Medicaid, because you showed up and you are here, yet this committee is not having the health portion of this hearing until after 10 p.m. And it reminds me of the hour when they released the text for the actual bill in the dark of night after 10 p.m. And it's really shameful that we have not had this part of the hearing moved up so that you all could be here, because we have had scores and dozens of people showing up and coming on this issue who've had to leave, children who've had to leave, and advocates who've had to leave. So I want to apologize to you how shameful it is that this committee is waiting until after 10 p.m. to do it. And we know it can be done because in the past in this committee, when we want, we move bills around and we move topics around to make sure that they are done. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Carter.
Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes Mr. Hudson for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
I wish to speak against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's no secret our 911 technology is outdated. Some systems are even half a decade old. Next Generation 911 is a top priority for this committee and for me as chairman of the subcommittee on communications and technology. That's why I want to make sure that we can continue this on a bipartisan basis. In places like my own district, this technology is already being deployed. I think it's important we make sure we have an accurate number of dollars to appropriate for this technology, considering the last cost estimate for NG 911 deployment we have is from 2018. Given the mixed deployment across the country, there's no doubt the number we need to appropriate has changed, and I want to get this right. I want to thank the gentleman who offered this amendment for his commitment to this issue, and I believe he's sincere, and I've appreciated working with him on it, and I commit to you that I will work with you going forward, because modernizing our 911 technology is a top priority of mine as the chairman of this subcommittee, and getting it done outside of reconciliation ensures the quickest delivery. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there speakers on the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz? I have to call you by name because you have a lot of Californians. So, Mr. Ruiz, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of this amendment. I congratulate my colleague, Congressman Hudson, for having Next Gen 911 in his district. I don't have it in my district. As an emergency physician, I have witnessed firsthand the critical importance of timely emergency care. I've seen first responders wheel patients into the ER during the most harrowing moments of their lives. In those moments, every single second counts. That's why this amendment is so important. It would fund long overdue upgrades to our public safety communication system through the Next Generation 911 program. Even shaving a few seconds off emergency response times can mean the difference between life and death, between permanent disability during a stroke or full recovery. This issue isn't hypothetical for my constituents. In recent months, part of my district experienced 911 outages. Okay, we can't wait. Residents in crisis couldn't get through to emergency services at all. That's not just a failure of infrastructure, it's a failure to protect lives. And yet, during National Police Week, when we should be honoring our first responders, my Republican colleagues are pushing legislation that would prevent vital modernization because if instead of using the Spectrum auction funds to modernize outdated 911 systems, which they can easily do that, they are using it to give billions of dollars of tax cuts to billionaires. And it is deeply contradictory to praise law enforcement while advancing policies that make their jobs harder and their response time slower. At the same time, the reconciliation plan proposes slashing over $700 billion from Medicaid. 13.7 million people will no longer have health insurance. They will have no care, meaning they will get sicker and they will be calling 911 more to go to the emergency department. And to add insult to injury, those hospitals or emergency departments, especially in rural areas, are at risk of closing. And for years, expanded access to affordable care has allowed under-resourced communities, rural communities, to seek help from doctors instead of emergency rooms. But if this bill becomes law, the progress will be undone. People will wait until it's too late, call 911, and end up in overcrowded ERs receiving more expensive, less effective care. So Democrats are offering a solution to get faster response times, to get patients to the emergency room sooner. And this amendment would improve emergency response time, support our first responders, and save lives. Meanwhile, Republicans are advancing a bill that will result in more 911 calls, more hospital closures, and more preventable deaths. And let's be clear, this legislation will make Americans sicker and leave them with fewer options for care. If we're going to force 911 and first responders to fill the gaps left by gutted health care, the least we can do is give them the most effective tools they need to do their jobs. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in honor of National Police Week to fund next generation 911, protect public health, and truly honor our first responders, not just in words, but in action. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition on the amendment? No. Dr. Miller meets, and then I'll come back to
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if the gentlewoman from California was calling for a vote.
Oh.
If she wanted to move things faster.
You want to yield him back? You want to yield the time to the gentleman from Alabama?
Are you asking me from California? Yes?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
so.
ma'am. Are you calling for a vote?
No, I'm calling for your committee. You guys are in charge. You decide what topics are going to go, that you move up the healthcare first. This is a totally intentional thing you're doing to make sure healthcare doesn't happen before 10 p.m. You have the power to do it. So I know you want to vote to move things along because you want to just skip and go as late as possible. But you all have the power to do it.
I reclaim my
You
time.
have the power.
I reclaim my time.
Well,
Call
for the
for the
record,
vote.
this is Republicans doing.
Okay, do you yield to the gentleman from Alabama? Is what you? Or you want your own time now? Are you good?
I reclaim my time. I yield to the gentleman from Mr.
Alabama.
Chair. Yes.
All I was going to say was 911, first call was made in the town that I was born in. And it wasn't because I was born there.
Was it Hackleburg?
First 911 call was made in Haleyville, Alabama.
Haleyville. Well, it's Robert Adderholt's hometown. All right. Okay, do you yield back? Anyone on the, Mr. Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate Representative Carter bringing forward this key bill. Billions in telecom spectrum auction dollars should be reinvested in next generation 911 systems, not billionaire tax cuts. You know, we heard already about how Florida gets hit pretty hard with hurricanes. My district got hit very hard with Irma and Ian, and Helene and Milton just hit Tampa Bay pretty hard as well. But you would be surprised to know that we have a dry season in Central Florida in the early spring. And so we actually had wildfires this past couple months, 275 acres brush fire, as well as a 600-acre fire near St. Cloud, Florida, just these past couple weeks. And we do a lot of maintenance and controlled burns of our forests. And so I visited St. Cloud Police Department yesterday and met with 911 operators. Their systems are antiquated. They need more investment. One of the 911 operators was even affected personally by the fires. And so as we're looking at these investments from telecom spectrum that will generate billions of dollars, it should go right back into spectrum-related issues like 911 systems so that we can protect our constituents. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badigan. Ms. Badigan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How is Dr. Joyce recorded?
Dr. Joyce is not recorded. Dr. Joyce votes no.
Anybody on the Republican side? How is anybody on the Democrat side? No, seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 28 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? The gentlelady from New York, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled COM 9.
Com 9. Clerk will report.
Com 9, an amendment to the committee print for subtitle C, offered by Ms. Clark.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
My amendment would take a small amount of the money you all are confiscating today to further enrich billionaires and put it towards lessening the impact of President Trump's price hikes on everyday people. Specifically, my amendment would put spectrum auction proceeds toward reestablishing a broadband affordability program that would lower costs for families across the country. The truth is, the spectrum that my Republican colleagues are seeking to auction off today does not belong to them. It belongs to the American people. Proceeds should be reinvested for the public good and not used exclusively to pay for tax cuts for their billionaire friends. Funding a program to help make broadband affordable is needed now, perhaps more than ever. The Affordable Connectivity Program brought millions of Americans online, but despite its success, Republicans allowed the funding for the program to lapse last year. As a result, many of the nearly 23 million ACP families saw their internet bills go up. Those who could not afford to pay were disconnected entirely. Little did we know at the time this would be one of the first of many Republican price hikes families would have to face. In fact, at every opportunity they get, Republicans seem determined to increase costs and widen the digital divide. Last week, the president announced his plans to unilaterally repeal the Digital Equity Act and claw back the money Congress appropriated to implement it. Digital Equity Act programs were designed to provide devices and training to folks across the country, including seniors, veterans, people with disabilities, and those living in rural areas to help them get online. Also, right now, the Trump administration is purposefully delaying broadband build-out projects under the BEAD program, even though shovels could have been in the ground across the country months ago. Republicans seem poised to effectively roll back the requirement that providers that take BEAD money provide an affordable service plan. Republicans voted in the Senate last week to forever repeal an FCC program that would provide Wi-Fi hotspots to school children. This is a travesty considering how many students from low-income households have come to rely on Wi-Fi. It's almost like they look back at photos of children doing homework at fast food restaurants or in library parking lots during the pandemic and think, those go back to the good old days. Is that what they mean when they say, make America great again? I don't see it that way at all. We must continue the incredible progress we've made to close the digital divide and finish the job. Study after study shows consistently efforts to close the digital divide must address the high cost of internet service. I urge all members of this committee to support my amendment, which would finally provide some relief to people in this country facing Donald Trump's price hikes. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any discussion for this? Gentleman from North Carolina, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak against the amendment. The Affordable Connectivity Program was originally established as a temporary program to ensure that Americans could afford to stay connected if they were suddenly laid off during the COVID-19 pandemic. It expired when the money ran out and well after Americans were back at work post-pandemic. To set the record straight, the federal government already has a program to ensure that low-income Americans can afford service, the Lifeline program within the Universal Service Fund, which is managed by the Federal Communications Commission. Second, starting ACP using spectrum proceeds would ultimately harm the very people it seeks to help. This is only a temporary solution. Spectrum proceeds will run out, and then all the families that relied on the subsidy will be left without it again. Last Congress, Democrats complained about 23 million households losing their ACP subsidy, and now they want to do it again. Without a permanent funding source, providers will not want to participate because of the burdensome process of re-enrolling subscribers, only for the program to go away within a few years. Third, this amendment does nothing to reform ACP to address eligibility or the waste, fraud, and abuse that we saw rampant in the program. Under ACP, we saw people with enormous incomes, even lobbyists here in DC, qualify for the ACP. That's not who this program should support. I'll also note that as much as Democrats claim to miss that program, they controlled both the Senate and the White House last Congress and couldn't agree on a proposal that could keep ACP funded. Congress should not restart the ACP until we can all agree on reforms to the program and have a dedicated, permanent funding source for any program to help our most vulnerable populations participate in the 21st century economy. Now, we're happy to work with our friends on the other side of the aisle on changes, but this is not the vehicle for those discussions. My colleague also mentioned the BEAD program. I'll tell you, the BEAD program, a lot of money, not one penny has been spent to lay 1 inch of fiber, though. We need to get that money deployed. And I've offered a solution, bipartisan solution called Speed the BEAD, and I would encourage my colleagues to take a look at that. And finally, this charge again, you're entitled to your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. The other side keeps claiming that we want to give tax hikes to billionaires, but I'll point out that the tax policies we hope to extend affect middle-class Americans. In fact, in the author of this amendment's own district, New York 9, the average family will see a tax increase if we don't extend these tax cuts of $2,302 per family. That's a lot of money. That's real money for working families. One of my colleagues earlier made the same charge from California. I'd mentioned that the average California taxpayer would see a 20% tax increase if we don't extend the 2017 tax cuts for the middle class. In fact, a family of 4 in California making $95,000, that's the median income, would see a $2,142 tax increase on average. That's real money. 4.6 million California families would see their household child tax credit cut in half. 85% of California taxpayers would see their guaranteed deduction cut in half. 3.1 million small businesses in California would be hit with a 43.4% tax increase. 56,821 family-owned farms in California will see their death tax exemption cut in half. This is real damage to real working families. In fact, if you look at the tax brackets, if you look at the lower tax bracket of $15,300 for a single person, $12,150, their tax rate would go from 10% to 15%. Tax bracket at $49,425 of income would see their tax rate go from 12% to 15%. This is real pain for real working families out there. So this charge that we're trying to have these tax cuts for rich people, I'm not going to use the L word because we're not allowed to use that. I'll just quote another famous Californian who said, it's not that they're wrong, it's that what they know for certain just isn't so. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, I don't know why it's that Perry. Peters is recognized. Mr. Peters.
Can you go to Mr. Auchincloss first? I didn't realize, I never get called on that fast. So
I'm sorry, what did you, go to?
Can you come back to me, please?
Okay, Ms. Dingle from Michigan, you second? Recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very supportive of Representative Clark's amendment. The Spectrum Auction Program has raised over $230 billion since 1994 and has long enjoyed bipartisan support for funding public safety and connectivity initiatives. As co-chair of the 5G caucus, I know how critical it is that we continue investing in infrastructure, spectrum policy, and innovation to maintain America's leadership in wireless technology. We've made tremendous progress since the passage of the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act, but let's be clear, this work is far from done. Affordability remains the #1 reason that people don't have high-speed internet access at home. A recent survey found that 63% of the adults said their internet bills had increased in the past year. And 1 in 5 say that these price increases have caused them to downgrade, switch, or cancel service. Every time a family must make that choice, we're moving in the wrong direction for this country. I was beyond disappointed when my Republican colleagues allowed the Affordable Connectivity Program to run out of money last year. ACP connected 23 million families and was the most successful broadband affordability program in history. Representative Clark's amendment rights that wrong, and the timing couldn't be better. According to one report, President Trump's reckless trade policies will increase costs for 5G wireless equipment, ultimately leading to higher prices for consumers. But these trade policies could significantly slow down our deployment of 6G networks, putting us at risk of losing our global technological race with China, something I think we should all be unwilling to do. At the same time, we should be concerned about spectrum provisions in the underlying bill that jeopardize innovation and economic competitiveness. In Michigan, the CBRS ban supports advanced manufacturing, and it powers private 5G networks and auto manufacturing facilities. Eliminating access to this shared spectrum would directly threaten these deployments, and with no viable alternative band to shift to, this will harm competition and consumers. The bill also risks limiting access to unlicensed spectrum like the 6 gigahertz band, which enables campus-wide Wi-Fi at the University of Michigan, supporting over tens of thousands of students, faculty, and staff. And I'm sure that that's the same universities across the country. To maintain our leadership and close the digital divide, we must drive down costs and get back on track so that everyone in this country gets connected to cutting-edge internet access. I thank Representative Clark for offering this important amendment, which would lower costs for consumers, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. That's what President Trump promised, that we would lower costs for consumers. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in opposition to this amendment and quite frankly want to join my colleague, Representative Hudson, to reject the claims made by our colleagues on the left. $42 billion. $42 billion was allocated in the previous administration. Not a single family or business was connected to the internet. Not one. Not one. And I represent a district that is exceptionally rural. And let me tell you, there was a lot of hope that there was going to be connectivity. It never came. So I reject the notion that now all of a sudden you guys care about connecting Americans to broadband when you had 4 years and Congress, really, to do it, but you didn't. And I had to stop counting once we hit over 100, because over 100 times tonight, in the last 8 hours, it has been said by our colleagues on the left that this entire package is about tax breaks for billionaires. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a report from the nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation that just came out that shows that those making between $30,000 and $80,000 annually would pay 15% less in taxes under the Republican plan. Those aren't billionaires. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are not billionaires. That is working class American families. Show me in the text where billionaires are getting a tax break. I'll wait. We'll be here all night. I can go through every single one of the districts that are represented here tonight, and every time someone objects to making these tax cuts permanent, that is them saying they want their constituents to pay more. They want families to pay more. They want to cut the family credit deduction in half. That is a fact. You cannot argue the facts. And so I reject this amendment, and I reject the notion that this package, which is designed to support working Americans across this country, is about tax breaks for billionaires, because again, it would be false. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Perry.
Mr. Peters.
Peters, I said that twice now. I apologize.
That happened the first week I was here. They confused me with Mr. Perry, but
I'm sorry, I
obviously
said that
not the same
again.
person.
I don't know why I said that. I'd know better. I apologize. My apologies.
No, don't worry about it. I just wanted to address my friend from North Carolina's discussion about the tax burden. You know, first of all, this is the bill that the Republicans wrote in 2017. They designed it to expire in 2017. This is by design because it costs a lot of money to extend them. And they knew that then, they know that now. But let's just talk about part of it. One of the parts of it would take the top marginal rate and restore it back to 39.6% from 37%. Just that change would generate, according to the Penn-Wharton budget model, allowing the top marginal tax rate to return from 37 to 39.6%, would yield $402 billion in new revenue. That's almost half of what we're trying to get out of here. Just that change. Now, are those people, these small families, middle-class people? No, that marginal rate doesn't even start until you make $609,000 as a single person or $731,000 as a married person. Those are not people who can't afford an extra $2 per $100 starting at that level, because it's a marginal rate. That doesn't mean that all your income is taxed at 39.6, just the part above that. So the bill can be split up. It doesn't have to all be reenacted at once. Some parts you made permanent. The business tax reduction, the corporate tax. Actually, I thought 35% was too high. But even Dave Camp, the Republican chair of the Ways and Means Committee, all he ever asked for was 24%, and you all put it down to 21%. That's $400 billion right there, more than I think Republicans were even asking for back then. So there is room to adjust this without hurting those middle-class people. The other thing I just mentioned, too, is the tax gap. Do you know we don't even invest in collecting the taxes that people are owed? So without changing one tax rate, a recent study out of Stanford, every dollar the IRS spends auditing complex enterprises helps us claw back $20 in revenue the federal government should be collecting under federal law. The tax gap right now, in 2022, was $696 billion. All we have to do is collect that money. And we know we have to invest in the IRS, and you know what Republicans are doing? Apparently that's too much of a law enforcement thing for them. They're pulling back, they've already defunded $20 million of the money we invested to try to make IRS better. IRS not just collecting taxes from rich people who aren't paying them, but that's what the tax gap is. $696 billion. It's also trying to help people with their refunds and administration. I mean, so let's just not pretend that this is some monolithic thing that has to be extended all at once, because there's parts of it we could turn out. And by the way, if we continue to do this without addressing the annual budget deficit, which is now $2 trillion a year, the budget deficit's going to go from 36 to 38 to 40. Who's going to pay for that? You think we're not increasing by that deficit, by letting that deficit balloon? You don't think we're increasing taxes on middle-class people? We sure as hell are. So what I don't want to hear is that this is some yes or no decision. We can't split this up into the good parts and the bad parts. I think the people over here would work with you on keeping taxes low for truly middle-class people. People over here like the child tax credit. But you're telling me you can't go to 39.6 on people who are really, really wealthy to help our country? I don't buy that at all. Don't buy it at all. And it's fiscally irresponsible, and it's one of the reasons we're sitting here cutting 13 million people off of health care. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes any Republican member seeking recognition. Gentlelady from Indiana, what purpose is recognized to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot in the last several minutes about BEAD. I just want to comment that I concur with Chairman Hudson, Telecom Subcommittee Chair, on his comments with respect to the BEAD program. Thanks to the Biden administration's mismanagement, we're still waiting for the largest broadband investment in our nation's history to connect a single home. The Biden administration added unnecessary and costly requirements on labor and climate change and unlawfully forced the states to regulate broadband plans. Even liberals like Ezra Klein and Jon Stewart agree that the Biden administration mismanaged this program. They recently hosted a podcast criticizing the Democrats' cumbersome regulations and processes for BEAD. Not a single dollar for BEAD has gone out under President Biden. We need to reform BEAD to eliminate the unnecessary Biden regulations that made broadband deployment more expensive, burdensome, and unattractive. Committee Republicans are ready to do this. Subcommittee Chairman Hudson has introduced the Speed for BEAD Act, which I'm a proud co-sponsor. This will eliminate costly requirements and prohibit rate regulation and ensure that all technologies are able to participate so that we can finally connect every home. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there recognition of the gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment, which would use Spectrum Auction Authority revenue to fund broadband affordability programs, or the BEAD program. The BEAD programs brings over $1.8 billion to California to deploy broadband infrastructure to the hardest to reach communities, including the eastern Coachella Valley and underserved areas across Imperial County. In parts of my district, particularly in rural and agricultural areas, over 25%, 1 out of 4 households, either lack internet access or rely on slow, unreliable service. That digital divide is unacceptable in the 21st century. Access to affordable high-speed internet is a modern-day essential, just like electricity or running water. Students in the eastern Coachella Valley often have to do homework in parking lots or fast food restaurants to get Wi-Fi. The BEAD program gives these kids the tools to succeed, no matter their zip code. And for our farm worker families, tribal communities, and low-income households, high-speed internet means access to telehealth, online classes, remote jobs, and connection to vital services. This is also about public safety and infrastructure. High-speed broadband enables better coordination for emergency alerts, disaster response, and deployment of modern technologies like next-gen 911. So again, you know, we tried, but you all refused to use Spectrum auction funds for upgrading our 911 systems. Now we're imploring you to support this amendment to use Spectrum auction funds to help fund the broadband affordability programs. If we learned anything from the pandemic, we learned that many of us rely on broadband for telehealth, for school, for commerce. And so let's continue to improve broadband, especially in rural and under-resourced communities. And with that, if anybody would like my time, I could yield. Otherwise, I'll yield some time to Mr. Soto.
Thank you so much. So we're going to do this on BEAD again, huh? $42 billion to bring rural broadband. All 50 states have their plans approved already. All 50 states' plans are approved already. President Trump has been in office for over 100 days. He's done nothing. Nothing. How many more days does he have to be president before maybe your constituents get wise about this? They start to realize that it's him, that it's you all, not doing anything on this.
I have 2 minutes left on my time.
We would rather all of our constituents have these BEAD programs deployed and get them internet access, rather than sitting here for 4+ months and being persnickety about this and that and this and that. The plans are approved. Have the Trump administration deploy the money. We've done it. We could all sit here together and talk about how this is a bipartisan victory. I have rural areas. Most people in this room have rural areas. This argument's getting old and older by the day. And I yield back to the gentleman.
Gentleman will.
And I yield to Mr. Carter.
You know, I'm a real-life example of a BEAD program that was stopped in its tracks. Everything done, all of the studies, everything in place. Louisiana was ready to go. Trump administration halted it. So don't say that nothing has happened. Don't say that nothing could happen. Louisiana is a perfect example of a state that did everything right under a Democratic governor and completed under a Republican governor. Can't blame it on parties. Republican and Democrat both recognized that this is a great program. Our Republican governor, Jeff Landry, hailed and heralded this program and was ready to go. It was halted within moments of completion and ready to be on its way to do just what it was supposed to do, and that is to lay fiber and to provide connectivity to rural communities throughout Louisiana. And this administration stopped it with no good reason. I yield.
And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Hudson, the chairman of the subcommittee.
Well, thank you. I'm excited. I mean, this is great that we've got bipartisan agreement that we need to get BEAD funds out. And I I believe in the sincerity of my colleagues, Mr. Ruiz and others. I have a bill called Speed for BEAD, and I would love for y'all to get on and work with me on it. I mean, we can get this money out the door fast, and I think we ought to, for the very reasons each of you have articulated very, very well. There is a new have and have-nots in society. It's the people that have access to broadband and those who don't. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of folks wanted me to kill the BEAD program. I went the different direction. I went to the BEAD program is the name of my bill, because the need is so dire out there in our rural communities in particular, but even in some urban communities, we've got areas that don't have access. And I just ask my colleagues, please co-sponsor the bill, please work with me. We could actually get this bill into law quicker than the reconciliation bill. And so let's do it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to gentleman from Florida.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Barragan, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I almost don't know where to start. There's so many things that just transpired. Why don't we start with who's going to benefit from the taxes conversation that my colleague from Florida, who's saying, oh, all these Californians, oh, these middle-income people. The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities put out a chart, and I wish I had it printed, that said, House Republican tax plan bestows enormous tax cuts on the wealthy. Does little, I don't have this, it's not this one yet, does little for low and moderate income families. And it basically shows the top 1% would get $64,770. The bottom 20%, guess how much they get in tax cuts? $90. So when you talk about giving the tax cuts to the rich, that's what we're talking about. It's just making sure that people at the top get the biggest benefit, and in some cases, of course, even skirt the whole rules altogether. But I want to speak in favor of this amendment, Mr. Chairman. This committee is being asked to make a choice about who we serve, and this is where my chart comes in. Spectrum auctions are projected to generate $88 billion for the federal government. That's a staggering amount of money that we should use to invest in public safety, digital equity, and essential services for the American people. But if you take a look at what they're going to do with the $88 billion, like AI deployment funds for Elon Musk and his billionaire friends, it's like this much. You see that? Of all this amount of money, right? You think you'd be investing in like actual technology, but you know why they're doing this? They're doing it because they got to find the money to pay for the tax cuts for the rich and the wealthy and the billionaires, so they could take more private jet flights. They think it's funny, but it's true. And it's also the reason why Medicaid is being cut. It's why they're throwing millions of people off of health care. And so, yeah, we have to make a choice. What are House Republicans doing? Tax cuts for billionaires and personal favors for Elon Musk. They want to use the federal dollars to pay for the tax cuts, while working families struggle to pay for groceries, for rent, and internet service. They want to funnel $500 million directly into the pockets of Elon Musk and his billionaire tech allies under the guise of deploying artificial intelligence across the federal government. There's no demonstrated need for this, no public demand, just a payday for the rich. Spectrum auction revenue comes from the sale of public assets and should be invested in public priorities. So how should we use it? Well, we could fund the Next Generation 911 program to update our nation's aging 911 system so that first responders can respond quickly and accurately when lives are on the line. Every second counts in an emergency, and this funding could mean the difference between life and death. Unfortunately, our Republican colleagues just voted down an amendment that would do just that. Now, we should make internet access affordable for low-income communities and expand broadband in rural and tribal communities. These investments are needed to overcome barriers that keep people from accessing education, good jobs, and critical health care. There's a troubling pattern here. House Republicans do nothing while the Trump administration destroys broadband programs left and right. So we talk about the BEAD program. The BEAD program was set to start building broadband infrastructure months ago, but Republicans have needlessly paused program implementation while they work to divert BEAD funds to Elon Musk's Starlink. Not only is this unethical, but also will deny rural communities access to affordable and reliable internet infrastructure that they desperately need. And here's another interesting pattern if you haven't heard it. A minute ago, the Biden administration was so quick to hurry up and get money out the door. They did it recklessly. Now, the Biden administration didn't get money out quick enough on BEAD, right? Because they had all these regulations. This is just like listening to this. It has to be confusing for the American public. It's certainly confusing for me, and it's totally inconsistent. I strongly support Representative Clark's amendment, but I doubt any Republicans here today will vote for this strong, smart policy. Why not? Because it clearly doesn't align with Republican priorities of higher prices and favors for Elon Musk and other billionaires. Let's be clear, we shouldn't serve billionaires. We should serve the American people. And with that, I ask that we support the amendment. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any discussion from members on the Republican side? Seeing none on the Democrat side. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
I support Representative Clark's amendment, and the truth is, I think we all would. I think there is bipartisan support for taking the spectrum proceeds and investing back into the system, whether it's Next Gen 911 or access to the internet for low-income families. If we were up to our own devices, if it was on us, I suspect everyone would support this amendment. We wouldn't spend $88 billion of spectrum proceeds to pay for tax cuts that absolutely, overwhelmingly benefit the wealthiest people in this country. The only reason we're having this debate is because the assignment from Republican leadership and President Trump was, we want to pass tax cuts that overwhelmingly support the wealthiest Americans, and you all have to find $800, $900 billion in cuts. And so you went to healthcare and about $700 billion in cuts there, taking $88 billion from spectrum proceeds, again, to pay for these tax cuts. So it's come up. So on the tax cuts themselves, as one of my colleagues mentioned, the top 1% gets about $64,000.
versus the bottom 20%, which is around $90. So if you look at that, in terms of daily relief, those making $50,000 will receive 72 cents per day. Those who are making $1 million or more will see their wallets padded by $223 a day. That's 310 times more money. 310 times more money for millionaires than middle-class families making $50,000 a year. Of the tax relief, 20% of the bill goes to the top 1%. 40% of the bill goes to the top 5%, which means the vast majority of tax relief in this bill goes to the top 10%. So that means 90% of folks aren't seeing the majority of the benefits here. If it were up to us, if you all didn't have this assignment, I think in this room, but across the board, we would have bipartisan support for tax cuts for working families, for middle-class families, for farmers, for small businesses, paid for not by adding a dollar to the debt or taking any money from people's health care or stealing from the Spectrum auction revenues. We would require those at the top to pay all their taxes. As one of my colleagues mentioned, that if you just take the top marginal income tax rate and you let that expire, that's anywhere between $250 to $400 billion. If you take the corporate tax rate from 21 to 28, not even where it was 5 years ago, that's $1.3 trillion. There are proposals that would require a minimum tax for billionaires. That minimum tax produces $500 billion, meaning that if you just do those things, requiring the folks at the top to pay more in taxes, not all of their taxes, just more in taxes, you would be able to pay for all of the tax cuts for working people, small businesses, farmers. Nobody would lose their health care. We would be able to invest all of the auction dollars in next-gen 911 and affordable, internet for families all over the country, and no one would lose their health care. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on, the gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I listen to Republican complaints about the delays in the BEAD program, those complaints are inconsistent with their desire to avoid waste, fraud, and abuse. Those complaints ignore how broadband networks are actually regulated and get deployed. For decades, Congress left it to the states to come up with the details for oversight of for the infrastructure deployment for all communications networks. BEAD was no exception. Congress charged the states to run the grant program and to run the challenge process. And the states were all over the map. Some, like Virginia, had established broadband offices that were already providing infrastructure deployment grants through a competitive bidding process with local government partnering providers. But most states did not. They didn't have a broadband office, they didn't have a process. They needed time to get that going. Hire staff, educate local governments and providers, particularly the smaller providers in smaller localities who weren't used to applying for these type of grant programs. Official state and local activities have to comply with open government and notice requirements to allow public input, so the public knows what's in the plan. And to the extent these states didn't have an open process for the broadband deployments and setting up the broadband office, that would be a problem that could lead to waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, federal dollars need to be spent and should be spent to expand broadband to areas that are unserved. That means that you need to know where is served. That is why, first, to avoid waste, we said you're going to use these federal funds
for unserved areas. It said, okay, we need to figure out where they are, so we're going to have the FCC create a broadband map. The FCC had to create a process for that, a public process with input from all the stakeholders. And then the providers had to provide their data and make sure they did it in a way that protected competitively sensitive data or national security infrastructure information. They needed to set up a process for that. And the whole purpose of this map process was to make sure we're not overbuilding, i.e. wasting federal money, building broadband networks that were already served. All of that took time. Then you had to have a challenge process because what the maps show wouldn't necessarily account for projects that were in the pipeline but not in the ground. That challenge process took time. So all of this was not just the Biden administration sitting around saying, I've got this pot of money, I'm just gonna sit on it. It was, we need a process in place to make sure that when we use federal funds, we don't waste it, there's no fraud, and there's no abuse. Well, now we've done all that. Now all the states' plans have been approved, we're ready to go, and the Trump administration comes in and says, whoa, 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 we want to change the rules. Even though Congress said these broadband networks have to be scalable and reliable, now the new administration said, well, we want to use the least cost technology, ignoring the fact that the places that are not connected are the most expensive to connect to. And you need to make sure that the technology you use is scalable and reliable. But now they want to change the rules that all of these plans were built on, and so you got to start the plan process over. So we're ready to go. Now you're going to take the time to restart the process all over again. And yet you complain that it took so long, even though the reason it took so long was to avoid waste, fraud, and abuse for federal funds to be used to deploy broadband to connect the people that have been waiting to be connected. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, there's a gentleman from New Jersey. He's recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I speak in support of the amendment. I also wanted to follow up on my colleague from Ohio's comments regarding how these tax cuts disproportionately benefit the wealthiest in America. Our colleague from Florida said that she would wait all night to hear how that would be the case. And so I just wanted to leave the floor open, but to just repeat the facts. Under a straight TCJA extension, the top 0.01%, so not even the 1%, the 0.01% of earners would receive 10% of the benefits from these extensions. Top 1% of earners would receive a quarter of the benefit from these extensions. Top 5% of earners would receive 45% of benefits from extending the TCJA, so clearly it disproportionately impacts the top earners. I know Ways and Means is similarly in a markup, but as my colleague from Ohio said, as you go through from the top earners down, you see that the top 1% would see a roughly $64,000 benefit from the proposed tax language. 99 to 99% would receive $10,000, and it gets lower and lower as you go down the economic bracket. So while there may be beneficial tax treatment to some of our lower middle class neighbors, the bill disproportionately impacts and benefits the top earners. So since it was asked how that's the case, we just wanted to lay out the facts as we understand them for our colleagues across the aisle who had raised the question. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, there's no further discussion. The vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Patagon. Ms. Patagon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie.
No.
Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter of Georgia is not recorded. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw?
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Ms. Kamick?
Mrs. Kamick votes no.
Anyone here to be recorded on the Republican, anyone on the Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? For what purpose, does the gentlelady from California, Ms. Matsui, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
State your amendment.
It's COM 8.
Com 8, an amendment to the committee print for
The clerk will
subtitle.
report the amendment.
Com 8, an amendment to the committee print for subtitle C, offered by Ms. Matsui. At the end of
Without
section.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment seeks to ensure that before we auction any spectrum, our country's cabinet secretaries have received sufficient cybersecurity training consistent with our government's established security protocols, including on the use of commercial messaging apps
like signal and telemessage for official purposes. 2 weeks ago, we had a subcommittee hearing on one of the worst hacks in U.S. history. Salt Typhoon, a Chinese state-sponsored hacking group, breached the networks of at least 9 American telecommunications companies. These hackers stole Americans' call records and targeted audio and text from high-profile individuals, including people tied to the Trump administration. Communications networks are the backbone of modern life, which makes them ripe targets for attack. Salt Typhoon should have been a wake-up call. They and other advanced cyber attackers remain an active threat to Americans and our national security. Yet the Trump administration is busy learning the wrong lessons, slashing our cyber defenses and turning a blind eye to its own senior officials' cyber malpractice. As one of his earliest acts in office, President Trump fired the Cyber Safety Review Board, cutting the investigation into Salt Typhoon off at its knees. At last month's hearing, the former director of the Cyber Threat Intelligence Integration Center confirmed that cutting off the Salt Typhoon investigation this early shortchanges our national security by limiting our ability to get a full picture from the intelligence community, law enforcement, and the victim networks of how to improve our defenses. My Republican colleagues like to talk tough about protecting America against foreign adversaries, but talk is cheap. They refuse to hold this administration accountable for compromising classified government information that, in the wrong hands, could put American lives in danger. President Trump has already weakened the United States' ability to respond to and prepare for attacks on our critical infrastructure. His administration is taking a wrecking ball to our federal cyber workforce, including plans to slash the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, or CISA, by nearly 40%. And President Trump's latest budget proposal would continue this carnage by cutting CISA's funding by nearly $500 million. This is not about trimming the fat, but about crippling America's capability to defend against malicious cyber actors. And to make matters worse, President Trump continues to stand by senior officials who broke security protocol. President Trump is defending the indefensible, rallying behind the blunders of his Secretary of Defense, who has engaged in repeated security failures, including leaking classified war plans to his wife and brother over an unsecured signal chat and reusing compromised passwords. Likewise, until a couple of weeks ago, the president was standing blindly by his national security advisor and continues to stand by countless other senior officials who use Signal and personal Gmail accounts to conduct sensitive government business. These are not people who inspire confidence that they will follow even basic cybersecurity practices, much less guard our country's most sensitive secrets. And it's not just embarrassing, it's dangerous. The world is watching. Bad actors are ready to take advantage of this administration's gross incompetence. Rather than calling out this administration's security failures, my Republican colleagues are sitting here today, trying to strip Americans of the health care and take away the ability of our states to ensure the safe use of artificial intelligence. Our nation's security depends on our top leaders, but the Trump administration seems to be woefully ignorant of basic security protocols. It's time for the Trump administration to get its house in order and get serious about protecting our communications infrastructure. For all these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote for this common sense amendment. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to speak in opposition to this amendment. Last month, Ms. Matsui and I held a hearing in the Communications Technology Subcommittee about the importance of secure communications. Our committee led the way to secure our mobile networks by passing the Secure and Trusted Communications Act into law. We take threats to the security of our communications infrastructure seriously.
Our adversaries target our communication networks daily. That's why secure communication platforms for our government officials is crucial. However, this amendment has more to do with politics than our national security. And I would just pledge to all the members of this committee, Republicans and Democrats, as chairman of the subcommittee, I'm happy to work with anyone in good faith to improve the security of our networks, of our communication platforms. But I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is a step to move the country in the right direction. We are currently facing an unprecedented number of threats to our wireless networks from foreign cyber hackers who are often backed by China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. Most recently, this past fall, the U.S. experienced a devastating Chinese state-sponsored attack on these networks known as Salt Typhoon that targeted top Democratic and Republican officials, showing that this is not an issue that only impacts one party, but all Americans. While we often hear that there is bipartisan support for defending our country against cyber threats, especially when these threats involve matters of national security, I remain deeply concerned about the ways that the Trump administration, including Elon Musk and Doge, have been weakening our country's cybersecurity defense system without any pushback from congressional Republicans. Indeed, over the last 100-plus days, Musk and Doge have been haphazardly and indiscriminately cutting and slashing experienced public servants, including our cyber workforce. Taken together, these actions have weakened our country and jeopardized American families' most sensitive personal data by making it easier for our foreign adversaries to access it. This amendment begins to solve this problem. Making more spectrum available for commercial use is important, but if we do not have the right people in place to ensure that the wireless networks we use every single day are safe and secure, then we are only harming ourselves. With their recent actions, the Trump administration is clearly leaving us vulnerable to attack, yet my Republican colleagues continue to stay silent on this critical matter. The truth is, Republicans cannot continue to say that they take threats from foreign actors seriously when the Trump administration is slashing our cyber workforce and allowing unauthorized Doge employees to access data on demand. Very recently, there was a Elon Musk press avail of all the Doge staffers that he has. Perhaps none is more well-known than Big Balls. Yet a Reuters exclusive states that Doge staffer Big Balls provided tech support to cybercrime ring records show. So clearly, if we don't have more oversight of who's accessing this incredibly sensitive information, then all Americans should be worried and calling on their representatives, both Democrats and Republicans, to take this issue more seriously than our colleagues across the aisle are. For all these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this worthwhile amendment to help this country get back on track, to make sure that we're building out our cyber workforce and protecting the Americans that we are tasked with protecting here in Congress. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment. The gentleman requests a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilrakis? No. Mr. Bilrakis votes no. Mr. Hudson? No. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia? No. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer? No. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? No. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
No.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchik. Ms. Fedorchik votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Aye. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bargon. Ms. Bargon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Come on.
Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Landsman. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Fulcher votes no.
Yes.
Mr. Landsman votes yes.
Yes.
Mr. Mullen is not recorded. Aye. Mr. Mullen votes aye.
Alex?
Am I recorded?
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez is not recorded.
Oh, aye, please.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? The gentlelady from Virginia will report her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk titled COM 13.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the committee print for subtitle C, offered by Ms. McClellan of Virginia. At the end of section 43101, insert the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would ensure that the proceeds from any spectrum licensing or allocation, including the auction authorized under this bill, would not line the pockets of the president, government officials, or special government officials like Elon Musk or their family members. This amendment ensures that these proceeds would not benefit any entity that the president, a government official, a special government official, or their family has an ownership in would profit from the sale of this public asset. This amendment also would ensure that the FCC does not collude with the president or other government officials to influence the outcome of their legal battles. No one should use their position in government to enrich themselves or their family members. Yet we have seen the president and Elon Musk in particular do just that since coming into office. Whether it's accepting the gift of a luxury plane from Qatar or other questionable payments from foreign officials in violation of the Emoluments Clause and numerous ethics rules, or turning the south lawn of the White House into a Tesla showroom, or opening an FCC investigation of 60 Minutes 3 months after the president filed a lawsuit against them, or whether it's reports of the
controlling paramount shareholder asking her lawyers to settle the lawsuit with the president to increase the FCC's chances of approving a merger, or whether it's changes to the BEAD program that would benefit Starlink, or whether it's any other action that benefits any of the companies that Elon Musk currently has government contracts with agencies that he is actively engaged in firing workers or cutting their funding. All of this shows a disturbing pattern of corruption and self-dealing in the first and second Trump administrations that should give everyone pause. The FCC was established as an independent expert agency, not a tool of political retaliation, intimidation, extortion, or bribery. Spectrum is a limited public resource, and its proceeds should be used for the public good. And we've had many discussions today about ways that that funding can be used to invest in our communications infrastructure, to invest in its cybersecurity, to invest in next generation 911 deployment. Spectrum auction proceeds should not be used to line the pockets of government officials, their families, or the ultra-wealthy. And fighting corruption in the federal government shouldn't be a partisan issue, because whether it's this president or a future president, this special employee named Elon Musk or some in the future, we should ensure that the FCC, in taking official actions or in selling public assets, does so for the public benefit and not for the benefit of government officials and their families. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes a gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak in opposition to this amendment. I'm honestly a little bit at a loss because I'm not sure this is our jurisdiction, and this seems to be a politically motivated amendment. I mean, if you want to have a serious conversation about this, I'm happy to have a conversation. But this seems like a politically motivated amendment. I mean, I agree with Ms. Barragan. If we're not going to have serious substantive discussion of this title, let's move on and get to health care. But I oppose this amendment because I think it's very political.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
I think I do. I think I do.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. McClellan, I want to thank you for offering this amendment. Here we are in the dead of night. There's so many important things to talk about how powerful special interests want to rip health care away from almost 14 million Americans. Maybe rating the spectrum, all of these invisible radio frequencies we rely on that are there to serve the public, maybe that doesn't quite raise, it's not why a lot of people are sitting here in the audience for this debate tonight, but this really does highlight the cronyism that's going on right now. Because I remember very well, we had a committee meeting just a few weeks ago. We were talking about spectrum, how important it is to keep it as a public good. Mr. Soto is absolutely right. When you're in an area that suffers a lot of catastrophes, updating 911 is very important, so spectrum, going to that modernization is very important. But you've now touched on a particular point in cronyism, because I remember sitting in that hearing that we had in the communications subcommittee the day we were talking about the broadband funding that's supposed to go out across the country. And lo and behold, what popped up at that time was Elon Musk coming in to cancel those funds that are supposed to go out across the country to help people access Wi-Fi over broadband. And the reason this article probably popped up via an algorithm is because Elon Musk said, I'm going to cancel those dollars that have been appropriated by Congress, that you explained very well, why the process of getting that out without any waste, with proper oversight. But see, Elon Musk has his eye on those dollars because he has another company that doesn't rely on fiber
And fiber is the most important thing you can do for a community to attach them to the internet. See, Elon Musk has kind of this satellite Starlink company. And boy, he would love to get his hands on those millions of dollars. So you have a few things going on here. You have taking the public spectrum and using it, selling it, to fund tax cuts for the wealthy and well-connected. And then you have, yes, cronyism. Elon Musk having his eye on those dollars that are supposed to go provide fiber all across America, rural and urban alike, and yet I think we all need to be aware of what they plan to do to target these dollars to their cronies along the way. So I'll yield back to you, but I just want to thank you for filing this amendment. It's an important amendment. I'm going to, Ms. McClellan, I'm going to send her my time.
Thank you, Ms. Castor, or I can't say your name, the gentleman from Florida. The FCC is squarely within this committee's jurisdiction. Spectrum auctions are clearly within this committee's jurisdiction. At our oversight plan markup, I offered another amendment to talk about ensuring, as part of our oversight duties, we would make sure that the FCC wasn't being weaponized against the president's perceived political enemies. And one of the ways the FCC is being weaponized is to also put pressure on entities that are involved in litigation with the president, which I'm very concerned about. And I agree with my colleague from Virginia. I would add to the duties that we have, he mentioned two, one of our duties is oversight. And as part of our oversight responsibilities, we need to look at the fact that a man who has been given the keys effectively to the kingdom, who is accessing all kinds of sensitive government data, who is firing people when he doesn't even know what they do, who is canceling government contracts, who is deciding what should get funded and what shouldn't, at the same time has multiple companies that have government contracts with agencies, including the FCC through Starlink, and as you heard, would directly benefit from the changes that the Secretary of Commerce wants to make to the BEAD program. And all this amendment does is say, when we sell a public asset in spectrum, we're going to make sure that it's not used to line Elon Musk's pocket, President Trump's pocket, or any other government employee or their family today or in the future. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't expect to speak, but since my name was evoked, and I think inappropriately, because my colleague, Mr. Hudson, said, I agree with Ms. Berrigan that this is political. That's actually the opposite of what I was saying. I was talking about the hypocrisy. No, I'm going to respond.
You're quoting me incorrectly.
My name and making my point, and that is,
Generally yield.
let me finish my remarks. This has to be an amendment that's necessary, and it may seem political to you, but just look at what's going on in the world today. Just today, the president stepped on the plane that was given to him from Qatar. I mean, seriously, guys? This whole amendment is about not benefiting the president of the United States. By the way, President Trump said, and I'm quoting, when pressed about the jet, only stupid people reject gifts. This was the president's comments today. So why do we need this amendment? For this very reason. The corruption that's happening right now with this administration and dead silence on the other side. So yeah, does it feel political because it's your president doing the corruption? I could see why that would be uncomfortable. I also want to quote this NPR article from May 7th. How Trump family business ventures stand to directly benefit the president The Trump family businesses, including their crypto company, are capitalizing on the president's position and creating unprecedented conflicts of interest. So why do we need this amendment? Come on, you even have to ask. It is so obvious. The corruption that is happening at the highest levels of government with this administration. How do you just stand silent and say nothing about that? And then question why this amendment is even needed? I mean, frankly, it's a sad day in America when you need this amendment. When you need an amendment that says that a president is not going to benefit or that officials aren't going to benefit. But that is where we are today and what is happening in America. So I just want to make sure that my name being invoked was not invoked in the, well, I agree with Ms. Berrigan, that this is political, was really taken out of context. And so with that,
Would the gentlelady yield?
my colleague, Robin Kelly, would like a moment.
Would the gentlelady yield?
In a second.
After me.
Facts don't matter.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make the comment that Rep. McClellan is one of the most thoughtful, brilliant legislators, and she's very new to this committee, but I'm so glad that she's on it and that she's a member of Congress. And to say what she's doing is political when you clearly said whether it's this president or the future president, which you know will probably be a Democrat, so really, I just wanted to speak up about that. And this is very necessary, as my colleague said, because of what's going on. It's a shame that we've been pushed to have an amendment like this, but it is very necessary. And again, whether it's a Democrat, Republican, that does not matter. We just need to do the right thing. We need to be lawful, and we need not make money off of the presidency or our cronies or our kids make money either. I yield back to my colleague from California.
And I'll yield to Mr. Hudson.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What I said that I agree with you is that you said we ought to move on to healthcare and have that discussion. And point I said was, if we're not going to have a substantive discussion on this title, let's move on to the next title.
Okay, so this is, again, taking my words out of context. I did not say let's move on, like let's skip over this. What I said, and let me reiterate, it is shameful, 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 shameful that Republicans that are in control decided to put Medicaid and health care last. We're now after 11:30 p.m. And why is it happening? Because Republicans don't want it to happen during the day when people are up, when people are watching TV. They want the crowd to thin out. And we have seen, by the way, the crowd thin out because people are here with kids. They're here with disabled kids because this is a life and death situation. So if you're going to characterize what I say, at least get it right, please. Because it's offensive to me, and it's frankly offensive to the people in this crowd who've come out here to advocate for Medicaid and their rights and their health care, okay? Again, you all made the decision, Republicans made the decision not to talk about health care first. They could have started with that at 2 o'clock. They could have done it as a second topic. They didn't do it, and they clearly are leaving it till the end. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, a vote will occur, and there's a request for a roll call vote. The clerk will call the vote.
Mr. Latta. No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilrakis. Mr. Bilrakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamek. Mrs. Kamek votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James.
Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Ms. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchik. Mrs. Fedorchik votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mrs. Schakowsky. Aye. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Aye. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bargon. Ms. Bargon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han. Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mr. Allen is not recorded. Mr. Allen votes no.
Griffith votes no.
Mr. Griffith votes no.
The clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk that's titled COM 19, COMM 19.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the committee print for subtitle C, offered by Mr. Pallone, page 6, strike
Without
line
objection,
4.
the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Republicans want to impose a 10-year ban on states' ability to enforce their own laws protecting consumers from harms caused by artificial intelligence and automated decision-making systems. And let me be clear, this is an unprecedented giveaway to big tech. This 10-year enforcement ban will allow big tech to run roughshod over American consumers, including our children and teens whose lives at school and at home are increasingly intertwined with AI models and automated decision-making systems. Last Congress, at the request of big tech, Republicans refused to move a bipartisan comprehensive privacy bill that would have provided important guardrails on the use of consumers' personal information by AI systems. By contrast, states across the country have been working hard to protect their residents from harmful uses of AI. They have enacted laws that protect consumers' privacy, prohibit the use of AI to commit financial fraud and to steal elections, prohibit algorithmic bias in housing and credit, prohibit harmful uses of facial recognition technology, and protect consumers from AI systems that put their mental health and physical safety at risk. Now, Congress, in my opinion, should be learning from the work done by the states. We should be working to enact federal laws that protect consumers from the negative consequences of poorly understood AI models and badly designed automated decision-making systems. But instead, the House Republicans are leaving American consumers, and especially our children, at the mercy of big tech and their powerful and invasive algorithms, while the Republicans in Congress sit on their hands. If this provision becomes law, states will be powerless to respond to harmful uses of artificial intelligence and automated decision-making systems for the next decade. And that includes threats we know exist today and threats that we cannot currently imagine that arise over the next 10 years. My amendment would strip the ban from the legislation before us today, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment and stop this big tech giveaway. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Did you want my time, or no? I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, let me start with the things we agree on. And I appreciate the gentleman from New Jersey's comments on the topic. I noticed that the amendment he's offered does not strike the first part of this title, which is to appropriate $500 million to the Department of Commerce for the purpose of using artificial intelligence to modernize federal government. And I'm hoping that in choosing to strike the second part of the title and not the first part of the title, it means that we are in agreement about how important this is. This funding will bring the same gains in productivity and efficiency that AI has brought to the private sector to federal government. It'll allow our federal employees to do their jobs more efficiently, and it'll make us better stewards of taxpayer money and allow us to provide better customer service to our constituents. So I'm glad we agreed on that much. But the second part of this title is equally important because it safeguards that investment by imposing a moratorium. And let me explain why that moratorium is so important to safeguard the investment. Right now, there are over 1,000 bills on the topic of AI regulation pending in state legislatures across the country. Imagine how difficult it would be for a federal agency that operates in all 50 states to have to navigate this labyrinth of regulation when we potentially have 50 different states going 50 different directions on the topic of AI regulation. And in fact, this is exactly the same circumstance that we are putting private industry in as they attempt to deploy AI. And the gentleman was talking about the potential hazards of AI, which I completely agree with. But Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution gives the ability to regulate interstate commerce exclusively to this body, to the Congress, not to the states. And so much of this deployment of AI is obviously interstate commerce. Now, no one is suggesting that AI should be unregulated. I certainly don't believe that. I don't think anyone on this dais believes that. But the appropriate body for doing that regulation is the U.S. Congress. And colleagues, we have the ability to do this. Last year, I had the honor of chairing the House Task Force on Artificial Intelligence along with my co-chair, Congressman Ted Lieu. And we had 24 very talented and engaged members, 12 from both sides of the aisle. And we had 25 hearings last year. We spent hundreds of hours on this topic, and we came up with, in December, a proposed federal regulatory framework for AI. It's 270 pages long. We made over 60 key findings and 85 different recommendations. And colleagues, this was unanimously approved by all 24 members of our task force. It was approved by the minority leader and his staff. It was approved by the speaker and his staff. You should have seen what was on the cutting room floor. These 270 pages are what we can all agree on. And we have an entire chapter in this report on the topic of preemption. So what I think needs to happen is that Congress needs to get its act together and codify some of the things in this report. And that will enact a federal regulatory framework that establishes an appropriate balance between protecting American consumers from harm while simultaneously allowing innovation to thrive. Because colleagues, if we don't do this, the people that we're hurting the worst is the entrepreneurs. If you're a Google, I mean, the assertion by the gentleman was that this is a giveaway to big tech. Let me tell you, if you're Google, you might not like regulation, but you've got buildings full of lawyers that can help you deal with it, even if it's 50 different states regulating in different directions. The people who can't deal with that are two people in a garage somewhere trying to start the next Google. And those are the people that we need to be concerned about. So, colleagues, I urge you to vote against this amendment. I think a moratorium is appropriate, and then that will allow us a little bit of runway to get our job done and regulate this at the federal level. And let me just say in closing here that the states, the governors of the various states agree with me. So just tonight, Governor Pallone of Colorado, who has enacted some of the furthest reaching legislation, state legislation on AI regulation, said he thinks this moratorium is a good idea. And red states governors have said it too. And let me submit to you, when you've got governors from red states and blue states saying this is not something states ought to be doing, the federal government ought to be doing this, we should listen to them. So I urge rejection of this amendment. And once we get this passed
please, let's get together and let's enact a federal regulatory framework for AI, because the only way we could do something durable is if we do it together. It's got to be bipartisan. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a close call for me. I'd say to my colleague, Mr. Obernolte, I believe very much that this is an issue that requires federal action. I think preemption is appropriate. Just as I said, in the context of privacy, I think there should be one standard. My problems with this amendment are two. One is we don't have a standard that we're offering. And I think the moratorium is too long. We should be able to do it in a much shorter period of time. So I want to just indicate that I will support this amendment, but very interested in working with you and the rest of Congress to get on top of this, to get a privacy standard here, to get an AI regime in place. And I will certainly support preemption because I do believe one standard is the right standard, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Matsui, is recognized.
I move to strike the last word. California not only has been an engine of AI innovation, but my state has also been a national leader in ensuring we balance innovation and competition with transparency and common sense safeguards. To stall any state or local legislative progress on artificial intelligence for a decade is a slap in the face to American consumers. Not allowing the states to provide common sense safeguards to promote AI safety, transparency, and non-discrimination leaves consumers vulnerable to the harms that AI, when left unchecked, can cause to their health, their jobs, their education, and ultimately their lives. For example, California requires consent before using a deceased person's likeness in an AI-generated replica. There is no federal protection that does this. California law also helps students prepare for the jobs of the future by incorporating AI literacy in their education. At the moment, there's no federal program that supports this. And there are other AI bills in the pipeline that would help Californians, from ensuring safe generative AI use on our critical infrastructure to guaranteeing that insurance companies disclose AI use on decisions that impact consumer applications and claims. The U.S. should be leading in the global race for AI dominance. If we don't lead, others will. However, we can't shoot ourselves in the foot by stopping the good work that states have done and will continue to do. We in Congress should also be working towards tailored and consensus-driven legislation that empowers the use of AI. As we do so, the example of what has worked and what has not worked in states will provide critical insight. I urge my colleagues not to deny us that insight and not deny our states the right to foster innovation while providing critical safeguards for rapidly evolving technologies. We have done great bipartisan work in this committee before, and I hope we can continue to do so, not jam through a provision that rolls back the progress our states have made to protect consumers and advance responsible AI development. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, colleagues, this is a shocking surprise addition to the billionaire tax giveaway package. I guess we shouldn't be so surprised, however, because the big tech companies have had all too much power here in Washington, D.C. I've watched for many years as they have blocked our efforts to pass a privacy law so that you are not constantly surveilled and your data, personal, private data not gathered and used against you and sold to data brokers. I've watched for years as we've tried to protect kids online, whether that's their own privacy through the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, or maybe it's the way they design apps. You know, we tried to do a design code, or the Kids Online Safety Act. Tech companies, with the help of the Speaker, blocked that last year, even though it passed the Senate in a bipartisan way. But boy, this one takes the cake. A 10-year moratorium on states that they can't do anything to keep the citizens of their state safe from some of the malign influences of artificial intelligence. Well, I thought, they're sending in
letters on this, and I thought I would just read a few of them. Encode and Fair Play says AI companies would get exactly what they want. No rules, no accountability, and total control. Bills addressing deepfakes, modernizing state child sexual abuse material laws, hypersexualized AI companions, social media recommendation algorithms, protections for whistleblowers, and more. It ties lawmakers' hands for a decade, sidelining policymakers and leaving families on their own as they face risks and harms that emerge with this fast-evolving technology. Here's one from Common Sense Media. At a time when parents and kids are looking to their elected lawmakers for reasonable guardrails for safe AI use, and when states are beginning to take thoughtful action, the U.S. House Energy and Commerce Committee is instead considering legislation to put industry interests over our kids' safety. Consumer Reports says the language would prohibit the enforcement of laws already passed by many states and would prohibit the enforcement of future AI protections. Congress has long abdicated its responsibility to pass laws to address emerging consumer protection harms. Issue 1 says preemption, it's extremely consequential decision that deserves robust, transparent debate, not a blank check for the tech companies tucked into the reconciliation package. That's what this is. We've had no hearings on a 10-year moratorium, this gift to big tech, and we have to pass this Pallone Amendment to rein in these abuses. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And colleagues, it is important for us to understand what this provision brings to bear for our government and the future of how we conduct business and provide services to the American people. First, again, this will allow us to invest in our government infrastructure in a way that brings modern technology to our federal workers, allows us to utilize, to analyze, to understand our data, and to bring efficiency, the same efficiencies that we're all using in our personal lives that are being used in the private sector, to bring that to government, to increase our capacity and the type of services and the way in which we can provide them to the American people. Second, moratorium. I agree wholeheartedly that the concept of preemption is something that we should consider carefully and thoroughly, but this is precisely the type of use case where it is warranted. Artificial intelligence, as we all know, is revolutionizing sectors across America. To create a patchwork of regulatory schemes from amongst the 50 states will absolutely stifle innovation and growth and the ability of companies across the spectrum, whether large or small, to comply and to continue to innovate and to continue to keep America as the leader when it comes to artificial intelligence. Most particularly, just as Chairman Obernolte pointed out, the largest of the companies, the big tech companies, those are the ones who will be most able to comply with a patchwork of regulations from 50 different states. The ones who will not are the small companies, the innovators, the ones who are going to bring us the technology of tomorrow that we don't even anticipate today. It is those companies that we most need to ensure are equipped to continue their important work. That is how we stay a leader in this technology. So for these reasons, I do believe that this is the moment that preemption is appropriate. If there was ever something affecting interstate commerce, certainly it is this. And also, this is how we ensure not only that we are meeting the needs of the American people, but we also are ensuring that we are not impeding continued progress and innovation in the field of artificial intelligence. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Obernolte.
I thank my colleague and member of the AI Task Force for yielding. Just to mention a few of the things that have been talked about. First of all, the length of the moratorium. To be clear, no one wants this to go on for 10 years. I would be overjoyed if 6 months from now we were presenting together a bill that established an appropriate level of preemption and codified a federal regulatory framework. But as anyone that served on the task force on either side of the aisle will tell you, the landscape of all the different power players in artificial intelligence is very complex,
And no matter what's done, there'll be winners and losers. The moratorium has to be long enough to make it clear to everybody that the federal regulatory system is the only game in town when it comes to interstate commerce. And that's why the moratorium needs to be longer. Another thing that's been said is it's been asserted that AI is largely unregulated now. As we make clear in our report, that's absolutely not true. In fact, what we're all advocating for is an embrace of sectoral regulation, and our sectoral regulators already have most of the authorities they need to regulate within their sectoral spaces. In fact, the FDA has already approved over 1,000 permits for the use of AI in medical devices, which is just about the highest risk use case that you could come up with for AI. So our regulators are already on the case. We need to back them up with a federal regulatory framework, but we've got a little bit of runway to do that. And the third and last point I wanted to make is that preemption here is not going to be total. There is room for the states to innovate in this space, and we devote an entire chapter of our task force report to the issue of preemption because it's very complex. And I apologize, we've had it out electronically since December. We'll get a copy of this on everyone's desk. It's taken 4 months to navigate the Office of Government Printing. Probably needed some AI for that, but we'll make sure everyone has a copy of this. But what we need is a federal framework that establishes some guardrails for where regulation is preempted as interstate commerce to the federal government, and outside of those guardrails where the states are free to be the laboratories of democracy that they are. And I think that we are very capable of passing that and establishing that in a way that makes everyone happy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I support the amendment by Mr. Pallone. A 10-year ban, really? AI isn't just transforming our economy, it is reshaping our society, our rights, our workforce, and even our grasp of the truth. But while the risks grow more urgent by the day, the federal government has failed to meet the moment. In fact, it's done the opposite. Instead of leading, this administration and Republicans in Congress are bowing to pleas of big tech to enact weak AI policy that will preempt stronger state efforts. In my home state of New York, lawmakers have introduced bills that recognize the urgent threat of unregulated AI and take steps to protect civil rights and promote transparency. These state bills confront threats like algorithmic discrimination head-on, so AI can't be used to deny people jobs, loans, or public benefits simply because the systems were built and trained on biased data. State action is not a roadblock to progress, it is the driver of progress. That's how we got clean air laws, privacy protection, and civil rights. Strong regulation is not about stifling innovation. It is about safeguarding communities from potential harm like bias, like discrimination, and the erosion of fundamental rights. I introduced a bill this Congress to protect Americans from the weaponization of AI by sports betting companies. In the absence of federal action on gambling regulation, lawmakers at the state level are pursuing their own. For example, an Illinois state senator took a provision directly from my bill, the Safe Bet Act, that would prohibit sports books from using AI to track their customers' habits, offer personalized promotions to keep betting, or create gambling products like micro bets. If Republicans successfully infringe upon states' rights to protect their constituents with this moratorium, sportsbooks will continue running wild experimenting on their consumers and fueling gambling addiction. Gambling addiction, which has the highest rate of attempted suicide of any addiction. While we sit here all night to rip health care away from nearly 14 million of Americans, why not also turbocharge the next public health crisis? I have no doubt AI can deliver major benefits to Americans, but AI is just a tool, and the use of AI is not inherently good. In fact, there is already plenty of evidence of people with bad intentions using AI to take advantage of and harm Americans. If this is the type of policy being proposed by Republicans, after everything we have heard about the development of AI in recent years, it gives me no confidence that we will rise to the challenge of protecting everyday Americans who are facing a world where supercomputing power is being used against them and their interests, often unknowingly. That's wrong, and it's clear at a time when the FTC's independence is under attack. We shouldn't be taking our state regulators off the beat. So I urge members to strike this provision and start an actual, transparent conversation just about how to develop safeguards to ensure everyday Americans are indeed the beneficiaries and not the victims of AI. With that, Mr. Chair, I
Well,
yield back
Mr. Tonka, would you yield to me?
to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you. I've listened to my colleagues on the Republican side, and I just can't believe what I'm hearing. Look, in the last Congress, we had agreement, a consensus, bipartisan, on a comprehensive privacy bill that would have had some of these safeguards or guardrails, at least been a start. And the House leadership killed it, right? Told everybody on the Republican side not to support it, so it was dead. Now you're telling me, oh, now, don't worry, Congress and the Republican majority are going to pass these guardrails and they're going to do this. I have absolutely no reason to believe that based on what happened in the last Congress. Then you talk about the agency that can do it. I think you're talking about the FTC. Well, I don't know how they're going to do anything. They fired the Democrats, and they were the ones that were probably the ones that were the most interested in actually doing this. So what are we talking about here? I mean, let's be honest. There's no way in the world that this Congress is going to pass federal legislation. There's no way in the world that the FTC, the way it's constituted, is going to do anything about this. And then you say this is preemption. Preemption is when you pass legislation and the legislation preempts the states. This is an absolute prohibition. There's no preemption here. There's no legislation here. There's no regulation. There's no nothing. This is just a giveaway to big tech, and we're left with nothing, and the states now can't even do anything because they're prohibited. It's not a preemption issue. I yield back to the gentleman from New York.
And I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
As someone who has worked very hard to try and protect consumers from big tech, it's important to understand the United States Congress has done zero to rein in big tech. And so when people find that their private information is being used in order to to help the tech companies to be able to do what they wish with consumers' information. All these years we have done zero to say that there ought to be something. And so now we're talking about AI. Okay, that seems to be, according to, we had a number of leaders that talked about the potential dangers of AI. This is not just great work that can be done, but it can also be going into the work that people want to protect for themselves. And it is just outrageous that we have done nothing all these years, and now something is going to last for years, that these companies can do whatever they want. It's just amazing to me that we have not taken one step to rein in big tech when it comes to protecting privacy of any sort. And consumers are being, and children are being exploited. We need to understand what is available to us in order to make sure that the use of big tech is reined in. And it's just amazing that we have done zero year after year after year. And now we're saying years can go by and nothing will be done, excuse me, by big tech and AI. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Lady is recognized.
Thank you. I support Ranking Member Pallone's amendment to strike the moratorium on artificial intelligence regulations at the state level. We're talking about 2035 here. The year 2035. Are you kidding me? As a member of the House Bipartisan Task Force on Artificial Intelligence, I cannot support this 10-year moratorium on state AI laws. That's just out of control. It is nothing more than yet another unconscionable way for big tech to give away to big tech at the expense of consumer rights. Pausing AI regulations for 10 years is extremely dangerous given the rapid proliferation of AI technology. We don't know what AI will be capable of a year from now, let alone a decade from now. And while we in Congress absolutely must pass federal data privacy legislation and a regulatory framework for artificial intelligence, it is short-sighted and foolish to prevent states from stepping in to protect their citizens in the meantime. That's crazy. I can't even believe that we're sitting here debating this. Let me be clear, no one stands to benefit from this provision other than Donald Trump's big tech billionaire bros and our adversaries. What do you think? China and all these other countries just gonna sit there and it's like, okay, time out? No, they're deploying weapons against us. What kind of madness is going on this morning? That's right. It does not protect consumers from the potential for harm. It does not save taxpayers a dime. In fact, it blocks any potential recourse any American citizen may have to hold big tech accountable. The message from Republicans supporting this provision and this farce of a bill overall is clear. They would prefer millions of Americans be kicked off their health care plans just to put more money in the pockets of the billionaire class. It is shameful. I urge my colleagues to reject this nonsense, and even if you don't know anything about tech, understand that we are not protected as a nation. We have done nothing to advance the privacy that's required to set a platform for us to be protected. So I urge my colleagues to reject this nonsense. People sound really smart over there, but let me tell you, 10 years of a moratorium, 2035, can you imagine that? I don't even want to tell you how old I'm gonna be then. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A 10-year ban on state AI laws. What could possibly go wrong? If you were to want to launch a reboot of The Terminator, this ban would be a good starting point. The states get the ball rolling on these AI laws, and I agree. Congress should be acting to do something about it. But as our ranking member, Frank Pallone, mentioned, internet privacy is a perfect example. It's been several terms, and it keeps getting killed by Republican leadership. And then states have stepped up, including Florida, to finally pass internet privacy laws. No one wants 50 laws. How do we solve the problem? Congress should pass basic AI protections. But since that's probably not going to happen, what will actually happen if this passes is absolute lawlessness. And so I couldn't, in good conscience, do anything but support your great amendment. Back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
So very soon, this committee will be debating the biggest cuts to Medicaid in our nation's history. Cuts that will strip health insurance from over 13 million Americans, all to pay for tax cuts that disproportionately benefit the wealthiest in our country. Now, Republicans will say that they're not cutting Medicaid, that they're simply implementing sensible work requirements, but please stay skeptical. Republicans are implementing cumbersome requirements because added paperwork will lead to less compliance and ultimately less people enrolled, conveniently giving them enough space
to fill the pot for their super rich friends. A group of friends that we should note is headlined by the same big tech CEOs who stood behind President Trump on Inauguration Day. A group of friends who will say they want a federal privacy policy, a national AI framework, while spending millions of dollars to make sure those bills never see the House floor. A ban on state regulations of AI for 10 years shows where Republicans' loyalty is, to big tech and the wealthy. Dismantling states' regulations on technology amounts to a financial windfall of epic proportions consistent with tax cuts for the rich that the Ways and Means Republicans marked up today. This provision absolves companies of any responsibility to protect consumers from the harms of AI. It is also drafted so broadly as to implicate states' privacy and online safety laws directly harming our kids. Simply put, this provision, this single paragraph that is snuck into a massive budget bill, would undermine digital rights duly provided to millions of Americans by their state legislatures. States have taken the lead in regulating technology while Congress has stalled out amidst a barrage of endless lobbying. If privacy and kids' online safety are any indication, this Congress will not pass meaningful, comprehensive regulation of AI. And I ask my colleagues, what gives you so much optimism that Congress can pass meaningful protections for AI, privacy, or online safety? You claim that states have created a patchwork of regulation. Why do you think that state lawmakers have done that? You think they want to be legislating on difficult questions of technology policy? No. State lawmakers have stepped up because their federal counterparts, we, have consistently failed to act. Americans are fed up, and instead they're asking state legislatures to protect them and their kids online. Make no mistake, this provision is a product of big tech lobbying. Companies, including Meta and Google, have long asked for it, and trade associations for big tech rejoiced when Republicans included it in this bill, because what this provision represents is the biggest gift to the tech industry in its history. Put in context, however, this ban on tech regulation is not just bad policy, it's morally bankrupt. We can work together on modernizing our systems, leveraging our data and our analytics. But Mr. Chairman, think about it. Republicans are effectively eliminating requirements on technology companies to make their products safe and trustworthy, while at the same time adding requirements for Americans to receive life-saving health care. Under their bill, Americans will have to jump through hoops and complete mounds of paperwork to prove that they are working. Technology companies, on the other hand, won't have to show their work at all. This handout for big tech and ultra-wealthy tech barons in the same reconciliation bill that guts health care for millions is what people hate about Washington. It's lopsided and it's insulting. If Republicans had chosen to start this hearing with the faces and stories of who they're advocating for, you wouldn't see everyday Americans like us Democrats held up. We'd be looking at posters of Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos. Requirements, compliance, and paperwork for busy, working-class Americans, but not for billionaire big tech donors. That's the Republican way, according to this legislation. But I'd love to be proven wrong, so vote yes on the amendment. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Ranking Member Pallone's amendment. The breadth of state laws that the Republican banned would make unenforceable, laws that protect consumers against algorithmic bias, discrimination, and other factors in healthcare, housing, and more, is staggering. Republicans are trying to fundamentally undercut essential protections for consumers in all aspects of their lives, from health to elections to housing. A few significant examples of laws that states would be prohibited from enforcing for the next decade: laws in at least 5 states that Republican members of this committee hail from, including the chair's home state of Kentucky, prohibit AI deepfakes in elections. Laws in Utah require the use of AI to be disclosed to consumers and regulate the use of AI chatbots for mental health treatment. States have laws to ensure AI is created and used in a safe and trustworthy manner. At least 17 states have privacy laws that address profiling and automated decision-making. Laws in at least 10 states ensure that self-driving cars follow the rules of the road and operate safely. This is by no means a list of every state law that would be unenforceable for the next decade under this ill-considered provision. What Republicans deride as a patchwork of AI laws is really a clear expression of need for guardrails governing the diverse and numerous harms that can result from the careless deployment of powerful artificial intelligence and automated decision-making systems. My Republican colleague from California said that there was overwhelming support from folks in different states. Earlier today, the National Conference of State Legislatures sent us a letter. It reads, on behalf of the National Conference of State Legislatures, the bipartisan organization representing the legislatures of our nation's states, territories, commonwealths, and Washington, D.C., we are writing to express our strong opposition to the proposed 10-year moratorium on state artificial intelligence legislation, including in the Energy and Commerce Committee's reconciliation measure. We urge the committee to remove this language, as this amendment does, from the bill. This provision is an infringement on states' authority to effectively legislate in this rapidly evolving and consequential policy domain. That seems like the states are not on board with what the bill strives to do. And Chairman Guthrie, I would just note that the staff chair on the National Conference of State Legislatures, also from Kentucky. So as you're considering how you vote, a lot of Kentucky happening here. And the last thing I would say is the two most important things that we have to deal with as a country right now are artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence, this bill wants to strip states of their right to legislate around AI. But we've seen this administration with respect to cybersecurity take the power away from the federal government and put it back in the states and municipalities' hands, which we know is dangerous. So it's confusing to hear on the two most important issues, Republicans would take two different approaches. On AI, which I agree is a giveaway to big tech, they're saying, no, let's keep it at the federal government 10-year moratorium on what states can do. On cybersecurity, right, which makes us more vulnerable, and we already have a federal system infrastructure in place, they're allowing the administration to say, no, states and municipalities are responsible. It literally makes no sense. And if you're still considering how you're going to vote across the aisle, I just want to say, Georgia from our office, who covers the committee, celebrated her birthday at the stroke of midnight. So it would be really phenomenal just to give us a nice little gift here, birthday gift. So I hope you'll consider that for all the additional substantive reasons that I've covered in my 4 minutes. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington, Dr. Schreier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting for this amendment just because I feel like what is in this bill, and I'm just going to read this to you here, this is outrageous. It says that no state or political subdivision may enforce any law or regulation regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems during the 10-year period beginning on the date that this act is passed. I mean, I just can't imagine. This is a gift to big tech. It is terrible for all of us. I just want you to think about the fact that we've had essentially no regulation on social media and how that's turned out for us and our kids. This committee, this Congress has not even been able to pass the Kids Online Safety Act. That's nothing compared to taking this on. I mean, AI is the most potent technology with unimaginable potential benefit and unimaginable potential danger. We do need federal regulation. Mr. Obernolte showed us a big book of agreed upon good ideas for how to get started with regulating AI. So why aren't we taking that up? Like, wouldn't that seem to be the first order of business to take on? But we're not. Instead, we're voting on stupid stuff like Gulf of America. You know, we ought to be taking this up seriously. It's the biggest issue of our time. And you're kicking the can down the road 10 years on any regulation. So I think what we need to do is vote yes on this amendment, trash this part of the bill, get our butts in gear, and get that bill regulating artificial intelligence, because the danger posed to not just our children, but to all of us, frankly, to the entire world, is really serious. So I encourage my friends, my colleagues, to vote yes on this amendment and get rid of this absurd and outrageous part of the bill.
Are you yielding?
Yeah, I will now yield to my friend and colleague, Lizzie Fletcher from Texas.
Thank you, Representative Schreier. I want to associate myself with your comments, with the excellent comments from Congresswoman Trahan and all my colleagues on this side of the aisle. And I think we're all scratching our heads at this 10-year moratorium as we talk about just the rapid pace at which things are happening. You know, I've seen times in the past where somebody said, let's do a 1 year so we have incentive to get the bill done and get it to the president's desk to be signed into law. Like, there are ways that you're trying to give Congress incentive to legislate. This doesn't do any of that. And I can't help but wonder as I read this, I guess this is a question maybe for counsel. I understand on decisions that I think are very important that we'll be coming to later, the president has said repeatedly he thinks that so many issues are issues for the states. And in fact, as I understand it, I don't know what happened to the party of states' rights. That's not my view. But what happened to states' rights here? Can anyone explain to me can you explain, counsel, what where the states' rights are in this proposal?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. That appears to be a policy question.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, can you enlighten us as to how this comports with the policy of the Republican Party to support states' rights? Mr. Chairman? Oh, I was looking at Mr. Joyce, but I could also look at Mr. Guthrie. Well, I just had a question. I mean, looking at this amendment, a 10-year moratorium on, Mr. Menendez went through a lot of the work that states have done to regulate AI, to stop the harms that are affecting their citizens in the absence of action from this committee. And I've heard repeatedly from folks on this committee, folks in the Congress, and the president himself that Republicans believe in states' rights and that many important decisions like whether and when to bear children should be left to the states. So why are we having a 10-year moratorium on states' ability to legislate around AI?
Well, they're clearly our founding fathers, and I agree. We clearly have interstate commerce. So anytime that an economic activity includes more than one state, it's just difficult to have this patchwork of state laws in an industry like AI because the data centers are someplace people use it all over the country. And so what we want to do, and do it in a bipartisan way, because that's what Mr. Obernolte said, because it has to be sustainable, is that we have a single standard for AI across the country. And we have to do our work on that. I'm not saying we have. I'm saying that we will, and we're going to hopefully find a solution. But if we continue to have a patchwork of state laws, because our big concern, if we've had a lot of hearings on energy that are required for AI, and we've had a lot, and we have to also get the policy right. And so that's what we want to do. We want to have the opportunity to make sure as our federal government uses AI, we protect our taxpayer dollars in doing this by having this moratorium. But we know we have to have a national standard.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate that answer. I mean, it sounds to me like this is a policy decision. And it also, I agree with you that there should be federal guarantees and federal laws, and that is what we are here to do. And certainly, I think on our side of the aisle, you'll find a lot of agreement. But I hope it doesn't take us 10 years to do this. That's 5 Congresses from now. And so I really think we should consider this amendment, get to work. I'm happy to work in a bipartisan way on this very important work regulating AI, and I will yield back to Congresswoman Schreier. Thank you.
And before I yield back, I just want to say this is not just a big giveaway to big tech. This is a huge giveaway to big insurance.
The general lady's
currently
time
using AI to deny people services.
Your time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentle lady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to revisit a question with counsel quickly, following up on my colleague from Texas's question. With respect to a 10-year moratorium on state
policy changes with respect to AI. Instituting this moratorium where there previously was not one, this is a policy change, correct?
Yes, ma'am, this is a policy change.
Thank you very much. Now, following up on that, I want to speak to the AI task force report that was held up earlier. You know, last 2 years we spent really a remarkable and fascinating amount of time on the AI task force. And it was genuinely a wonderful experience. It was a rare experience of bipartisan legislators coming together, tackling some of the most fascinating questions with respect to AI, with respect to the frontiers of our technology. We spent 2 years discussing everything from public investments in large language models, the national labs, to how we protect victims of sexually exploitative materials. And this was thoughtful. Democrats and Republicans came together. We identified many different policy areas where we actually had agreement, despite many areas where we had disagreement. And after 2 years, we could not pass nearly any of it. And in the absence of that action, in those 2 years, people committed suicide from their interactions with AI chatbots. Children, 1 in 8 teenagers and kids had a friend or someone that they knew become victim to falsely generated, sexually exploitative materials. We had people whose privacy was violated by AI platforms. And so in the inaction of Congress, states decided to act. States are passing legislation to protect people's privacy. States are providing action, are pursuing action to try to protect people. Thank you very much. And in fact, we have several examples here. Last year, Utah passed a law to force AI chatbots to protect the private information of people seeking mental health care and disclosed if they were paid to advertise any products. That would be gone. This month, New York passed a law to require chatbots to include a protocol for detecting self-harm expressions and directing users to real resources. That would be wiped out. Facial recognition technology that uses AI to identify people against large and mostly unregulated databases, where these AI, particularly some that are used sometimes in pursuit of law enforcement, falsely identifying people disproportionately. These algorithms falsely identify Black Americans and Americans of color and identify them and accuse them falsely of committing crimes. Last year, recently, big health insurers have been using AI to deny care claims to patients. And last year, California passed a law requiring that healthcare providers actually retain the ultimate responsibility of whether or not a patient receives care, and that they can't just knock that off and blame an algorithm for denying people their cancer treatments, denying people other kinds of treatments due to AI algorithms. All of these protections are protections that Congress refuses to take up. Refuses. And so states are taking up this responsibility. The idea that we would ban people from being protected from these abuses for 10 years, and we've seen the AI lobby, and Palantir, and Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk, and the force of their lobby here in Washington, D.C. will ensure that action continues to not be taken. Let states protect people, and a moratorium is a deeply dangerous idea at this moment. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I graduated law school 1 year after Congress passed the Telecom Act of 1996.
And I remember running into a member of the committee who asked, well, what are you doing now? And I said, well, I'm trying to figure out what you meant when you passed the Telecom Act, because my first job was as an outside counsel to GTE implementing it. And he said, well, when you figure it out, let me know. And the process of implementing the Telecom Act, I learned words matter. I learned that courts interpret the plain meaning of the words that Congress uses. I learned that when you put a list of exemptions in place and you exclude things, courts assume you did that intentionally. And yes, Congress regulates interstate commerce, but AI is not just interstate commerce. AI is an application used across all of our systems. In 2018, I attended a legal conference where an expert was explaining megatrends and all the different effects, and he talked about AI, and he predicted in 2018 the ability of AI to create fake news will outpace the ability of AI to detect it in 2018. And the more he talked about AI in 2018, he scared the living daylights out of me. At that point, I was both a regulatory lawyer and a state legislator. And I won't tell you literally what I said, because you might strike my words, but HS was involved. None of our systems are ready for AI. This was 2018. This body had its first AI hearing in 2023, the House. Now, meanwhile, in 2018, China had a plan for global dominance in AI by 2030. Since then, AI has been used across a wide variety of things that states do regulate, like law enforcement, like insurance, like education, like crimes. And AI is used in all of those. And this moratorium says no state or political subdivision thereof may enforce any law or regulation regulating artificial intelligence, et cetera, et cetera. Doesn't say regulating the creation of, doesn't say regulating the development of, not the sale of, any. So if a state wants to regulate how law enforcement can use AI to surveil its citizens, it can't. If a state wants to regulate how AI is used in the education system, it can't. If a state wants to regulate how to punish, how to change its laws to address the use of AI to commit crimes in a way that the state law doesn't account for now, it can't. Any law is broad, and the exemptions are very, very narrow. And what you are doing is saying for 10 years while Congress does nothing, oh, by the way, we've already said, the president has said everything having to do with education needs to go back to the states. And I don't have time to go through everything else the president or my colleagues on the other side of the aisle has said the states can do. You are handcuffing the states and localities' ability to regulate how AI will be used in the very things that they do have the power to regulate. And by the time Congress acts, because I've been here almost 3 years now, and if you, after doing this task force, as the gentlewoman from New York said, where there was broad agreement and you can't pass anything out of that, you're not going to be able to regulate every aspect of how AI is going to be used at the state and local level in 10 years. And in the meanwhile, AI runs rampant, and we're not ready for it. And, you know, science fiction sometimes comes true. A lot of stuff from Star Trek now exists. Well, I certainly hope that Terminator
The gentle
We're all
lady's
trying
time has
don't.
expired.
And we need to be careful. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to hand it to my colleague from California. Before I do, I'd like to ask the ranking member, is it the Democrat position that you do not want a federal standard for AI?
No, I would very much like to see a federal
Okay.
standard.
Thank
I
you.
just don't think that the Republican majority is ever going to do it, and I think that you're-
I'll take the time back. Thank you very much, and I'll hand it to my colleague, yield to Mr. Obernolte from California.
Thank you very much, my colleague from Texas, for yielding. First of all, I want to say how much I've enjoyed this colloquy tonight. The passion and the interest that everyone has shown on this topic gives me some optimism that Congress is actually capable of acting on this. So I want to thank everyone for their engagement. Just to be clear, I want to take us back up to 30,000 feet. The purpose of this title is to appropriate $500 million for the federal government to use AI to modernize and make more efficient federal government operations. And it's nonsensical to do that if we're going to allow 1,000 different pending bills in state legislatures across the country to become law. It would be impossible for any agency that operates in all the states to be able to comply with those regulations. So I would like to ask a question of council, just to clarify that issue. My understanding is that the purpose of this provision is to spend $500 million to modernize federal IT and cybersecurity systems. To be clear, the moratorium is a necessary term and condition to execute the primary purpose of the provision. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thanks for clearing that up, because I think there was some confusion. There was some talk about national security. That's something that worries me a lot. That's something that we touched on in the task force. We had a whole hearing on it, and there's an entire chapter in our task force report on it. Competition with China is very real. China is bent on establishing dominance in this space. But let me say this: to have 1,000 different state regulations on AI is the fastest way to secure Chinese domination of AI. Right? That would be a barrier to the use of AI within the United States, which is exactly what China wants. Another one of my colleagues, in fact, a couple of them have brought up privacy as kind of a warning sign where Congress has failed to act to establish a federal privacy standard. I completely agree, but the issue of privacy is an illustration of the reason why we need this moratorium. Because if we had this moratorium, the states wouldn't have gotten out ahead of us on data privacy, and we would have had an opposite situation there where we would have established that federal standard. And I would encourage anyone who's upset about it, and I'm one of them because I voted for APRA last year, let's get together and fix that problem. To the letter from the National Council of State Legislatures, well, I'm shocked that they would oppose our moratorium. That's like asking my 2-year-old grandson if he should get to regulate what he has for dinner. I mean, he will tell you yes, but it's not necessarily wise to give him that power. And then, lastly, we've been talking about the fact that Congress has not actually been able to do this yet. It's not because we haven't tried. As it was pointed out, we spent an entire year last year working through a bipartisan task force to come up with a proposal that we think everyone could agree with. That was just in December. There hasn't been any legislative oxygen in this chamber yet to get going on this, but I am hopeful with the backing of some of the people in this room that we can get working on this. And lastly, a couple of my colleagues, including the author of this amendment, have expressed skepticism that this Republican majority can pass meaningful AI regulation. And you know what? We can't. Not alone, neither can you. The only way this gets done is on a bipartisan basis, because we have companies out there making billion-dollar decisions on research and development and procurement. And what they want the most is some certainty about what the rules are going to be. And we need to give them that certainty. The most destructive thing is if there's fear out there that every few years, as the winds of political fortune shift, the rules governing the use of AI completely change. We can't allow that, colleagues. So please, let's work together over the next few months to pass something into law. And you know what? I hope that this moratorium only lasts that few months and we replace it with something that makes clear what the rules of preemption are. But until then, this moratorium is necessary, and I urge opposition to the amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share in Congressman Oberholtz's optimism that we can get something done with AI. I disagree with a 10-year moratorium on any states enforcing their regulations on AI or consumer protections on AI. And I have reason to. I am reading from this AP News article that actually was published in October 25, 2024. It's entitled, "An AI Chat Box Pushed a Teen to Kill Himself. A lawsuit against its creator alleges." So there was a 14-year-old boy who used a chat bot for a relationship. And he openly discussed his suicidal thoughts and shared his wishes for a pain-free death with the bot, named after the fictional character Daenerys Targaryen from the television show Game of Thrones. That chat box relationship was, quote-unquote, in the highly sexualized conversations in this young adolescent's relationship. On February 28th, the boy told the bot that he was, quote-unquote, coming home, and it encouraged him to do so. The bot encouraged him to do so. Quote, "I promise I will come home to you. I love you so much, Danny," the boy told the chat box. "I love you too," the bot replied. "Please come home to me as soon as possible, my love." Quote, the boy said, "Well, what if I told you I could come home right now?" he asked. "Please do, my sweet king," the bot messaged back. Now, this was after the boy was talking about potentially killing himself. And just seconds after the character AI bot told him to, quote-unquote, come home, the teen shot himself, according to the lawsuit, filed this week by his mother of Orlando, Florida. In addition to that, a 2023 report by Thorne revealed that 11% of American children aged 9 to 17 were aware of peers using AI to create nude images of other minors. Additionally, 15% of high school students reported encountering deepfake images depicting peers in sexually explicit contexts. In 2023, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's Cyber Tip Line received approximately 4,700 reports concerning AI-generated child sexual abuse material. By October 2024, the organization was fielding about 450 such reports monthly. Experts caution that these figures may be underreported due to the increasing realism of AI-generated images, making them difficult to distinguish from actual photographs. In May 2025, the FBI revealed it has opened investigations into 250 individuals affiliated with 764 and other online networks of predators who befriend minors and other vulnerable people and coerce them to create sexually explicit material and commit acts such as harming themselves or animals. They use AI to generate images. So this is why we can't wait. This is why we need to put a halt to states implementing their protections, their consumer protections against AI. This is why we can't wait. What is the numbers going to be in 10 years from now when these atrocious crimes are happening right now? That's why I support the amendment, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. The gentleman requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Crenshaw, Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce, Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber, Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen, Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson, Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher, Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger, Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger, Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks, Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick, Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte, Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James, Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz, Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin, Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry, Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee, Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy, Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli, Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans, Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman, Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak, Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone, Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette, Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky, Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui, Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor, Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko,
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters, Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle, Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey, Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly, Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bradigan, Ms. Bradigan votes aye. Mr. Soto, Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier, Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan, Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher, Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss, Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana, Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez, Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen, Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman, Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan, Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie, Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no.
The clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? I move that the committee do now approve and agree to transmit to the House Committee on the Budget, Subtitle C, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations relating to communications. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Aye. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce?
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli? Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman?